Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Guys, welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Hit that upvote button if you haven't yet. Boom! I would really appreciate it. Upvote. All right. What are we going to talk about? What do you guys want to talk about? Oh, see. Hey.
Hey, Tim. What you been up to this afternoon?
Can you hear the music?
Yeah, I can hear
it. Okay, let's turn off the music. I don't know how to. Oh, okay, cool. Boom. No, I can still hear it. Yo.
Have a good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. What a day. What a day. Days like these, you remember that it's great to be alive. These are the greatest days of our lives. OC, how you been?
Doing good. Yeah. Having a nice, relaxing afternoon. You and I were on the community stream a little bit earlier, just hanging out.
Beautiful. Guys, upvote. Let's get to some nice, decent upvotes, and let's drop the link for that Daniel Katz. Maybe he'll tell us a joke, and maybe we'll pull up a video or two. I don't know. What do you feel like talking about today?
Listen, initial reactions. I have to, let's be honest. You just spent an hour on Paul Thorpe's live stream.
Oh yeah.
He tried to kind of ambush you with some clips of things that you had said. I thought you held your own, not only very well, but I thought that at some points Paul lost the plot. I think he became a little bit unhinged. He became a little bit disrespectful. I think inviting a guest to come on the show and then telling them to shut up several times, I thought that was inappropriate.
I could barely speak. I think I could barely get 2 words out. He would cut me off immediately.
He would cut you off. He wouldn't let you answer any questions.
Yeah.
He was very belittling. He was very disrespectful. He was very demeaning to you.
Yeah.
And
like
I just thought,
like a child. That was rude.
Yeah, it was just it wasn't a good look. I think I'd love to be able to go through the video again and comment over it as it happened. But my strong feeling is that he will pull this video immediately.
I need to download it.
Yeah. I think guys in the audience, please download it because
I want to put a copy on for my members only.
Yeah. Listen, Paul's a friend of mine, but this was not a good look for him.
I really appreciate him letting me debate him on
almost all of your supporters were banned in the chat, which was completely unfair.
That is
so it made the comments look very skewed. I would probably say that if your supporters or if unbiased supporters were allowed to comment in the chat, then it would have easily been 75 or 80% pro you and maybe 20 or 25% pro him.
Right.
He just doesn't. He is in the business. He's in the bubble. He just doesn't quite understand that his whole life defending gray market dealers has skewed his perspective. And he doesn't like the fact that you represent enthusiasts and collectors, but you do.
Everybody wants to represent the enthusiasts and the collectors, but nobody is. Red! Speaking of one of such enthusiasts and collectors.
Angry beyond words.
Hey!
What happened?
Well, because Paul made a comment that I had forwarded you. Paul made a comment that I had forwarded you a message that he had sent me during the stream last night.
Is that true?
I didn't forward him any message.
That's what I thought. No, you didn't. That's why I was so caught off guard. I don't know what the hell he was talking about. A message, and this is how you reacted.
Pissed off, Paul. If you're watching this any time, son, I never forwarded him any message. I thought we had an agreement, right? And the agreement was that I had admitted that I had faults in the past. I was not going to insult you, but we were going to discuss your product in a reasonable fashion, right?
Wow.
And he has made an assumption, which is wrong, that I sat and forwarded you a message. I never forwarded any message to Tim or anyone. I can prove that. I want Paul to redact that.
No fucking way. Link for Paul Thorpe in the chat. Immediate response.
He's probably still talking there today there, so I don't
yeah.
but I'm pissed off
He'll
about
address
that.
it later.
And the fact that he still has me banned from his channel so that
Me
they
too.
can't even chat or
all unbiased comments from people were removed from the chat. It was a very one-sided chat. And listen,
it's all Tim bashing.
Kudos to you, Tim, for actually going on the show and not even as a prerequisite asking politely that you be unblocked from the chat or some of your key supporters be unblocked from the chat. I'm blocked on that channel. You're blocked on that channel, and that's not fair. It really is. And kudos to you for going on, even knowing that almost all of the people who are unbiased or represent collectors or enthusiasts were blocked in the chat. He had himself admitted that he had over 300 people blocked.
300 people blocked. 300 true enthusiasts blocked because they spoke out of his cartel-ish ways. Daniel Katz 279. I got heart attack emotionally.
I can't spell. I almost got a heart attack emotionally.
You okay?
The ambulance is on its way, Red. The ambulance is on its way. They're going to check me out and see if I'm all right.
They'll need an ambulance for me because I am so pissed off about that. Because I would have thought that Paul, with all his double checking the stuff and all, would have made sure, would have even asked me, text me, why did you send Tim that link? I didn't send you, why did you send Tim that message? I didn't send you any message, Tim.
That's why I was so confused. He was so convinced. I don't know what the hell he was talking about.
I
thought does he think that I'm laughing at a picture of a watch robbery victim? Like, what am I supposed to be seeing? But in his mind, he's like, oh yeah, that's it. Conclusive. Tim is guilty. I'm like, what the fuck?
No,
weird.
I genuinely thought that we had came to an agreement that that will not shit each other. But the fact that he has just assumed straight away that I have sent you that.
Yeah.
And he can see the WhatsApp stream on my phone if he wants. I did not send that message. I had said to Paul and Dee in the past or back in London, I am not going to send any messages to anyone. If you want to chat, that's it. It's kept private.
Did he reveal the contents of your private communication with him, or did he just say that you were exchanging messages, that he sent a message to you and you sent a message back? Did he reveal any of the contents of your message on the live stream right now?
He read out the message. He read the message out on.
What was the message?
It's up on the phone now. It was about the show and the watcher, but it was the fact that I just hadn't replied to his message. I had seen this message come in on the show, but I did not send it to you. I did not send it to anyone.
Oh! I know what I was laughing at.
What was it?
Okay. Here's the truth. I got the true message.
As it wasn't my message, was I ever sent the fucking message?
Oh, okay. The message was. I will reveal that the message was from Negroni, but I'll reveal what the message is for $50 super chat. It's worth getting a super chat for. I've been struggling lately. Let me read these super chats really quickly, guys. Hold on a second. Stay with me. Ross Rachel Brady, $5 super chat. Merry Christmas to all, and hope you'll have a great new year. Thank you, Ross. That's really sweet. The Awesome Pawn, $2 super chat. That was something, Timbo. Link for free speech.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where's Gray Market hate free speech? It's so weird. Don't you want open market, free market? Oyster, thank you so much for $2 super chat. Merry Xmas in advance, Timmy and OC. What's on the wrist? I was wearing my Submariner 40, baby. Nice root beer.
All of this talk about all of this talk about Daytoners.
Nice. Oh, OC got the
Oh.
black dial Daytona
Ooh,
on the
ouch.
leather strap.
I was having
Ooh.
such a lovely evening today. I was just back from the Red Bar event, and some people have been watching the stream last night, Tim, and they thought it was a brilliant stream.
Is a
That
brilliant
everyone,
stream. It was a really good stream. And
and
Nico came off 50 times better than Paul did
yes,
tonight.
yes, and at the end, people thought, look, you have bait out the thing about the watch, but everyone sort of left, like friends, and there was no big massive forward. But tonight, that was a shit stream, and I am so pissed off that Paul has automatically assumed that I've been leaking his messages to me to Tim. He could have at least fucking asked, have you sent this? And made his own fucking conclusion. He never even fucking asked.
All right, Red, you made your point. Do we have to hear about this all night?
It's fucked up. Paul lied about
that's
Red
all.
Shovel.
That's all.
It's unacceptable.
Listen, how did you feel, Red, having your face next to Tim's during all of those clips?
I didn't care. What has pissed me off is the fact that I can't even comment or fucking super chat on the
None of us
fucking
can.
channel.
None of us can.
Tim, have
It was
roommate.
like the witch trials, guys. It was like the witch trials, and I was being called a witch.
Tim, have roommate check Red's pulse.
Red, you okay?
Fucking no! I had such a lovely evening and a lovely setting. We had a nice Red Bar event. There was nice people there. It was earlier than I thought. I actually thought it was this evening, but it was this afternoon. So I had to rush down to it.
So you went to the watch in a second. Let me just get through these super chats. My watch channel, $2. I think Paul sees Barossa as competition. Ooh, maybe maybe he does. He wants to link me to Barossa and then take us down. It's an interesting tactic, very malicious. Gatsby, $10 super chat. Tim, you did a great job keeping your composure with Paul Thorpe. We're all proud of you. He invited you on just to brutally attack and insult you. This gentleman showed himself for the street thug he is. I know, right? Everybody calls Paul like a gentleman, that he's this nice guy, Mr. Classy. Yo, he was telling me to shut up all the time. I could barely get 2 words out.
It was very disrespectful, and it was a hit. It was a hit job that failed because almost everything that he brought up was just flew over.
It was straight facts. I wonder, those clips. Some people are gonna say, "Hey, Tim, he attacked you with those clips." He didn't tell you, which clips they're going to be, and gave you opportunity to prepare yourself, which is fine. But then the clips he played, they were all devastating to Paul Thorpe.
They really were. Yeah.
So he was robbed. He was using that card and it's true, he was robbed physically from his stuff when he had the store way back when. And he was in fights with these robbers. So he had a personal experience with that.
What? But now he can use people who got robbed. So what are you suggesting that this is some kind of form of ableism? Paul Thorpe is basically saying he can use footage of wristwatch robberies in his promos because he was a victim of a robbery as well. Is that
something
what
along
you're
that
saying?
line? I'm not defending it. I'm just saying something along that line.
Oh shit! What do you think, Osea? Can Paul Thorpe use footage of watch crime because he himself once was a victim of watch crime? Does it permit him? This is like
no opinion on that subject.
The subject is very interesting.
We're not psychologists. So
listen, let's keep up with the super chats before we fall behind. Andrew Volkovich, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Really appreciate it. 209 $10 super chat. You kept your cool, Tim. Good job. Thank you so much.
PG
$1.99 Tim. Are you the godfather to Nico's baby now?
I think I am. After what I did to Nico last night, it was brutal.
Spinless Andrew, 2 pounds. Spinless Tim got exposed for laughing at victims. Listen, the problem with Paul is that he doesn't understand that sometimes when you're making jokes, or you're laughing at a comment
Hey,
in the
Paul
chat.
Thorpe did not put, dude. It's like, see, this is like Paul Thorpe showing you an image of someone, right? Just like a skateboarder, just doing a kickflip, right? A skateboarder doing a kickflip, showing you the picture and says, "What do you think about this?" Without context, right? You look at the image, you're like, "Well, it's pretty nice. I mean, the kid looks like he's doing pretty well. You know, it's kickflip is not one of the easiest skateboard tricks, right? So that's the opinion you come to, and then Paul Thorpe hits you with like, well, you know what? That kid died doing that trick. How you feel now? Like, what the hell? He put out that footage, okay, without contextualizing it.
Yeah.
Just used it in the
Listen,
promo.
the things about the
What are
watch
people
crime,
think?
the things about the watch crime really don't really bother me all that much. I think the things that Paul Thorpe said that he brought up that where he shot himself in the foot was you said something like, listen, Paul Thorpe was one of the guys that was closer to TPG than anybody. And he pulled that up and says, how dare you say that? Actually, he on YouTube, he was the guy who was most closely associated with Timepiece Gentleman. He did video after video after video, and he never did a hit job. Daniel, I'm going to mute you because your microphone is feeding back. He never did a hit job piece. Red, that's you. I'm sorry.
Oh, dang.
He never did a hit job piece against Timepiece Gentleman, but he did one against you tonight with clip after clip after clip. He never did a clip after clip after clip against Timepiece Gentleman, did he?
Right, exactly. What?
But then he said, listen, well, how can you say I was the closest to him? What about his mother, Tim? Wasn't his mother close? I mean, no, we're not talking about in life or in business. We're talking about, you made a statement that Paul Thorpe was close to TPG. In the YouTube world of social media and watch dealers, yes, he was. He shot himself in the foot by kind of trying to be so specific
when
with
Paul
the
Thorpe, when Anthony needed a lackey to help him rehabilitate his image post-scandal disaster, he turned to Paul Thorpe, who gave him a softball interview and allowed Anthony to get away with it. So, yeah. Rolly Mania, thank you so much for being member for 22 months. In the words of OC, PR disaster for Paul. The cartel is in a tailspin. Free Rich Shovel.
They are, and he's not a good spokesperson for Digital Watch Vault because of his very close association with the gray market and representing the gray market dealers. So
he didn't want to reprimand Roman Sheriff lying about doing interview with...
Anytime you tried to bring up a subject that was relevant, he would say, well, we don't want to, let's not talk about that tonight.
Yeah. We're here to talk about you.
Yeah, guys, I'll come on again later. So I was just coming. I was just ultra pissed off.
Okay, remind us one more time. What do you want to happen?
Well, Paul, I think should admit that I never sent you that message.
There was no message. I could show proof. I could show messages between me and Red Shovel to show no message.
I think it says something that it says something about his preparation for that attack that shows that it was
Negroni. Negroni actually texted me something sick and fucked up. And when I said, hey, for $50 super chat, I'm going to reveal what it was, Negroni texted me and said, dude, don't reveal what it is, what the message is. So I'm going to charge $100.
I'll catch you in a bit later. Okay. I'm going to go do some stuff. I'll catch you in a bit later.
Take care. Yeah. So sorry, guys. Now it costs $100 to find out what Negroni did.
MD Chaz, $2 super chat. Tim is the future.
Thank you.
Rose, who was actually one of the very few people that actually didn't have a blocked account on Paul Thorpe's channel, $5 super chat. Well done, Tim, both last night and just now. Show your support for Tim, guys.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for being there in the chat. Hundreds of us, of the 1,000 people watching, I'm sure there were a couple hundred of us that were completely blocked and weren't allowed to comment at all.
Where's the freedom of speech?
Jeff Sales, £2 super chat. He should show his son as an example of watch crime. Thank you for the comment. Colin Alasdair, £20 super chat. You have been right all along on this one, Tim. Your persistence has paid off, and now we all get to see their true colors.
Yep.
Keep it up. Listen,
Thank you. I know, right?
Thank you.
Their exterior, their polite exterior, has cracked.
America
Now-
No Paddock, $5 super chat. He was blocked in the chat. He tried to comment. His comments were blocked. Angry Englishman verbally attacks First Amendment rights of young Ukrainian immigrant. 1812 was England's last chance. It's over. Give up.
Nice.
That was at the time of the War of 1812, too, between
funny.
Canada and America.
It's funny stuff.
Brody, $5 super chat. OC, please briefly frame the debate subjects and contentions for those of us who did not watch. Well, it was Paul Thorpe inviting Tim right on, and Paul had a series of clips that he had prepared, and he played those clips and then wanted to get Tim's reaction. And in some cases, say, why did you say that, or do you still believe that, or do you retract that? I think Tim did a good job explaining why he said what he did. In certain cases, Tim was laughing or whatever, and Paul took umbrage to that. Like, why are you laughing at this?
Why is this funny? Why is digital watch mode funny to you? Well, how the fuck am I supposed to answer? Is that a philosophical question? What kind of question is that? Who asks?
Yeah.
Who asks why this funny thing is so funny to you? I mean, OC.
I think what happened more than the content of the debate was, listen, when Nixon debated Kennedy,
Yes.
no one remembers what was debated.
Really?
All they remember is that Kennedy had been in California relaxing in the sunshine. Yeah, the day before he got a nice tan. His hair looked beautiful. Nixon looked pale.
And he was sweating under the lights. Yeah.
He had sweat under the lights. He had sweating on his mustache. And people said, you know what? Kennedy just seems a little bit more composed, and Nixon just seems a little bit nervous. Everything about tonight was the body language. It was Paul looking very uncomfortable. It was Paul attacking Tim in a very demeaning, denigrating, and disrespectful way. I think someone counted the number of times Paul said, "Shut up, Tim." And it was several times. It was very gentlemanly of Paul to do that. There were many times where he interrupted you, wouldn't let you comment at all, and then it said that let's go to the next question without even letting you respond at all. So I think the body language and the tone of the debate said it all. The gray market is racked with scandal after scandal after scandal. They don't like the fact that, and it's not about Tim. It's Tim's audience that represents collectors and enthusiasts, people who actually buy the watches, and they are furious that we now have the upper hand.
Oh shit! Link for
Helgestron, $2 super chat. Name one watch crime that Paul Thorpe has averted. He enabled timepiece gentlemen. Oyster with a 10 sec super sticker, I believe.
Yes.
Thank
Thank
you
you
very
so
much.
much. Well, it's like $1 super chat. Thank you so much.
Super chat. Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Link for Hoshino Mali in the chat. Andrew Volkovich, thank you so much for $2 super chat. Drop the link. We dropped it. Sorry, I was a little bit distracted there for a second.
No disrespect to Oshin, but I'm going to leave. Make dinner.
That's very disrespectful to Oshin. Why would you do that? What are you trying to say, Daniel?
No. Okay,
you don't want to be on the panel with Oshin? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'll stay on for a few more minutes. Then I gotta.
Okay. I wonder what Oshin thinks.
I don't want to say anything dumb in front of Oshin. Okay, so.
Listen,
I mean, I thought I stood up to the bully. I finally stood up to, because everybody just has to take Paul Thorpe's word at his word. Like everything he says, everybody's supposed to take him at his word. And it's like, you know what? Enough. Enough is enough.
What I didn't like is the condescending little child. Didn't go through his experience. A spoiled brat. All that was just
When he
unnecessary.
said I'm a more mature person or something to that effect, and I'm here to
Something like
school you. I'm here to school you, son.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, it wasn't
a good look.
patronizing too.
Very
Patronizing. You throw that into.
Yeah. Speaking of someone who isn't patronizing, Oshina Malley.
Daniel, go do your thing if you have to have supper or whatever's going on there. It's okay. Don't feel like I'm not going to get offended. We're very different. Like you're the levity, the comic relief in the situation. I'm the fucking hardcore stuff. We're opposites, and that's fine. I appreciate that you recognize that. You're thinking of theater. I like that.
Yeah.
Speaking my language.
There's a little bit of seriousness of there too.
I'm sure.
Anyways. Guys, I'm going to go. Thank you. Oshin leader.
Take it easy, man.
Rose, member for 2 months. It was a failed attempt at a gotcha interview.
Yeah, big time. Jesus Christ. Tim, can I tell you something, man?
Yes.
I know you're a fan of mine. Let's be men. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of you, dude. I'm a fan of you. You fucking control that whole thing. You devoured that guy. Oh my God. It was like you were playing, you know, when a little kid tries to play, punch with you, trying to punch you or boxing, and you just play with them and you kind of give them a shot a little bit and you make them feel like they're getting somewhere. But really, you're completely in control. You're toying.
Because you know what?
Exactly what I was looking at. I swear to God, and I had a zillion messages in my inbox going, oh my God, we can't believe we're watching this. Why is Paul just digging his own grave here?
He really
Tim's just sitting back laughing and just going, this is my opinion and this is what I think. Now, I made the grave mistake. Not a grave mistake, sorry. I felt like it was a grave mistake, but in the end it wasn't. When you started your stream, I wanted to watch you, but instead I kept watching, I kept you on the background. But I kept watching Paul. Oh boy, he got worse.
What happened? Oh, really?
Oh, he got worse. First of all, I'm going to throw out kudos to D Time Love.
Yes.
And this is a person I do not trust in any way, shape, or form, just for the record. And you all know the history there. But he was trying to calm Paul down and say, listen, it's just YouTube, man. Maybe you shouldn't make this public. And he was trying to, delegate the situation. I thought D did an okay job to try to help his friend, who, by the way, I know is not his friend at all because I was on the fucking inside. I keep saying it, guys. I'm your ultimate insider. But Paul got, oh boy, man, he's got some ire. And he kept saying, he starts saying about there are other people that he wants to have a shot at.
Oh,
who's on that list, and also that the Paul Thorpe we know is a kind and gentle soul, but when it comes out, it'll come out when he has to.
Yes,
I'm like, oh, you motherfucker, bring it on.
Oh yeah,
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Just
make sure you have bells on so I can hear you dinging from a distance.
America No Paddock, $10 super chat. So much for those famous English manners. Sickening display of elitism and bullying displayed. Punching down on First Amendment rights of free people is very unbecoming.
So it's actually a strong statement and shouldn't have been put down by your half-assed
okay, America, $10 super chat. So much for those famous English manners. Sickening display of elitism and bullying displayed. Punching down on First Amendment rights of free people is very unbecoming.
It is. And, he lost his cool a lot. You kept your cool a lot, Tim. Bravo, man. All I can say is I'm proud of you, dude. I'm proud of
Thank
you. You just fucking. It was like watching a pro tennis player play an amateur tennis player.
But
so
Paul's
fucking-
Paul's arguments weren't as strong as he thought they were.
The thing is, he thought they were self-explanatory, but like everything I said were facts. This is why it was so easy. It was the easiest decision for me to go on that show and interview. Is because everything I say is 100% like fact, or somehow somehow comes from the truth.
Opinion.
And it's just so easy. So when he said, I have 10 things here, do you stand by everything? I'm like, what do you mean? Of course. So a gotcha interview turned out to be a gotcha for Paul himself, because every clip he played, it was like, oh, thank you for playing. Like, that's the clip I would play to show to him.
His overall message, what was it? It was, you're younger than me, you don't know what I know, and you should have some more manners, little shithead, and shut your mouth. That's basically what his message was.
And then and what he was doing in a way, which is kind of ironic, is he was attacking Tim's audience. He was saying, like, you don't represent good people, you don't represent real collectors, you don't represent real enthusiasts.
True.
He doesn't. He represents the gray market. That's where he grew up. That's who his friends are. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's his perspective. But Tim very courageously said, listen, when I took money from David SW, I was kinder to them than I probably should have been. I might have been more hard on maybe their prices being really high for the market or whatever, but I wasn't, because I was supported by them. And now that I'm not supported by any of those gray market influences, I'm free to speak my mind. He doesn't quite see that his entire upbringing has warped his perspective. He won't call out Roman for anything that Roman did. He won't call out. He, in a way, almost sounded like he was defending the Wizard. It was very, very disheartening.
Oh no, it wasn't that he wouldn't call out. Yes, that's true. He wouldn't call out Roman. He said, I will support Roman at every opportunity.
That's right. Regardless of what he does.
Direct quote, it's a paraphrase.
That's the unwritten part of that is, I will defend Roman no matter what he does.
Right. That was a huge mistake. Even when I brought it to people's attention that Roman kind of disappeared from that Digital Watch Vault site, I even said that was a good move. I said it was cynical. The whole thing was very dark, but it was still a good move. Get that guy off your site, because that guy's probably next in line to go down with the FBI. But he doubled down and he goes, no, it's just a rotation, and I will support Roman Sharf. Jesus Christ, stick another nail in the coffin for the Digital Watch Vault. Why don't you? Unbelievable. But I mean, I swear to God, I was laughing most of that entire thing. I'm sorry to say, I came on genuinely. I didn't, I was interested in watching it. And I was texting with many, many people. Oh my God, I spat my drink out when Tim, you were like, it's like a gun that fires backwards.
Rolly Mania, $5 super chat. Let's go. And we have Walter de Rouge, €6 super chat. You were great, Tim. Paul showed his real face. He is a thug.
He got a bit thuggish. He got a bit thuggish. Yeah.
Yeah, he did. It was very unbecoming. And then we have America No Patek, 20 gifted Tim Wright memberships. Thank you so much, America.
Whoa.
And I won't read off all the names, but
thank you so much, America. I need to send him a mug. Probably tomorrow. Let's work on it tomorrow, America. Did you get the? Oh, okay, cool. Wow.
If there's anybody we missed, please let us know on the super chat.
Thank you so much. And the Powers, £5 super chat. Thank you so much, Powers. And Dr. Bob's Nightmare, $2. Tim, Paul Thorpe just banned me in comments. No,
I got banned too.
Oh,
I was making comments during your thing in full caps, because it was going crazy. You had a huge audience, of course, and it was going very, very fast. And I threw in a bunch of comments going like, waving the flag and all that stuff, right? And I got banned. My final comment got banned. Fine.
Damn.
Dr. Bob's Nightmare, appreciate it.
Damn. I think I saw your comments. I saw your comments. He didn't pull up anything, obviously,
Of course,
unfortunately.
that's fine.
But hey, it was good to tell Paul the truth. It's the truth that he's wrong on this issue. I still don't quite understand whether he is. Let me just check if that's not
Oh,
a real.
Paul wants to come on. Is it real?
No,
Oh,
it's
come
not
on,
real.
because you got to know the
You
gag by now. Come on, guys.
beware, dude. Beware, man.
He's asleep by now.
Because yeah, Tim is a fucking pit bull, but I'm a fucking Doberman. Like, don't do it. Between you and me, old friends, buddy.
Yeah.
You don't want that to become live. Last time we faced off, you
Hmm.
removed it and edited it. My guess is tomorrow morning you're going to remove that scream.
Yeah.
Oh,
from the
Can I,
live.
can I, can I ask you, Tim, when
Yeah.
when were you invited to come on the show?
in the morning.
Was it
When
so
I
you were,
woke
this
up.
was so this was planned in advance, and you didn't tell anybody about it, and you didn't prep,
No.
and you didn't do any research whatsoever,
Why would I
and you didn't
prep?
tell anybody.
Didn't need to. It was
I
all
didn't need-
truth.
I believe, like, I don't need to prep because I just believe everything that I say. I don't have to memorize anything.
That's it. Tell the truth. It's the easiest thing to remember.
Well, that's not what he said. He said
Gary
he
Vaynerchuk.
believes. He said he believes everything he says. That's a lot
Yeah.
different than
Okay. Well,
Because I
I'm
believe it doesn't mean it's true.
that's right.
But I believe it. I believe that it's the truth. So it's true to me. So it was easy.
Listen,
I know it was funniest thing ever. Because you put the message, OC, because we have like a group message, and OC put the Paul Thorpe video, and I woke up and I look at that. I'm like, oh my god! I wonder who they're gonna talk about.
I thought it was me. That's narcissistic of me, right? Because I went
Yeah.
after him last night and many other people with quote unquote John. But then no, it's you, man. You're enemy number one.
Whoa!
How is that possible that Tim Wright, this lonely YouTuber with 10,000 subscribers, but growing and a very influential audience, has the attention of Paul Thorpe and his $1 million company and all of these multimillionaire gray market dealers? Why are they so focused so intently on this little tiny YouTube channel?
Because they know I'm digging at the truth, and
They fucking know it more now after he just publicized Tim to his entire audience.
It was the same mistake that he made the mistake many times with previous people that they promoted, and those people became much bigger as a result. So
you got to be careful with that shit.
Andrew Volkovich, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I like to hear Oshin eloquently tell someone to go to hell so that they can ask directions. Thank you, Andrew. And Ray, €2 super chat. I remember Baby Seals clubbing. Similar viewing.
Ooh, fuck. Ooh, that's hard. That's dark. Oh, fuck.
Oh my god. Lane says, I was very disappointed with Paul's insulting tone in the end. He wouldn't let Tim respond and just belittled him with insults.
And in fairness, you didn't try to overcome that. You sat back in the moments that you had a space, you had a moment, you interjected, but you were immediately cut down. It was very Piers Morgan in style. He was just like almost trying to put words in your mouth.
Oh, yeah, there was a lot of...
Yeah.
He had the clips, but then he was accusing me of stuff that I never said and oddly didn't have the clips for. Like, well, dude, if you're going to have the clips for everything.
These guys have had a hard on for you for a long time, man. Even back when I was their mate, they'd call me and say, why are you friends with Tim? And I kept saying, like, because Tim is bulletproof, man. Like, you can't. Tim is just the truth. And unfortunately, because I know this kind of stuff, which I have journalist friends in New York City, right?
Yeah.
I have musician friends who just speak the truth and so on. And I recognize it when I see it. I'm like, there's a dude who's just going to battle through, even to his own detriment. He's going to do it. And I relate to that.
Yeah.
So I'm like, well, that's why. Because he's just going to say it as it is. He's going to show up at the event And if no one's there, he's going to say no one was here. He's not going to be on the side of the fucking, the company going, oh, it was a big, it was a sellout. No, it wasn't. There was no one there. Sorry, but that's the truth. And yeah, let's go have a cheeseburger together and so on. There's levity to it and so on. So I've spent my past like a year and a half, 2 years defending you, going, listen, I think this is the guy. This is the dude. And I think you showed that this evening. Tim, man, dude, I'm your biggest fan. I'm your biggest fucking fan.
Way bigger than I am. Tim G, $2 super chat. Patek, Porsche.
Man. It's very sobering.
Patek, Porsche, and Poussey makes the world go around.
Hey, it's
Tim
good.
G.
It felt good to be on that stream. It felt good to be ambushed in a way, right? Like an animal. In a way, what they were trying to do is to have me walk in and then like big gates shut on top of me.
Hold on.
They would think, "Oh fuck!"
Hey, Buckley, man, great.
Hey,
I'm
hey,
trapped.
hold on. Let me. Can I reenact? Put me full screen.
Yeah.
You ready? Tim, you are mean. Shut up, Tim.
God.
All right.
You said very bad things about Digital Watch Vault.
This is a pretty good impression.
You're a moron, Tim.
Billy, $5 super chat. I missed it. I just went to Paul's channel. The video is gone.
No,
Guys, please go to the
Paul's
channel
side.
immediately. For those of you who downloaded it, please send an email to hello@timwright.com with a link to the video, because we knew this was going to happen, but we just didn't know it was going to happen so quickly. Paul completely self-imploded, and we knew he was going to take the video.
It happened more after. I know you guys went live, but I kept.
Yeah,
watching.
I didn't see any of it.
It got worse. It got worse. He's got a lot of ire. He's got a lot of pent up fucking aggression, and it's coming after. And he even made veiled threats towards people like myself, other detractors, you might say.
If it's still there, guys, please download it.
Download that shit.
Roly Mania, £2 super chat. Clips and scripts. Thank you.
Download it,
Yeah,
everybody. I'm trying to download it. I can't download it. I think it's
Tim,
down.
I had to have a tequila. You made me have a
Oh,
tequila.
nice.
We're having a tequila with a little bit of seltzer, a little lemon in there. We're making it up as we go.
This is the fake Paul Thorpe in chat, right? Of course.
Yeah.
Just for anybody who doesn't know, because some people come to your channel, they don't know the ways.
There's a joke. There's a joke, Paul Thorpe, and then he teased.
Yeah.
Michael W. from Hamburg, Germany, member for 7 months. It's still online. Good news.
Oh, you know what?
Thanks.
Let me use the restroom. I have an idea. I'll be right back.
Okay. Just
Tim's
don't
had a
stream from the
long
restaurant.
night. He's had a long night so far. God bless him.
He's got it.
I'm sorry, but I'm proud of him. Like he just swung so hard.
He did a
in
good
that.
job.
Yeah.
I think Paul's personal vendetta against Tim came through in that live stream, and it was unjustified. And towards the end, when Paul would say something like, "You don't represent the collectors. Your show is bad," and all these things, like you could sense that it was a little bit of jealousy, a lot of envy, and it was just not a good look.
Yeah, he didn't. That was a different Paul Thorpe. That was a Paul Thorpe that's very, very rattled.
It's a Paul Thorpe that I think has been getting phone calls, or has been talking a lot to Roman, has been talking a lot to CRM. Listen, CRM, I love those guys, but they put themselves in the line of fire recently with that the virtual buy the watch virtual NFT thing, and we'll save it for you. And then
I doubt it was CRM talking to him. I think it was more likely Roman Scharf. Can we agree on that? It was more likely than him. Because I don't think Paul has much to do with CRM. I don't even know if they know each other at all.
Yeah, I think that's a fair
Paul
point.
knows Roman quite well, and there was probably a phone call made because.
But I think Roman and Paul have had somewhat of a falling out over the past year or so. I don't think they're as close as many people think they are. Even though Paul publicly will say, "Listen, Roman can do no wrong. I'll never say a bad word about him. I'll always defend him." I think that's his public position. I think behind the scenes, the fact that he is in the position of defending all these gray market dealers, but then if you mention something that they did, he says, "Oh, well, I'm not aware of that," or "I don't watch their videos, so I don't know what CRM is doing.
I know.
I don't know what Roman's doing. I never saw the fake AD video. I never saw the video where the sales guys said we propped up TPG." We gave him a whole bunch of business. We told our audience that he was a legitimate dealer, and Roman trusted him 100%.
I'm too busy. I don't get to watch these videos. I'm sorry, I didn't see that. That's the
Exactly.
thing. Meanwhile, he's lying in bed watching Tim for 6 hours in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Right. Which everybody does. There's no harm in that. Tim's very, very entertaining. But
My name is Oisin Ali. I'm a Tim addict. Sorry.
Look, if what Tim was saying was actual nonsense, Paul would never even address it.
Right.
But because most of it's true and they don't know how to handle it, he has to do things like this, or he thinks he has to do things like this. It's like when Watch Nicholas says something. Nobody even watches that channel, so we never even talk about it. It's not serious. It's a clown show. If what Tim was saying wasn't true, he would not be sweating. He's sweating. They're all sweating. They won't even buy a Pepsi. The gray market. They don't have money to buy a Pepsi. They don't even believe in themselves to find an end user for a Pepsi. Things are very bad.
No doubt.
Disaster. That was a disaster.
yeah,
It was
a PR,
really, it was
PR disaster.
really. I mean, I didn't expect to be laughing my ass off. I was cooking dinner and I just kept spitting my drink out. Going, oh my God, that's gold. He goes, this is like a fucking gun that fires backwards and so on. And he's just going like, Paul, this is the way I see it. He's entitled to his opinion. Tim is entitled. Listen, there's a thing called the First Amendment in the United States, and they have it around the world. It's not special to the United States, although I will say that it is extremely solid in the United States above other countries. However, many other countries have that freedom of speech and opinion. If it is defamation or slander or libel, sure, okay, let's go through the court system. But you have an opinion. You have the right to say, listen, I think this is bullshit. That you can't fight that in court.
Paul,
I think this is bullshit. That you
Shane,
can't fight that in court.
Well, there's a lot of things that were bad in that. Like, I don't know if you guys caught it. There's two things he said. One, Roman should have just said he hired a paid actor. Oh, so you're acknowledging the video's fake. Okay, cool. Thank you. Number two,
you should work for a news channel.
And it should have said
number two. Oh, I won't acknowledge consignment. It's just some people that are bad with consignment. If people sell peer to peer, there'll be more scams than ever before. What? There's like $20 million in the last 12 months have been stolen by gray market guys because of consignment. What the fuck are you talking about? But again, sharks don't bite sharks, right?
Right. 100%. And that's turning out to be more and more real as the days go by.
Yeah.
The first time I ever said it, I was regurgitating a comment by Brian. Watch It's Brian, who appears on your show, who I respect a lot.
Wow.
And he said that. And I borrowed, sorry, Brian. I took that and I regurgitated it on several episodes. And he has no idea how true it is. It's becoming more and more true to a scary level at this point. They really won't touch each other, and it's kind of fucking crazy. It's getting weird.
Not only will they not touch each other, but the one area where Tim has actually given Paul Thorpe credit over the last couple of weeks is when Paul Thorpe distanced himself from Luxury Bazaar, or the executives at Digital Watch Vault made the decision to distance themselves from Luxury Bazaar and pull the video and pull Luxury Bazaar support.
Yes.
Instead of acknowledging that, he reversed it and said, no, I still support them and they still support me. That was the one thing that he actually did that was right over the last 2 weeks, and he reversed it.
I even said it on my thing last week. I was like, that's indicative of the guilt, but it may be a good move. It's a good move for Paul to make.
It was a good move for him, and then instead of saying, "Listen," instead he did the opposite. He said, "No, those things are in rotation. I still support Luxury Bazaar," and they still support Digital Watch Vault. It's like
Mother of
nailing
God.
Digital Watch Vault's coffin shut. It's like,
Right.
I don't get it.
Unbelievable.
I don't get it.
If Luxury Bazaar was supporting Digital Watch Vault in their videos, they'll be talking about how cool it is to put your watches into the Digital Watch Vault. They'll be like, yo, look at this. Yo, Kevin here, straight up putting a watch into Digital Watch Vault. It's so easy. It makes the whole watch ownership so much more convenient and safe.
Well, Tim, he said something. He goes, I'm not in this for the money. Then he says, you're not a businessman, Tim. You wouldn't understand. Then he says,
exactly.
what business is it of yours of how we make money? What the fuck? So what are you what are we doing? Are we going to
and not only does he say Tim's not a businessman, but then he accuses him of publicizing these events and exposing these issues for super chats to make money. Like, wait a minute, is Tim trying to make money or not make money? Does he know how to make money or not know how to make money? It's like he's talking out of both sides of his mouth.
Right. Unfortunately, he doesn't understand that he can't do that. He cannot be supportive of both sides. These two sides mix as well as water and oil, meaning they don't. Just like with O'Sheen and Paul Thorpe, it fell out. Entropy, guys. This is just two different kinds of people. There's people who have ethics, and then there's people that just think of like how to rip and shred their audience. You know, like think about it. Why do you think Nico and Paul Thorpe go so well together? Why
they don't even go that well together in the end? What did Paul get out of that? Out of burning his friend, who was me?
Well, yeah.
Favor of Nico. He got nothing out of it in the end.
Really
what the fuck can Nico ever do for Paul in the end?
Nothing.
He's not even one of the testimonials on the Digital Watch Vault. Fuck's sake. What a waste of time. If Paul could jump in a time machine, I think he would reassess his position back then when I was being fucked over by the Wizard and Nico in concert. I'll never let it go, motherfuckers. I never will. You can carry it all to your graves.
Tim, you said something to him. He didn't like it. You said, you're claiming the Digital Watch Vault is going to stop watch crime. And he said, no, I'm not doing that. Then what is it doing? And then you said it's a lost and found registry. And he goes, you don't even know what it is.
Yeah.
Well, if it's not a lost and found registry and you're not using it to try to stop watch crime, what the fuck are you doing?
Right? He's like, you're misunderstanding our messaging. You don't understand our advertisement. It's your fault. You understand, Tim? What he was trying to tell me is that I'm too stupid to understand his advertisement. Guys, like, it's not our fault. It's your fault. You're not interpreting it how we want you to interpret it. It's like, get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
What a joke.
Why don't we get to the brass tacks here?
Yeah.
In my opinion, right? Because we always have to say that.
You do.
Oh, why don't you just admit that Steve Allen took you for a ride? Let's just admit it. That maybe you got taken for a ride.
I heard that theory.
They have a 3-year runway, according to Paul. So they have 3 years to actually make money. So let's see how much cash they have.
But how do you make money?
We're not people's personal information.
Well, apparently not. So how do they make money?
Like, Paul, let me ask
I'm asking if Paul's watching. I'm not accusing. I'm asking, how do you make money? Look, I'm a moron. Give it to me. Talk to me as if I'm a 3-year-old. How does this make money? Paul, if I give you $10,000, how do I make money? What's going to happen? Can you tell me?
No. What you're doing is the designer or developers who are building this app, this website, that's the people who are making money. The guys who are writing the code. But it's a really simple website. So that was one of the things that Paul was accusing me of, like, Tim, how dare you laugh at, our sweat and blood and tears that we put into, how much time.
No, he pushed that further. He pushed that further. He said, don't smicker and laugh at people who've been attacked. By the way, I want to remind everybody that earlier in the whole thing, they were talking about migrants and Paul pointing toward migrants and people who are coming into the UK illegally. Now, Paul's entire narrative is based on the attacks that he was subject to. He was attacked 2 or 3 times, I believe, and he claims to know them. They were not migrants. The people who attacked Paul himself were people he believes are in his own industry or somewhere in his own network. So how does his migrants theory work there? He got his teeth smashed in. That's why Paul's teeth are all perfect, because they're all replaced. I know the whole story. We all know the whole story. He's very overt about it. And
Heard about
these were guys that he claims, at least he claims, were not migrants. They were not blacks. They were not Romanians or Algerians or Syrians. They were fuckhead geezer fucking Londoners who knew he had more money than them and they wanted to rip him off. Can we say it? Repeat after me.
Same people that did it to was it Edinburgh Watch? What's his name?
Right. Same
Same
fuckers.
guys.
Yeah.
They came out of that room, Paul.
Oh,
right?
he spoke to me about it privately. Paul privately, by the way, is a completely different person. And I know the man well than publicly. Yes. And so is D-Time Love, and so is Alex, and all of these characters. I'm shocked and scared. Now I'm realizing more why the Irish had a problem with the entire thing. Sorry to make it political, but Jesus Christ, I'm learning so much about the difference between these two adjacent countries and these people. Oh my God, behind the scenes, the things they say. Paul already told me personally, privately, that they were fucking assholes in the building who were other dealers that ripped off poor old Jonathan up there in Scotland. First of all, he's disabled, so he can't chase them down the fucking street. I'm sorry, Jonathan. I love you, man, but that's the truth. And second of all, he's Scottish. So fuck him. He's a Celt. And we're going to rip off his fucking money. And they'd rip off their own mother if they could. Let's be fucking honest.
Yeah. It was probably even like a deal, some kind of a deal.
I'm sure they divvied it up in the hotel room up above. I'm sure they did. Yeah, you take 10,000, you take 25,000. Yeah, of course they did.
Who was in on it,
of course they did. Jonathan tried to seal it because it's very bad egg on the face.
They told him, listen, you shut your face, maybe insurance will pay out. That's the best thing you can hope for. If you try to go public with this, you know what? Something else is going to happen.
Going public for Jonathan was detrimental because he looks like the watch dealer who was ripped off. And Jonathan portrays a kind of a high class. He tries to. He does. He successfully does.
Yeah,
a high class kind of distinguished.
He's always in a suit.
Business. He doesn't want this stain. So Jonathan made that. I had dinner with Jonathan for 4 hours. I know Jonathan. I had dinner with him out in a restaurant next door with him and his team. It's like he's not foreign to me. I know the man. He's extremely earnest and honest, and he is what you think he is when you see him on the screen. He just probably went, I made a mistake. I need to distance myself from that stain of that fucking London Watch Show, which was a cesspool. A fucking cesspool. I went to it twice. I regret it both times.
Hey, let me show you something. When I went to the London Watch Show the first time.
Sorry, I went to it once.
The first time. Yeah. That first time, one of the first people that I met that day was Red Shovel, but then after that, it was Jonathan. Actually, I met Jonathan there.
He's a lovely guy, but these guys they'll fuck each other over fuck over each other. Sorry, it's late here, guys.
Yeah.
Oyster, thanks for the 27 sec super chat. After you lost everything that you free to do anything, please rephrase that and retype it. Thank you. Ray 2 euro super chat. My name is Ray, and I'm a Timaholic also.
Also,
thank you.
My name is Lushin. I'm a Timaholic.
America No Patek Philippe, $10 super chat. Retired Redcoat comes out against new Declaration of Independence and Free Speech by verbally abusing helpless New World journalist still angry at freedom of speech. Englishman lashes out.
Oh my God, that's powerful. Can I
Thank you,
frame
OP.
that? Because that is beautiful. What he
Here,
just
screenshot this. Here you go.
there you go.
Boom.
Screenshot that. Because
OP
you know,
Jeff, $5 super chat
YouTube-
machine. Call a spade, please. Multiculturalism just doesn't work. We all wish it did, but let's be real, brother.
Okay, so the people who attacked and robbed Paul Thorpe, who were they? They weren't multicultural. What happened in Dublin recently, where children were stabbed? Who attacked the guy and the assailant and dragged him down? It was a French guy and a Brazilian guy.
But why can't it?
Why come in with your backwards fucking draconian ideas of culturalism? Bring it on, dude. It's tough. It is tough when cultures mix together. Sure, there are teething pains, you know, but you know, you can't blame crime on that. Does that mean if we remove all immigrants from Ireland, no one will ever get robbed or stabbed? Of course they will, because crime exists nonetheless. Is people want to just fucking solidify the idea of the other. I'm sorry to hear that you think that, but it's not the full truth. And in many cases, so many cases, when your house is robbed, your business is robbed, or you are robbed, it's someone you know, or someone who knows who you know. If I ever get robbed here in Italy, I fucking know it's someone who tipped off someone here. I'm not going to look to the black guy who's selling trinkets in the fucking in the piazza. I'm not going to look for some Romanian immigrant. I'm going to look for the Italiano who went, fuck that Irish prick who's up in that beautiful apartment in Salute. That's it.
Yeah. By the way, Oisin.
Has an idea of where they might end up. Why isn't he calling that out?
That's my biggest problem. Can we be logical for a minute here?
Yeah.
When someone steals a watch.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do a little chart.
Yeah.
Option 1, they steal it and then figure out where to bring it. Option 2, they already know where to bring it, then they steal it. I go with option 2. Makes more sense. Yeah. Now, when they bring it to the place, they know they can sell it because you need to exchange a stolen watch for money. Otherwise, why steal it? Who would be buying it? Is it the end user? No. Who's going to willingly buy a stolen watch? Very, very small percentage of people. Maybe none. Is it the AD? Definitely not. It's the gray market.
That's why they're so angry about that BBC documentary.
If we want to talk about stopping this, why don't we start with the gray market who's buying the watches and breaking them down?
They do it all the time, and BBC exposed that, and that's secretly the reason why they're all mad at this documentary. They never mention it. They talk about this guy and that guy, and those watches are fake. But actually, the most poignant, most cutting part of that documentary is when they visit that house that's out in the suburbs, the big house, and it's a lady, and they blur her face and change her voice, and she's part of the gray market, and she said, this is what they do. They buy a lot of stuff and clean its history.
This is my thing, is like, I mean, this is just logic, you know, and my issue started because I don't even like getting involved in this shit, you know. I mean, all of us have had our differences about the gray market. We've battled it out many times. But
yeah,
when that other guy came on and you ask him, okay, if you plan to stop watch crime, where do stolen watches wind up? Oh, we have no idea. Okay. Unacceptable. Number 2, how are you going to stop the guy who's willing to buy the firearm, which is more illegal than the actual theft, more jail time than the actual theft? How do you stop him from getting the guy on the street pointing the gun in his face? Is the digital watch vault going to do that? If I pull up my phone, am I going to say, before you rob me, just know these are registered with digital watch vault? The answer is no, because it doesn't matter already. Already it doesn't matter. It's never going to do anything. So it's nothing to do with Paul Thorpe. He's taking this personally.
Yeah.
ANG Digital Watch Vault is totally committed to eradicating international watch crime, theft, fraud, and counterfeiting, unquote. That's from the FAQ on his site. But he says that's not what it's about.
By the way, tonight he also said we're not taking and selling anyone's information, which is total horseshit because we went through the terms of agreement.
I know.
We went through it.
That's so ridiculous. That's what I'm saying. I keep telling him, he's like, look at the terms and conditions. And I keep telling him,
to be fair, the terms and conditions say they have the right to sell. And his position is that even though we have the right to do it, I'm pledging that we won't do it. So
but
that's his
pledge
position.
is worthless. You can't.
Well, the pledge is verbal and worthless.
You know what? The
True.
judge is not going to adjudicate.
It never says we're forced to sell your information.
Yeah.
That would be the opposite of that. It says we have the right to do it.
And we may.
And it also, it says it has already, maybe we've already done it. That's also in the clause. You may, upon reading these terms, it may have already taken place. But
far away, so close. 14 Canadian super chat. Money from subscriptions or advertising. I think he's referring to Digital Watch Vault. Money from subscriptions or advertising. Build it and they will come. If it catches, he's on the hope that brands, authorized dealers, and Gray will all pay to advertise there.
Yeah.
I think that is definitely what he's going for, that it's some kind of advertising play.
So if Watchbox signed on, I would never say a word again. The 1916. Why didn't he start there? How come they won't talk about it? How come they won't sign on? How come Bob's Watches won't sign on? What, do they not see the value?
Yeah.
What European watch company doesn't want? It's just his circle.
Yes.
Why?
Roman Sharf, producer Michael, and so on and so forth. Yes.
I don't even think producer
and
Michael.
Zero West of all people, guys. What are you doing? What are you doing? Sorry. Move on with the.
I would have never expected that from you, Machine.
Because I tell the stories about World War II and they're beautiful stories, and I feel like they're chasing those beautiful stories. I had no idea that they would go into that, but whatever. If I speak to them again, I'll pick it up with them. Fucking, it's so crazy.
I'm not familiar with this whole this Rolex Ripper thing. I just haven't been following it. What is this? This London ring of watch thieves?
Did you not watch the documentary?
No, I didn't watch it.
We can't. We'd have to use a
VPN to watch it. Okay, so I'll screen grab it or something and send it to you guys. It's an interesting little documentary. It's kind of dramatic, it's made for dramatic purposes. And
now Paul's saying those watches are fake and they were planted in this documentary.
And so did Nico last night, by the way.
Yeah. So that's all. Okay, so that's a little bit shitty with BBC, I guess. Let's give him that. At least, why inflate it? It's already a bad problem. No need to inflate it.
Well, the BBC don't show the watches as evidence. It's the guy himself holding up the watches. So the guy himself is a liar and a thief. So maybe he held up fake watches also, Yeah.
Investment Janitor, $5 super chat. I expect Google to sell my information. Digital Watch Vault is a scam. And by the way, the views expressed by people in the comments, as well as people on the panel, do not reflect the views or opinions of other panelists, Tim Wright or Tim Wright LLC.
Exactly.
Okay, so let's address that. I don't think it's a scam because it's not stealing money.
Right.
It's not. It's just a useless product. That's my position. So, I think we should all be very clear about our positions. The product is just useless.
Oh, that's what I said.
Calling it a scam.
Nobody said it was a scam. Buckley, this is the thing. This is Paul Thorpe is trying to misdirect and trying to say stuff, trying to put words into our mouths that we didn't say. Nobody said. I said the NFTs that CRM jewelers are selling are probably scam. I said they're probably scam. They even themselves,
in your opinion,
they themselves even admit this is something that's usually a scam, but not today. No, not in our situation. Okay,
gotta be careful with the word scam. Let's just, if someone disagrees, they want to come on and explain why it is a scam. Fine, but I don't think anyone on this panel thinks it's a scam. We just think
it's a weak product with
Listen, I think,
terrible.
listen, let me just interrupt and just say that the word scam can be used in multiple ways. In no way, just by using the word scam, are we implying that someone is intentionally defrauding someone or committing a criminal act. That's not the intent of the use of the...
It's not even illegal to use scam because it's not a legal term. Scam is not a legal term.
Yeah, what we're simply implying is that it's a shady practice that and that we don't agree.
You know what? I think we can even call Watchbox a scam, and it wouldn't be, technically speaking, it wouldn't be illegal. Or we could.
Why would you do that though?
But we don't want to do that. That's the thing. We wouldn't. I'm just saying we can call it a scam if we wanted to. We're not calling it because we just don't feel like calling it.
Listen, Paul, for several weeks now at this point, has been alluding to certain legal action. Right. Because he, when you say something that's empirically untrue, you may be up for a liable.
These are opinions. We're expressing opinions here that they seem like scams. That's all. That's all Tim is saying.
You know what? But you know what opinion Paul Thorpe expressed? He expressed an opinion that when Rolex was going to end their lost and found register, that it's going to cause the watch crime to increase. And Paul Thorpe said, I predicted it was going to happen, and it happened. Insinuating, in fact, that Rolex
intentionally
this watch crime by ending access to digital watch register. That is insane. Like, he could actually be up for some
scandalous accusation. Tim G, by the way, $2 super chat. Digital watch fault. What the fuck? Why? So they know your inventory?
Yes, I mean that's how they make their money. I spoke about it at length with quote unquote John last night. There is an honest way to do this kind of business, but then I pointed out to John they wouldn't go for it because there isn't enough money in it. They have to gather people's information. This is the way that they do it. You create the need for the product and you provide the solution, and therefore you make the money. That's what's sinister and dark about what Paul's been doing. He's been heightening the paranoia about watch crime and then providing the solution. It's Machiavellian and many other things. It's dark. So
a lot of other big words.
A lot of other long words that I can't say right now.
Hey, guys,
Looking Glass.
Open a can of Negroni to my favorite, one of my favorite characters from San Francisco, Christopher Negroni. Cheers to Negroni from Tip Top Bar. Tip Top.
You can get a Negroni in a can. Holy shit, that's a Negroni! Look at that.
Hell yeah! Look how badass this thing is. Yeah, it's from a plane. You can't buy these. It's illegal.
The only ice in that, maybe. I don't know.
Tim has 64 of these stashed on his back shelf.
I have a stash. Every time I fly, I grab like 4 or 5 of them. It's like Negroni, please, and I just keep them for when I need a Negroni. Right now, I need a Negroni. Tip Top.
Another great drink that's similar.
Cheers.
Another great drink is the Milano Torino, or as they say, mito, which means a legend. You're a fucking legend. You're a mito. Me being Milano and Torino, mito. The Milano Torito. So the Milano is the Campari and the Torino is the vermouth. Without the gin, it's a Negroni without the gin, which, let's face it, is the ugliest of the three sisters there.
Wow.
That'll make you like punch people on the fucking train and shit. Like gin makes people crazy, right?
Oh yeah.
The dry gin, vermouth, and red bitters, which is Campari, basically.
Exactly.
Gin makes me punch people.
And shout out to one of our most supportive Italian American contributors, Looking Glass, $5 super chat. Finished watching yesterday's show. You did great, Tim. Have to go making pizza. Just wanted to give you a hat tip.
Thank you so much, Looking Glass.
Ray €2 super chat. Say dog. Not sure what that means, but thank you for the €2.
Yeah.
Nicholas Berglund, 20 sec. Digital Watch Vault needs tons of staff to sort out real ownership.
I know, right? How would they ever be able to legally be able to sort out ownership. Digital Watch Vault relies on the idea that all parties are going to be cooperating. But the truth is, people are going to try and find a way to use Digital Watch Vault to sell fake watches.
Well, he's taking something that's on the back end and he's trying to say it's prevention. It's not prevention. There's two forms of prevention: insurance and a gun.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the only two things you can do. That if your watch gets stolen, at least you get the money. Or violence. He's trying to say that if I plug my watches into this place, put all my information in, somehow it's going to help. It's never.
Buckley, do you even know what it does?
And then he said, "Why am I?"
don't. That's the problem. I don't think it does.
And then he said, "Why are you laughing at this, Tim? What do you want from me? That's the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life. It obviously makes no sense. Everybody can understand it.
It's strange. It's a I don't know, just poor marketing. Like, why not just say, listen, what this is we hope to make a 5%, 10% difference in getting your watch back. Okay. All right. Maybe I'll try. 5%? I got a 5% chance?
It's like a bounty.
Don't say, like, look, eventually everybody's going to join and this will stop watch crime. No, it's never going to stop.
Well, most importantly, like the service pertains mostly to the people who are victims. You know, if your watch is stolen and you still own the card in the box and you run home, maybe you get on the Digital Watch Vault right then, and then you register and you put in your serial number. Why do they need all the information of all the watches of all the guys out there
up front?
Exactly. What they're looking for is data, and it's very, very valuable data.
Yeah, you could see who's buying what, how fast certain models are moving, what types.
Oh my God, you're getting the market of men who have these watches. That means they have a couple of cars, they have a big house. They've got. That's the prime market. Look at YouTube, what they do. When I make a video, I get high CPM, cost per mille. Why? Because I'm talking about Rolex and AP and so on. Why? Because they know that they're on. The target market is men in their 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s who have money versus some kid who's talking about rock and roll or the new Drake album, and he's not going to get the CPM because why? Because it's kids and they don't have any money. So the ads they target to those kids are different. They're for skateboards and for other shit, and they just don't pay as much money. Rolex come in and Vacheron and various other and even smaller brands, and they pay top dollar to Google because they say place our ads in front of the men who are watching fucking Jenny L, Adrian Barker, and all the other people. That's how it works. It's the same thing. So what they have is a list, just like Google, just like Facebook and so on, gather lists. They have a list. It's smaller than those other lists, but it's really fucking valuable because it's men in their 50s who have 18 beautiful watches, 3 cars, a yacht, and a couple of mansions around the world. Boom. Beautiful. They can sell that for top dollar in the data world.
Yeah, I don't know why he's, it's just interesting to me. Like, I'm an idiot. I don't know how any of this stuff works, but the community is people that for fun buy luxury watches. So they make a lot of money, which means they're probably intelligent. Paul, what the fuck do you think they do for a living? You're going to get found out.
And also,
like we're the problem. We're not the problem. The problem is after the show is over, all the people who work in tech message us. The problem is after the show is over, a guy with the intelligence of John gets on and goes, actually, this is all bullshit. Like, this guy, not him, the gray market, do you understand who's buying the watches? These are not 15-year-old morons.
Yeah.
Buckley, they would have been more successful just being honest about what they're trying to do. Like, it would work better.
I know. I feel like people would just say, okay, cool. Like, I'd like to get a part of that. But instead, you're covering it up.
$5 super chat. Just a real quick catch up on the super chats. $5 super chat from my watch channel. Oshin interviewed a woman from a company already doing what Digital Watch Vault says it will do and says how hard it is. And
that's the watch register.
the watch register, correct?
Yeah.
That's the real deal.
Yes, they've been established for many, many years. I did that interview many months ago on Serious Watch Talk, and she spoke about how it's so difficult across different borders. They have all sorts of difficult legal ramifications and so on. They struggled as it is. Yes.
Well, Shane, you know what I think we should do? I think we should extend an olive branch to Alex, the watchmaker, in case he wants to switch sides.
Yes. I'm behind you. I'm behind you on
that. Alex, if you feel like Paul Thorpe has been, and his shenanigans with the digital watch vault, have
you're ready to come clean and expose the truth.
If you're ready to come to, and be on the side of the watch enthusiasts and collectors again, come back.
He has 1,000 reasons, least of all which, but still strong. Yesterday, Nico was talking about being a watchmaker and showing watch straps and bits and pieces hanging around his house. This is the kind of thing that a board-certified watch mender like Alex Foti would throw up watching.
I think Nico lost his mind.
Watching
no
that.
way.
This guy's passing himself off as a fucking watch maker is what he said. Meanwhile, Alex doesn't even get to say he's a watch maker. He's a watch mender, and he is board certified, and has all sorts of heavy equipment and so on. And has done years repairing Seikos and so on. I'll throw out that olive branch to Alex as well. If you're watching Alex tomorrow when you're driving to work, yes, come over to the other side. What Tim said is absolutely brilliant.
Fuck those douchebags.
We know you have a lot to say. Now I know the thing in the middle. I know what's getting in the way, and that was the guest after Tim disappeared. But you should recalibrate, or at least that's my advice.
It's all so out in the open.
It can only be good. It can only be good, Alex. It can only be good.
The audience will take him back.
We had 25,000 people watching every fucking Saturday night when we did our Serious Watch Talk. Now you're back to 12 people. Think about that.
He stands so much to gain, nothing to lose.
Yeah,
it's just a waste of time being friends with Paul Thorpe.
Andrew Volkovich, $20 Canadian. Smart people realize that you are known by those you have or currently associate with. Then stay away from any hint of scam or scandal. Then there is the Gray Market posting pictures of dinners together.
Just to chime in, guys. Nico qualified his definition of watchmaker to say there are many definitions. Well, yes, if you're going to be Orwellian about it and change the definition of watchmaker to include changing the battery on a quartz watch, well, then fuck me dead. I'm also a watchmaker because I used to work in my dad's shop.
In fact, there's more watchmakers in this world than there's people.
Like Orwellian, great word. Everybody remember that. Beautiful word. Well done.
Shout out to the Metaverse for joining us tonight.
$50 super chat. Oh my God, PG. $50, guys. You guys don't get it. Page 912, section 12A, subsection 15, Roman numeral 11, and I quote, invisible shield will envelop said watch and protect them from theft. Said watch and protect it from theft, foreign and domestic. This shield, if broken, will take watch to the closest gray market dealer. Learn to read, JC. Boom!
He wrote said perfectly as well. That's fucking amazing.
It's fucking magic.
The crowd and the audience are incredible.
PG is the king. Thank you so much, man. Dr. Bob's Nightmare, $5 super chat. I'm having coffee in a Tim Wright mug. There is no hope for me. Save yourselves. Thank you, Dr. Bob's. Lefty in 1999. It's like a $10 super chat. This is to Buckley. You say the people that have money are sophisticated. I submit to you, the two business guys that gave TPG watches after thinking he is cool from TikTok.
That's
Right.
a terrible argument.
Well, not all people
I could say people who generally exercise, they're in shape, and then one gets hit by a car jogging. What are you gonna like? I don't understand that point.
happens.
Like, yes, people with money generally have an education to make that money, generally make better decisions. That's just.
I think your argument is that my argument is that
here's my argument. My argument is that there's 437 people watching, and let's use the other
upvote,
side.
guys.
Terminology of the other side, right?
Upvote the live stream.
They think that everyone watching you is a moron, and I'm telling you that I've met people in the community that are faceless that would blow your fucking mind.
That's the thing, right?
Right? They are not morons. They are not morons. And I'm not taking it out on Lefty 1999. It's a fair argument. But okay, would you rather the gray market guys who are basically pawnbrokers developing tech? That makes more sense. Let's go with the pawnbrokers that are doing tech. That makes a lot of sense.
What Buckley just said that this is in reality.
By the way, while I'm at it, Oshin,
this is the smart people.
I'm a rock star. Last night I figured out how to play Guitar Hero.
Oh yeah, Guitar Hero. You got your rhythm together.
Basically, I'm an expert.
Easy level.
You're already a rock star in all.
Give me a break. Give me a break.
Okay, medium. Okay.
I think what was disappointing was Paul clearly wasn't prepared to listen to your answers. He had an axe to grind. He had his notes. He was there just to punch you down. You didn't insult him once, Tim. I mean, despite the provocation, you didn't insult him once, but he went there. And I find it hypocritical that he at one point criticized OC for criticizing all of Paul Thorpe's viewers as being
a long time ago.
It's a long time ago. But then he was okay to criticize all of your viewers as being morons, thickos, or whatever. And I think when he was, I don't think he understands that what freedom of speech actually means. It means that you also have the freedom to be offended. And he's a Fulham football fan, and I made this point, and Dee managed to read out part of it. That as a football fan, you go to the matches, and when your team are not doing well, you criticize the footballers. The footballers can't turn around and say, you have no opinion because you're not a professional footballer. That is for the birds. And then if you don't believe that we have the right to make light of a situation or make parody of a situation, intermixed with a bit of fact and comedy, then you can cancel any satirical program on the TV. Get rid of Jimmy Kimmel, get rid of Stephen Colbert, get rid of whoever it is.
They can't. The argument that I don't understand why Tim laughs, and then say, "Well, I never watched the show, so I don't understand what it's about."
Yeah,
you can't have it both ways. You can't say, "Listen, I don't understand why you do the things you do," and then never watch the show or claim to never watch the show. You'll understand that it's news, watch reviews, unboxings, industry, current events, mixed with personalities, characters, shtick, some jokes, some clever trolling. It's an entertainment program. Yes, the goal is to entertain the viewers, and we do that through comedy, we do that through satire, we do that through watch news, and yes, watch advice. And the advice happens to be pretty damn good fucking advice. Don't consign your watches unless you know absolutely sure. Don't let people slow roll. You don't give people watches on terms, and make sure you're buying from a reputable source. And they don't like those kinds of messages because they want more flexibility to take your watch, pretend that it's part of their inventory, and do whatever the hell they want with it.
When you think about the stance that he's taking is quite fascist. That is, Tim has every right to speak his opinion and talk about things that he thinks are good and bad in the watch world, provided it's not complete lies. By trying to shut him down and tell him he's full of shit, he doesn't even understand how fascist he comes over. That's fascism, guys. I'm sorry. But you silence your opponent
It's what his
now you have a problem.
bought
This
him
happens in the
for.
news world. This happens all around the world where people get to say, this is what's really happening in that region. This is what's going on with the president or blah, blah, blah. You don't get to say you can't speak. You shouldn't speak. You should shut up. You don't get to say that.
Yeah,
You don't,
but when
I'm
you
sorry.
but
We live
when
in
you say,
democracies in the modern Western world. And that's
but
it.
when you
Oh,
do say
shit.
that, and you're and the motives are clear that you're trying to silence those who are exposing the truth. Like, let's talk about a recent example when we all saw that Roman sheriff put out a copyright strike on Timepiece Vigilante, who
Yes.
exposed
Twice.
and listen did a
Twice.
public service by showing that they faked an interview with a Rolex authorized dealer, something that frankly Rolex should sue these guys into oblivion over.
Absolutely.
Okay, and then Roman launched a copyright strike. It failed, and now Paul Thorpe's going to lecture Tim Wright on free speech and who can be in the chat and who can't be in the chat, and blocking people left and right in his chat. Listen, those in the gray market who think they're going to silence those who are defending the interests of the enthusiasts and the collectors they're sorely mistaken if they think they're going to be successful.
Because it's all going to blow up.
We need to highlight this. Before you move on, what he said was, I think Roman should have been upfront saying that it was a paid actor. Number one, you just confirmed it's an actor. Number two, it's not a paid actor. It's the guy you hired for marketing within your own company.
My question: how long?
He fucking said that 2 hours ago on the stream, guys.
Yep.
So he knows. I mean, this is not little shit. This is
and
a big
why
deal.
he doesn't run a mile. You know, when I saw him disappear, I said it already. When I saw Roman Sharp's testimonial disappear, I thought, good move, obvious but good move. Instead, now he's doubling down. Now he's going, oh no,
the
he's
opposite direction.
Circulation. Now he's back in the testimonials. That fucker is back in the testimonials. Good look.
This is not a little thing. This is like fraud. I don't know.
By the way, Georgia Mondani is in there as one of the testimonials, and I think she lost all credibility, if you don't mind me saying so.
Well, after the Stefano the scammer wizard scandal, she definitely lost all credibility.
Mi dispiace, Georgia, ma te che sbagliare, Dio cane.
Exactly what he said. By the way, the two people who were on her site were Timepiece Gentleman and Wizard as Mondani trusted dealers. Where are they now? Gone. But
all of them turned out.
But this is an example of this is what happens when you trade your integrity for a $250 sponsorship.
No,
that's what she fucking did.
I confirm, just to be clear, was TPG one of the trusted dealers in Mondani?
Yes. Yes, it was.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I think Roman put
Roman is still a trusted dealer.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, she answered me when I said, I have many emails, guys. I can compile them all and send it all to you in a PDF. When we were discussing many times that whole thing, she was like, listen, I don't even know this fucking guy. I just take Roman's word.
Yeah. And she was besmirching the character of the crazy guy on YouTube and Instagram.
That's you, OC.
That's you.
That exposed Stefano. That along with Oshin and Salt Lake City watch collector, became public. But she did everything possible to go to Roman and say, Roman, give me the backing to say that Stefano's okay. And Roman said, yeah, of course, he's my guy, no problem. Don't listen to these people; they just made it all up.
It's a shame. Colin Alsdair. 10 pound super chat. Thank you so much, Colin. Shame on brands like WC and Vacheron for putting hard-working watchmakers out of business with their interchangeable strap system. Why has nobody spoken?
I saw Nico grab a bunch of straps in a plastic bag. I couldn't stomach much of it last night, guys.
You should auction those. He has thousands of dollars worth of straps.
He's like, look, I have straps and I change watch backs and so on. I'm a watch mender. I wonder what Alex Fody had, because Alex, I have a soft spot for you. I'm sure you probably threw up in your mouth watching that guy say he was a watchmaker.
But that's the thing. Because we were making fun of Alex a little bit because Alex calls himself a watchmaker, and we were like, is he really a watchmaker?
Mender.
How many watches did he make? How many
Mender,
movements?
he understands the 31, 35 movements like on the inside. The man can change a hairspring on the inside of a watch movement. I would never take that away from the man. I never did. It never even came close to
No. Look, I'm just saying. This is what I was thinking. This is what I felt. But now seeing Nico brag that he's a watchmaker really fucking put things in perspective for me. If I have to call Alex a watchmaker and Nico as not a watchmaker, then so be it.
You know what, Tim? I've got something to admit to you right now in front of the public. I changed my strap on my Speedy earlier tonight. I'm a watchmaker. God damn it.
There you go.
Shino Mali,
full transparency.
A watchmaker.
I didn't see last night's stream. That's why I'm not saying anything.
I thought you did really well. Nico came in hot and heavy, but you managed to sort of engage with him in the conversation at least.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah. He tried to. Same thing. They all tried to strawman you.
Yeah.
You know what it is really is that sorry, Carolyn. We'll get to it in a second. We love you. But what it is like Nico would never stand for that horseshit. That was Nico's stance in the first place. He hated Hublot because it was masquerading as a luxury brand, but it really wasn't, and so on and so forth. And now, like this guy, and then he went after the New York guy, Trax, for this stuff. And then he comes in with his little quartz piece of shit. It's like, dude, don't you have any honor? This is the honor you built your brand on. And it's not too late, Nico, if you're watching. We shook hands in Dublin, man. It's okay to say, you know what? No, I stand with the real watches, with the real guys. And I had a momentary lapse of reason. That's all.
He had a moment of weakness, the temptation to make quick bucks.
That's okay. We all have those.
Cancel it. He can still cancel this project, refund everyone the money. He could still do it. He can still
come out on the right side of history.
Yeah.
Most of these guys can. Most of these guys can. Alex included.
Yeah,
come out on the right side of history.
I wanted to ask you about this because it seems to be simmering down a bit. With O'Sheen, are you more irritated that you think he headed up his crazy behavior on you, or are you more irritated that the voices behind the curtain were edging him to do that? Because he might have character flaws, as we all do, and maybe his temperament was to act the way he did. But maybe he would have never done that if he wasn't manipulated by other people.
You're 100% right.
So maybe we should confront him and say what he did was wrong. But maybe we should be more irritated that world forced him to do that.
Always been my message. Nico's a bulldog. He's a Doberman. That's the way he's always been that way. This is the kind of character he is. But the others who are apparently my friends didn't help me. They didn't say, hey, stop, and so on. That was the real crime that happened. Somebody talked about on the Eyebashers the other night, the accused with Jodie Foster, the girl, and she's assaulted in a bar. And the guys who wind up, certainly the rapist, goes down. But other guys who were cheering the guy on and made him feel okay to do that went down just as hard. They got sentences too. Nico, I know Nico, and I know what he's capable of. Nico, if you're watching, come on the stream and have a heart-to-heart. We shook hands in Dublin. It's okay to say, listen, I'm a fucking bulldog, and I go ape shit on people who owe me money, and I just go hell for leather, and I fucking dox the shit out of them. This is my way. But the other guys surrounding him who aided that to happen, this has always been my problem. I think aiding and abetting. Yeah, you hit it right on the head. That's always
the reason why I'm saying this. The reason why I'm saying this, if being honest, is other than the incident with you, and now this quartz watch that it's a stupid watch.
Right.
I don't think many people find much issue with Nico.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong there. Can I stop you? First of all, Red Shovel said there was an issue, and when I had my issue, I was contacted by a lot of people in the Netherlands, where Nico's from.
Okay, so I don't know any. I don't know.
Okay, so there was a lot of stuff, and they knew a lot of history about Nico, and it all made sense why he moved away from the Netherlands, went to Belfast, and
Well, everyone has
changed.
a past. Oh shoot.
Okay.
Yeah, everyone has a past. He moved away and he went. So the
Yeah.
whole thing came out because they saw me as a huge victim, and they went, you know what? Let me tell you something about this guy. We know this guy, and they fucking knew him from before. Okay. Now, if Nico was to just go, yeah, listen, I'm a fucking maniac. It's okay. Like, this is what I do. Everybody loves me for it or whatever. Cool. But yes, it was just the mega disappointing part for me was my apparent friends didn't protect me. They didn't say, hey, lay off, motherfucker. You're up to no good. Give me a little time to pay it off. Blah, blah, blah. It was all like, oh shit, this guy's got more subs than him. I'm going to rally to the guy with more subs. And did it pay off for them? Not at all. And I warned them. I told them, this guy ain't going to, it's not going to be worth it for you guys. Don't do it. And they still fucking did it. That's Spencer Dreyer, and Paul Thorpe. Both of them, make no mistake, Spencer Dreyer and Paul Thorpe. So Nico, if you want to come over to the light side of the force, you're welcome.
The light side.
Hey, George, just a second. Let me read these super chats real quick, and I'll let you speak. Carolyn Martin, thank you so much for $20 super chat. She says, Tim, I just watched Paul's stream. May I say in a non-condescending way that I'm so proud of you. You handled Paul brilliantly. Well done. Thank you so much, Carolyn. I thought we were going to have an adult conversation. Paul decided to do like a gotcha.
You did a great job. You did a great job.
Yeah, he tried.
Didn't work.
Approach. He typed it out.
It was so funny because he brought up clips and then didn't say anything. Didn't even comment on it. Just
I don't even.
Say, like,
if I could speculate, in my opinion, I love how we have to always use my opinion. I don't even think that he prepared those notes.
Oh damn!
I think it was someone else.
That's not Paul's style. Paul's never prepared like that. He's always kind of like whatever. He was reading. He was reading a little packet that was typed out.
Oh my god!
Clips ready to go. Have you guys ever seen a guy with clips ready to go? Have you ever seen Paul act like that with clips ready to go? With speeches, it felt like the speeches were prepared.
Well, of course they were. That was obvious.
Very interesting.
It didn't seem. I mean, maybe he's capable of doing that. I'm not saying he's an idiot and he's not capable, but it was very much like, Paul, this is not even.
It's not. He's not acting.
This would be me trying to be nice on the stream. Like everyone knows it's bullshit.
Interesting.
In fairness, Paul does script out his videos. Whenever he does his videos, they're scripted.
But he scripted out a live stream in a confrontational battle. It was like a debate, a presidential debate with no. I don't know. It was weird. Like Tim walked in and was like, "Hey, Paul, let's talk about it." And then Paul was like,
"Paul, sprung a trap when I walked in.
You are a piece of shit, and I hate what you did. How do you respond?"
But I got the evidence to prove it. Are you ready? I'm like, sure, whatever. You stay by everything that you said in the past. I'm like, oh shit. I talk a lot of shit.
I thought a concerted group effort maybe to put that together to try to get you.
Look, at least he didn't have the nipple video. I thought, okay, maybe he's gonna play that, but he didn't play that. So you know what?
Try to undermine your character.
Look, clearly,
Chavez, $5 super chat. Paul will not sue Tim because the discovery process would be severely damaging to him. That's a door Paul does not want to open.
That's usually the reason why people do not want to proceed with legal proceedings, because once discovery begins on both sides, they don't want that shit opened up.
That's so silly.
Age-old problem.
Against me? What did I do? What did I do?
No, on his side, what Chavez is saying, he goes after you for one thing, and then the discovery process, your lawyer discovers.
He's gonna get annihilated in discovery.
And then then the court look at him and go, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
Because I'm not like I couldn't care. Like, there's a lot of people who have conspiracy theory that I'm out to get Digital Watch Vault, but honestly, I just think it's funny. It doesn't
even make sense. That doesn't even make sense, because let me speak for Timmy for a second. It would benefit Tim to be friends with Paul and to get paid for the sponsorship. Barossa and Digital Watch Vault are not competitors. They are different products.
Yeah.
Okay, let me say it again. For all the people who are like, what about Barossa? You are comparing a sneaker to a work boot. Different fucking thing. So Tim could get paid from both. A nice residual income every single month to advertise.
You could have been a millionaire.
I could have been a millionaire. Yeah.
They're not the same product. They have two completely different functions.
That's a quote, by the way, for everybody watching. That's a quote from Spencer Dreyer. You could have been a millionaire, Tim. Yeah, you could have been a millionaire.
Oh, it's like it was yesterday. When you say it in Spencer's voice, it's like it was yesterday.
Let me be clear again, because I know people are going to say, you're saying it's not a competitor because you're saying Barossa is so much better. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying they're not a competitor because they're
completely two different companies.
Two completely different functions.
And this is what I'm disappointed with, is that Paul tried to conflate the concerns around the Digital Watch Vault, i.e. the contradiction between what he publicly said and what he says on his website versus the terms and the privacy FAQ. That is what we pointed out. Now, he has admitted that is clearly a mistake. That he used a data privacy agreement that they just copied from somewhere else. It's standard documentation. Okay, he admits that mistake. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Let's give him the benefit of that and say, let's see if he is going to correct that to address those issues.
But
he
Alex
refused to accept that the Barossa or whatever has never said they're not going to sell your data.
Alex.
They've been upfront about it from the very beginning.
Alex,
like I said,
you're right.
In my opinion, we're speculating. Just keep in the back of your mind.
Yeah.
I don't think Paul prepared that stuff.
But think about it this way, guys. If you want
make any difference,
that's going to be profitable. But think about it this way, guys. If you want the company that's going to be more profitable, right? And if both companies depend on selling your information to become profitable, and Paul Thorpe is pointing out, like, hey, look at this. Barossa is going to be selling more of the information. Well, but if both business models depend, I don't know. Again, I don't know how Barossa is going to work.
We're speculating, aren't we? So
we're speculating. But by those metrics, that it would make a Barossa more profitable company. And I was saying, like, I'm struggling to understand how Digital Watch Vault is going to pay for itself, because they say they're not going to sell. They can't not sell the information, and at the same time,
Tim,
make all this money.
It's real simple. If everybody got on board with Paul, you'd have hundreds of thousands of people registering watches very, very fast, and they could see everything. All you need to know is to see all that shit and hold it. Just to hold that information is worth money. So even if he's going to say, I'm not going to sell it, okay, but just know, we all know.
What about the partners? What about he had business partners? We had to sell it. We needed 20,000 to pay this month's server fees.
It doesn't matter. Everyone just needs to know. The company Digital Watch Vault, if everybody were to use it, is holding a very valuable thing. Now, Paul's saying he would not profit on that. I don't think he'd be able to resist. Can I go with that? In my opinion, can I just say, I wouldn't listen. No. Forget about Paul. I wouldn't be able to resist. I wouldn't be able to resist.
Guys, what have you done? What have you done? Why have you driven my good London buddy to madness? Why are you picking on my friend Paul? Shame on you. May God forgive you. Leave Paul the fuck alone, all right? If any of you cats say one more bad thing about Paul, I will put the wrath of whoever.
You know, I'll make a statement right now, because I got.
I'm gonna take full responsibility. If I had built the Digital Watch Vault and everybody's information was safe and it was built the right way, I would sell that information, and I would do it. I would do it. I could go from 0 to 20 million. I would do it. Tim O'Sheen, maybe you're better than me. I would do it. And I think most people would. So if a guy is a businessman, he's saying, Tim, you're not a businessman.
I'm not.
A businessman has one function: create a business that makes money.
Yes.
Otherwise, you're not a businessman, right?
Exactly.
So if you're not making money,
business.
so it's a non-profit, Paul? No, it's a business. Well,
and to Alex's point, thank you for saying that, by the way, Buckley. That's strong. To Alex's point, I get a lot of, pushback. Oh, Oisin hates the Brits because he's an Irishman. There is no better person to take down a Brit than another Brit, because they're the sharpest people in the world. This is why they own half the fucking world for so many centuries. They know, and all you need is another Brit to tell the other Brits, yeah, you're full of shit. And I respect you for that, Alex. That's fucking awesome what you said.
Can I just say something? Sorry to interrupt you, Oisin. Something that above and beyond the watch bowl and beyond Paul's rant with Tim and his disagreements, which seems to be going on forever. Something else that really hits home and pisses me off, because I face it on a bi-weekly, let's say, thing, is this whole concept that London is a cesspit and is crime driven everywhere and you can't wear your watch. It's got to stop. It's got to stop, because when I'm sitting in a cafe in Dubai and a guy says to me, am I okay to take my watch to England? I said, what are you talking about? He goes, I'm going up north. I said, take your watch wherever you want. He goes, I'm thinking about getting a Cassia. This is not, I know there's crime in England. I know there's crime in London. There's also crime in Manchester. There's also crime in Birmingham. There's crime everywhere. Do you know what? There's always been crime. But we got to relax with this. And if Paul's watching, mate, I love you to death. I love what you do. You did put out good content. You seem like a genuine, nice guy. But we got to pull back from pumping London is a cesspool, because it really isn't. It really isn't a cesspool.
He can't pull back. Even if he believes what you're saying, he can't for his business.
Oisin, I understand that and I get that. But what I'm saying, there's a large portion of this audience that is actually British, okay?
Yes.
And they're sick to their stomach of hearing this, and I am as well. And the second other thing I want to say is that these people that are doing these robberies are not immigrants. These are local boys that are suffering from poverty and have got perhaps a broken household, that this is all they know. Unfortunately,
or immigrants who are under.
There's no fucking immigrants
under the poverty line.
Oh yeah, that could be it. It's
a poverty line, not an immigrant crime.
It is correct. But what I'm saying, do you really think that all those jokers on that BBC show were real guys? They are not real guys, because those guys are criminals. They're criminals not just for watches. They're criminals for many different things. Yeah. The criminal people do not segregate. These guys will just steal watches, and these guys will just do coke deals, and these guys will just rob people in their houses. They do everything, and they're never going to go to the BBC. Biggest lump of shit. Get that out the way. That's a fake show. But my main thing is I'm sick to death of people saying to me, is London safe?
Well, last night I was speaking with John.
I'm not just sorry, actually. And I'm not just saying it's Paul. I'm just saying the whole industry, watch industry, they got to stop it. I'm getting sick of it. It pisses me off.
You heard the statistics last night. You have more chance of drowning in your own swimming pool or bath. You've 1,000 times more chances of dying in a car crash and so on. People happily get into their cars anyway and speed. It's a crime, sure. There's a crime problem, but it isn't the thing that's being sold to us, which brings us back to the idea of create the problem and provide the solution, which is the dark side of what digital watch vault is to me.
I'm a big fan of what Paul's achieved by being able to gather data from both sides of the pond. But I said this on the stream about six weeks ago. I can't see how that works in a retail environment. In a dealer environment where dealers interact with that data, it's priceless. But I wouldn't say he's got a shit product. I just think it needs evolving, and I'm not going to comment on that product because I've got no right to comment. It's his thing. Let him get on with it. But I'm going to say this for the last time. I'm sick to death of people making London sound like the end of the world. And people are getting stabbed every minute of the day. If you really want to look at things, why don't people look at Paris? Paris is double the shit that goes on in London.
Yeah.
You know, you got to be subjective. Get away from this London thing.
Enter Pierre, who has a digital watch vault from Paris.
La Vote.
Jean-Pierre, digital watch vault. We need to protect.
Yeah.
Well,
That's a good
okay,
point.
George. The point I think though is that yes, as a proportion of population, the watch thefts are very, very small. 6,000 in London, 11,000 UK wide. Okay, as a proportion of people visiting London, it is tiny.
That's my point.
But the issue is the rate of increase in watch-related crime is okay. It's coming from a very low base, but it's double-digit growth. It's 65% increase from 21 to 22. And if that trend, if nothing gets done, then today it's not necessarily a problem. Tomorrow it's not necessarily a problem, but the day after tomorrow may start becoming an epidemic because we're not seeing enough police presence on the streets to deter these thieves.
Is that what
hasn't
it
the
is?
problem already solved itself? Like the watch market is slowing, and they're getting
No,
desperate.
that doesn't matter, in my opinion.
No?
I don't know because,
No?
like, think about it. Like George said, if there's a gang, right, or there's just a criminal enterprise, whether they're human trafficking people that are going to steal the shit or they're stealing it themselves, they don't care if this is 25,000 or 20, right? It's faster than robbing a gas station.
Right.
And the price they're going to get for it's probably not different. The scumbag pawnbroker that locks up shop, lets them in the back door with the box of watches they stole across the week, he's just going to pay him $5,000 a watch. He doesn't care, right?
Yeah. So in other words, if they rip some guy off and they used to get 10,000 for that kind of watch, but now they only get 4,000, it's still 4,000.
It's still 4,000. You know how many people you'd have to rob and what dangers you'd have to take to get $4,000? You can't even get. I mean, I don't want to speak for London. I don't live there, but around where I am, you can't even really find 4,000 in cash in most small businesses.
Let me ask you this. Why is Paul so angry, and other grey market dealers, why are they so angry at that BBC documentary? Because it portrayed...
I didn't see it.
You didn't see it? Okay, well, why are they so mad? Like, as far as I can see, it plays into their narrative.
You know why? I think actually because they like to control the narrative. What is responsible for the watch crime? Authorized dealers, Rolex. They don't want it to be just like BBC did not offer any solutions. They just showed a glimpse into the underbelly.
That's all it was. It was a glimpse.
Yeah. It's just a glimpse. It showed
29-minute thing. It wasn't even that long. Yeah.
They didn't say that we have a solution. They just said, "Hey, look, this is what's happening in the underbelly. Take a look at this." And that's it. And they didn't play God and thought that they know how to fix this necessarily, because the solution to the watch crime is a lot more complicated than Paul likes to think.
We have John in the chat, by the way.
Hey, this is our John. Let's drop the link for John.
It looks like him. It has he's not going to come on live. He's not going to come on live.
Okay, let me read the super chats then really quickly. America, no Paddock, thank you so much for 20 memberships. Again, this is second drop he did. America, thank you so much. We got a lot of new viewers watching today who tuned in for this after show after watching my interview.
Did Brittany get a membership?
Subscribe.
By the way, somebody outlined that Brittany keeps getting fucking slammed. She keeps getting a membership. She's secretly watching, which I think is
she's a huge fan of this show.
Yeah, she's a big fan. This is great stuff, Britt.
Yeah, she's my
Jump
girl.
on the screen.
Come on the screen, Britt.
Come on, Britt.
Oh, it's okay. It's so cool.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
So cool. Brittany, in fact, I should contact her to see if she wants to do a collab video soon.
You should. You should. I don't think anybody hates that girl. She's great.
She's cool. She's cool.
Yeah.
I wish
I gotta go. Take care, guys. Keep it up. Speak to you soon.
Okay. George, good night.
Good night, guys. Good night.
Ray, to your super chat. He says, "Danger, you ever try remove eggs from octopus's mum?" It's dangerous, apparently.
Thanks, Ray Ray, for super cryptic.
Yeah. Eddie's watch is $10 super chat. Tim's lawyer fund. Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna need that. Maybe.
You might.
But like, come on. Like, why is everybody? I don't even have anything. All I have, all my worldly possessions is a couple of these watches. Why are all these multimillionaires coming after me with lawsuits?
If any lawyers have been contacted, they shut it down immediately. They went, who are you after? What, this guy who has a little YouTube channel?
He's got nothing. Yeah.
Tim, you're the Serpico. You're the Serpico of the watch community.
Hey, Serpico, that's a great reference.
That's what he is. I mean,
yeah.
I don't like Tim. I don't like kissing your ass. I don't want to be that guy. You know, but
I never asked anyone to kiss my ass. Nobody should
no,
kiss my
you
ass.
are. You're kind of the guy.
All I want you to be honest with me. I don't give a fuck. I don't want people kissing me. I want people to be real with me. That's all. Did I ever ask anyone to kiss my ass?
No, it's not even you. But this is what I was trying to make with my point before: is it's not Tim. Just look and look. I'm an idiot, right? I'm riding on everybody else's successes, just hanging out. But there's a lot of people in our chat, and people that come on the panel. Like, these are fucking crazy, awesome people. Like that guy John is in the chat.
John,
I listened to John on Oshin's podcast.
Yeah.
That's the type of guy that if I was at a dinner table with him, I would just not speak.
Whoa, look at this. He says, fantastic job, Tim. Officially a fan as well. Wow. You showed everyone why we only let professionals conduct interviews and interrogations. Associate with Buckley's honesty almost as much as it did as with the Day. Cheers, boys. Whoa, shit.
This is for John. This is a Nazi lover.
Can I just elaborate? Can I just elaborate on the point that Oshin made? You know, it's not about immigrants. It's not about what ethnicity you're from. It is about how poor you are. Because you go outside of London, if you go to Glasgow or to Scotland or any town in Scotland, it's all white people there. So the crime that occurs there, the drug abuse that happens there is mostly native Scottish people. It's not. Don't allow this narrative that's been perpetuated by the press in the UK, which sort of drip fed into people's ears to sort of say we need to move out of the EU to deal with our own bloody problems. Don't fall victim for that sort of narrative. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. We always point to other strangers when we actually should be looking at ourselves and saying we have failed our people by not giving them the education they need or the role models that they need to be able to make something of themselves. And in fact, M in the documentary said pretty much the same thing. He said, like, I went off the rails because I wasn't shown the right way and I was suckered into this life at the age of 12, 13, 14.
Bravo. Here, Alex. I'm a fan of yours even more now. It's a poverty line. Poverty line is the problem.
Exactly.
Yeah. Nathaniel Hannon, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. You know what? I wanted to add to John because it's the reason why I was able to do what I did today is because it actually goes back to Chloe. Oshin, remember when the Chloe thing just exploded, right?
Yes.
I had you on, and then I had this big fight with Chloe. I was emailed. I was told to tear down the video, or I'm gonna be sued.
It wasn't her. Right? It was a new boyfriend,
or whatever. Yeah,
whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. That was the first time. You know, it freaked me out. It was scary. It was really scary. But you know what? Like those type of experiences, they built me up not to be afraid to express my opinion, especially when I know I'm right.
Can we just let's not get crazy. Let's just. Are we gossiping? I don't think we're gossiping.
Nobody's gossiping.
We're talking like just for what's his name?
We're talking industry.
Manster. Oh, okay. $20 million has been stolen from gray market dealers. I'm sorry. Gray market dealers have stolen $20 million through consignment and other various scams in the gray market from people like us.
Yeah.
So that's why we're talking about this. And if you're Paul's friend, we're talking about Paul because Paul will never acknowledge that. He's going after Rolex and blaming them.
He went after Tim tonight so much harder than he should have gone after Timepiece General. He should have gone after Anthony hard. Instead,
the way he prepared the questions, the way he prepared clips for me, he never prepared anything like this.
Nothing.
To interview Anthony,
he was on the sidelines. It wasn't taking anyone's fucking watches or money.
Zero prep. When it's Anthony, zero prep. Easy softball interview questions. When I'm on, it's all gotcha.
Yeah.
Why were you laughing at digital
watch your mind? Because you get to speak your mind. Like what? You're just speaking your mind. That's all you're doing. Sharing your opinion. This is a thing. I don't know what planet Paul's been living on, but this is a thing that happens around the world. Above all, in the United Kingdom. Hasn't he ever heard of the press in the United Kingdom, the Sun, the Star, the tabloids saying, oh, that Natalie Portman slept with her dog, blah, blah, here's the proof, blah, blah, blah. He comes from the place where it was kind of born and then adopted in the United States later. Are you kidding me? People get to speak their mind. Now, if it's libel and it's complete lies and it's provable and it's damaging, you can move ahead with a lawsuit. And good luck with that, by the way, because then
there's no evidence that I want to have any ill will against Digital Watchful. I literally explained exactly what my problem with it is.
These guys want you and me and other people to shut our mouths. That's what they want.
Tim and O'Sheen, you guys are. I'm going to make a prediction. I think you're going to find yourselves maybe 6 months from now, could be sooner, in a very interesting situation where you're going to see the gray market go after each other. And that's going to be interesting to watch.
The sharks are going to turn against.
I think so. And we've already seen it. We've already seen CRM go after Roman Sharf a little bit.
Yes.
Recently.
True. Yeah.
And as things get more tough and they need to fight for ground, because Rolex is going to eat their lunch eventually. I mean, the writing's on the wall. So while that's going on, I think you're going to see them go after each other. Because if you think they turn these personality traits off on each other when it comes to money, I think you're wrong. I think they're going to go after each other. It's going to be very interesting to see what goes on. It's inevitable.
Well, I was told, I'll give you inside info. I was told by D-Time Love back when things were good, that when Spencer got the idea that D-Time was his way into legitimate watch dealing, like they could hold Watch Pro events, etc., at the place. D said, but what about Paul saying this and that? And Spencer said, never mind him. Never mind, Paul. Let's do this thing. That's what D said to me. Scout's honor, guys. Everything I say is fucking 100% true. I have no reason. There's no gain. If anything, I have a loss to say these things.
I know. Oh shit! Did you notice
they're trying
to come after you? They're trying to smear you.
Oh, they smear me. Yeah. It's the first thing they try to do.
And they try to get me to answer some questions about some numbers, and I'm like, well, and their video proved nothing, just proved that you have an irregular upload schedule, which you do. And at the end of the day, what are you trying to gain? Does O'Sheen have a digital watch vault of his own? Does he have an NFT?
I burn my own numbers for fun. I said it to Dirk last night. Before I went live, we were talking about him doing this thing, and I was like, "Well, I'm going to talk Israel Palestine because I don't give a fuck. I'm going to lose fucking."
She's like, "Yeah,
I don't give a fuck. I burn my subs. I don't give a shit. I don't care. I've never occurred." So that's the thing. I'm a wild card for them, and so are you, Tim. And that's the reason why you were on his show tonight. By the way, you're the wild card as well. you kind of, you need to earn a living, but you're
I
also
will never be bought again.
no one's pocket. You're in no one's pocket,
Yeah.
and that's threatening.
Oh, they hate it. They hate it.
It's a famous quote from Easy Rider, Jack Nicholson. They'll go on and on about individual freedom, but when they meet a free individual, it scares them. And this is what's happening. You're seeing it in real time, right in front of you.
Oh yeah, they're terrified. They're terrified of it.
So
Pulley!
one thing I noticed from
Yes.
all this conversations between Paul and yourself and all that sort of stuff is that I think what's lost is the nuance in difference between defamation laws in the UK and the US. In the UK, if you're accused of lying, right, and you did it maliciously, you have to prove that everything you said was actually true. This is why a lot of cases are placed in the UK, because it puts the onus on the person, on the newspaper that printed that article, or that person said whatever they said. In America, it's the other way around. You need to prove that what was said was false.
Exactly.
So and I think that the American audience on this stream obviously understand it from their perspective, and obviously the British contingent understand it from their perspective. But when you're trying to talk cross purposes or cross boundaries, you get this nuance that is a little bit difficult. So I think Paul was escalating, inching towards, I'm going to sue you, I'm going to sue you, I'm going to sue you. Based on UK law. But that's, I said was you're not under jurisdiction of British law. That's the thing.
I'm not under jurisdiction, and what I said was correct.
Listen, you guys all know I can say lots of disparaging things about the United States. We all can. It has its faults, certainly very large, including Tim can say many things. But you can't fuck with their First Amendment. Boy, oh boy, you don't fuck with that, because they are protected by that right above all things. So do not fuck with that, and do not even imply that you're about to fuck with that. Never.
And here, when they changed the legislation about what you can say, hate speech and all that, the first people to come out against it were comedians. Their ability to actually speak truth to power and satire was under attack, and people have been cancelled because that people are coming out and saying things that we like to joke about, but we wouldn't dare say in front of other people.
Yeah, I can't believe how many people were willing to side with Paul on, in the attacks against me, even if they thought I was wrong what I said, even if they disagreed. I think they still should have felt like, hey,
listen, Paul can repudiate all your claims all he wants. That's his right. He can repudiate and rebut at every corner. That's fine. That's his right. But he cannot start implying that there's going to be legal implications and so on. Go fuck yourself. What, you're going to limit people's speech about their opinion about things? First of all, you got the horses for that. You can prove that everything that was said was untrue.
That money should be better used to advertise the digital.
You don't want to bring that to court. And no fucking lawyer will take your case. They might take the first half of it and say, listen, I'll write a letter and take their $1,000 for that letter. But they're not going to bring it to trial ever. Even in the United Kingdom. It's the United Kingdom is still pretty good. I mean, The Guardian faced this problem. I read an article about The Guardian and all the lawsuits they're in as well. They have to defend their right to speak their opinion and publish certain, they have to protect their sources and so on, and they can't reveal their sources and so on. There's a lot of stuff going on there. But bring that to the United States. Good luck to you, man. Good fucking luck. You've got to the first thing about a defamation lawsuit is truth. Is it true or not? You better be able to show that it's not true, or you're going to be handed your ass in a court of law. And because the Americans don't touch their First Amendment, do not, or their second for that matter. Don't fucking go near them, because they will fucking hand you your ass in a high hat. That's it.
The bar is very high in the UK. I mean, like a couple of weeks ago, Dyson took the Mirror News Group to court for saying something libelous. Even though they found in favor of Dyson, they said, no, the Mirror Group did not do it maliciously, so therefore case dismissed, go away.
Yeah.
Pooley, thank you so much for gifting $5 Tim Wright
We're not
membership.
fucking
really
Saudi Arabia here, guys. Sorry,
yeah,
I'll-
this is
I'll be
not.
right.
No, I mean, listen, it's true. It's true. This is America here. We live in United States of America, a freedom country. I think everybody listen. If Paul is free to say things that are so ridiculous, like that digital watch vault can solve violent watch crime, then I should have the freedom to say that that's bullshit because I don't believe it. Like I have seen no evidence that it would be able to do that. Dr. C, $5 super chat. In Paul's world, you can just ban all defamation. It's pretty snowflakey for a man of his age and apparent transparent stature. I know. Look, it's like, listen, this is a debate platform. This is the beauty of YouTube. It's like a online what would you call it? Like a town square. It's an online town square. Okay, I present my ideas. You present your ideas. If you think I'm wrong, then you can prove it. If I'm wrong, I'll apologize for it and I'll take it back. Like for example, I never meant to call Digital Watch Vault a scam. Never called it. I still stand by. I don't think I ever called it.
It's not a scam. It's just not. It's not a useful product,
right?
In my opinion. Prove me wrong.
Right. Exactly.
Listen. I've spoken. I'm right outside New York City. I got a lot of friends that are cops. I've asked them how this shit works and who's doing it.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe it's different in London. Okay. But it's never going to make a difference. It's never going to make a difference. I don't know why we have to like dance around that. It doesn't matter if Paul's a gentleman. I think Paul's a gentleman. I've said it many times. I'd go to the bar with Paul, get drunk, and then we'd split a pack of Newports. I would do that with Paul. I'd also sell your fucking data. I'm with Paul.
Paul is a businessman. You know what? I think a lot of people wouldn't mind just saying, "Hey, Paul, you're free to sell my data all you want. Just be honest with me that you're selling my data to keep this thing running." Right? Most people wouldn't care. I don't know why Paul has to lie to his audience and say that we're not going to do it. Just don't talk about it, man. Anyways, Baba Yoda, £5 super chat. Well done today. Don't like what you said about Nico's watch, however. I'm very happy that I bought one. No, please, come on.
No way.
And I'm far from a child.
No.
That's the funny watch, dude.
Seriously?
Return it.
How much did he pay?
It's like £1,000.
Not £1,000, wasn't it? 993.
It's not too late. It's gonna be worthless. You're throwing your money down the drain. You could feed some homeless
Look
with
at the
that
real
money.
PRX.
You could actually use that money to help solve watch crime.
If he spent 750, he would get the real PRX. That's automatic. That's a beautiful.
I know. Save money. Get the automatic one. You know, I can. My wife can have it painted for you. You want those two middle fingers? Send it over here. I'll have the roommate take out the dial.
There's literally only one reason why he would do that, and that is because he loves the fuck out of Nico.
That's okay.
The only reason you would do that.
That's okay.
Okay, fair enough. Okay.
By the way, guys, Timepiece Vigilante released a new video. Watch Expert exposes Luxury Bazaar Fake AD Part 2. Do you guys want to watch it together?
Sure.
It just came out. I'm going to drop the link, guys. Make sure everybody subscribes to the Timepiece Vigilante. He brings in the spicy videos like this. Okay, hold on. I need to.
This is the guy he was shut down with.
He got a strike from Roman.
He got two.
2 strikes. Yep.
Now, Tim, this video is 3 minutes and 34 seconds. Can we get?
We can watch the whole video, maybe, or like 3 parts.
Let's do that.
It's a Christmas miracle if that happens.
Let's do it. Come on.
If we get a super chat, we'll watch it without interruptions.
If we actually have to, if we actually have to pause, but don't pause 7 seconds in.
Okay. Because Oshin has to go to sleep as well. He said he needs to leave, so I'll try to do with minimum interruptions. Okay.
Now he's about to light up another cigar. We're good.
We are finally out of YouTube purgatory with a follow-up to the alleged fake authorized dealer video. To recap, the earlier videos were fictitiously copyright struck by Roman and his team. They had 10 business days to file a federal lawsuit, which they failed to do so. This was after sending me a very threatening legal letter stating that I defamed them and damaged their brand, and that I should remove all content and cease communication or face legal consequence. Given the legal path failed, they are now trying to change the narrative and imply that they used Avi to better protect their AD. P.S. If it wasn't Avi or it was done genuinely to protect your AD, why threaten legal action and claim the videos? It is really odd that they are now claiming that this was an additional layer of protection, considering Roman had this to say.
Guys, I promise you, and I briefly mentioned in a couple of my previous videos, that we're actually going to take an actual Rolex AD, bring him in here, and interview him.
And I'm just going to pause it here because Paul Thorpe earlier today said they made it. Paul Thorpe implied that they made it so obvious that it was not a real AD, that it was only missing a caption or something like that. But here they are claiming that it's an actual AD.
It wasn't me that interviewed him. It was actually Adrian. Obviously, we blurred the guy out and changed his voice up and so on and so forth to ensure privacy.
If you recall, this clip was included in the previous video. If they claim this one, I will re-upload without it attached. Roman clearly emphasizes these caveats on it being a real AD and their measures to protect him. They have gone to all that trouble to state each of those, yet we are to believe that they simply forgot to say they used Avi as an additional measure?
Devastating.
It is incredibly ignorant of them to think we are that stupid and appears to be another example of backtracking on their part. Their first reaction was to get the account deleted. Once YouTube restored it, they falsely claimed both videos. They then sent a legal letter and now are trying to say joke's on you guys. Do you think we are that stupid to make a mistake like this? So
yeah, if it was all a joke from the beginning, why put the strikes on? Like why try to scramble and cover up?
Which one is it, Roman? Did you try and fool people? Did you forget to state you used an actor or Avi? Are you making this up as you go along? I am sure you can understand why people think this whole thing stinks. The optics are terrible and your fans deserve a clear answer. Not one that seems to change every other day. To make things even more intriguing, we have had Nico Leonard and Paul Thorpe try and downplay this situation in the last 24 hours. Both have said that Roman and his team simply forgot to mention that they used an actor and that it was an error on their part. Nico even mentioned that Roman may not have known and that given Avi is the head of marketing, this is all on him. Jesus Whilst Christ. Those points might be fair and valid, let's not forget.
Whoa, that's devastating.
They're not fair and valid. That's fucking horrific. But yes.
Okay. Now okay. All right.
Let's finish this up. Finish this
Roman's comments a little earlier.
Listen.
They stated every other caveat and layer of protection, but conveniently not this one. The comments from Nico and Paul, along with the now deleted comments by Luxury Bazaar on IG, seems like a pretty clear-cut confirmation that it was in fact Avi. So if Roman and the team knew this, why go ahead with the claim? Why try and shut it down? Logic tells me it's because they got caught and realized that they likely committed fraud. Again, this is an opinion, so please make up your own mind and share your thoughts down below. There is so much more to come. This space is filled with idiots and time's ticking away.
I'm going to drop the link to that video in the chat, guys. Make sure you
have two Gray Market guys saying they should have said it was a paid actor. So you're admitting, not only you're admitting, but now Nico says that Roman is incompetent of running his own company and that Avi, you didn't look over what Avi was doing before releasing a video that says sitting down with a real Rolex AD? He's that incompetent? You shouldn't even be in fucking business anymore.
He didn't even do it like apart from Roman. Roman actually said, we sat down with an actual AD and we covered his voice and his face. He was an actor in the whole thing. Are you kidding me? These guys, Jesus! You shake their hand. You gotta count your fingers in your hand when you take your hand back, in case you lost a few. You cannot trust these guys.
You know what this makes me think? Honestly, all the other channels that have had interviews with Rolex ADs, are they real? Are they even real? I don't know. Maybe this is something that the gray market passes around and says, hey, this is a good idea for viewers.
How many can you think of? I can't think of any others.
Hey, Paul Thorpe always attacks authorized dealers.
Yeah, but Paul Thorpe never had an interview with an AD all blacked out with a low voice.
Yeah.
Buckley, can you think of others?
I feel like he did something like that at one point.
Well, he read out a letter that was sent to him from a supposed AD.
He read out a letter. So okay, so now
maybe all those letters.
Now, okay, so it was a letter. My mistake, guys. Before you,
I'm just curious. You know?
But if it was a letter, now I have to wonder: is that even real? Because Tim.
Yeah, no, it's fair enough. I want to see the letter too.
Tim,
you know how?
We're on here every night. We talk about the ADs and the games. You, OC, Boston Collector, myself, Diego. We've never had a single person that has left an AD reach out to any of us to say, "Let me tell you about the fucking snake pit." They don't do that.
I'm not a chump. You know, even when OC brought the victim of the timepiece gentleman, and I haven't seen any evidence that this guy was actually a victim, I wanted to ask him some questions to confirm that he actually a victim. Like I don't take anyone at their word, even the people that we should obviously just trust on their whim. I don't trust anybody.
I have a big issue with this. I don't know. This was like the night that Paul, I forgot what night it was. It was one of the feuds we had. And on our channel, Nico was saying, I spoke to Roman about the Wizard months ago, and he said no go. And at the exact same time on the other channel, Roman's saying, I'll tell you what I tell everybody. I have done business with him. I've never had a problem. Therefore, you shouldn't either. At the fucking same time, 2 different streams. So you're willing to tell your friends about the scam artist, but you won't tell the public. You won't tell us. You won't fucking tell us. And this is what happens.
Yep.
Paul, this is why it happens, Paul, is because all your friends, Paul, are fucking liars. And they want our money. They want us to come to them to buy this instead of waiting on a list for 2 years to buy it from Rolex. Why am I going to give a liar my money, Paul? Answer me that. Why am I going to give a liar my money? There's no, oh, I don't know. Every single one of your friends, slowly, is a fucking liar and a hypocrite. And if you can't see that,
he backed up. It's a bad bunch to back. You know, like they're unfortunately for Paul, he's backed these particular crowd.
I'm saying
he should know better that they're full of fucking shit, and it's bound to show its face at some point.
Let me go a step further.
Paul had good intentions in the first place.
Let me go a step further. We're getting so mad at Paul, I think, because we all like Paul and expect more.
Yeah, I like.
We're not even trying to talk to Roman because it's like, you're just going to be a shithead, no problem. We don't even want to deal with you anymore. Like you're in that, like we don't like TPG, but we like Paul, so we're going hard on him. He's taking it like, oh, you hate. No. The opposite.
I'm going so easy on Paul because I love him.
The opposite is true. We actually really like you, and we're disappointed.
Yeah,
that you're doing this.
Yeah,
I don't think that.
That's the fundamental issue I have with Paul, because I like him. I
want to see a world in which Paul Thorpe and Oshina Mali are smoking cigars together.
Alex finishes.
Let me just finish my point.
Sorry.
The thing is, and I've tried to ask them this question on his own stream and when he's been on here, and that is, you're quite happy to go look, and I'm all for it. Go in at the ADs, go in for the manufacturers, the police, the politicians, if you want to be hung on your cross by immigrants, so be it. But at least be equally critical of the grey market, or at least the bad eggs that are in the grey market. I think that for me, and he admits he won't talk about the grey market because of whatever
code,
and that's the sticking point.
Yeah, and
you've just articulated it.
He's got the thumb on the scale, and therefore he never talks about stuff that we are talking about. Because if an AD is shitty, we'll point it out. Buckley has many times. If Rolex is being shitty, we'll point it out. The police are being shitty. But we also equally have the right to criticize the grey market. And yet Paul refuses to even entertain the idea that maybe some bad eggs there.
You know, a great advisor gets ahead of the issue. Think, rewind a couple of years when everybody thought TPG was the shit. And Paul, having the experience of the years that he has and so on, being senior to most of us, okay? Imagine he came out and said, listen, guys, I know you love this dude and he looks like the shit, but I've got experience and I tread lightly with this fella. Imagine he just said that. Not even like, don't trust him, don't buy his watches. Just my advice to my people, the watch people, is tread lightly, because, you know, I've been around the block a few times and I'm not sure about this dude. And then the dude turns out to be exactly what he is. Then we'd all be at Paul's feet going, you were fucking right. We should have taken the advice from our senior, from our elder, from the guy who knows the shit more than anyone else. Instead, what happened? He sides with the grey market. It's his Achilles heel. It's the worst Achilles heel I've ever seen in any human in my life. And I've been around the block a few times too, and fucking producers and promoters at venues and all sorts of shitheads in the music industry. My God, I want the music industry to take me back at this point. I'm fucking out of here. This is rife with fucking criminals, this watch world. How can a guy with moral substance that he appears to have say, oh, that guy in the street with a machete, that guy with the fake bills in an envelope, they're all fuckers, and turn a blind eye any time a fucking grey market dealer or anyone close to them does anything wrong? This is our problem with Paul.
Can I give you an answer? Can I give you an answer?
Please.
It's speculation. So before people put on their tinfoil hats, right? Maybe he can't. O'Sheen.
Yes, that's okay. That's okay.
What do you mean? Paul has come on this channel before in the past, and someone would have to dig up the stream.
You mean he's afraid?
He has said that he has basically said to Tim, if I were you, I'd tread very lightly, and you should understand that talking about certain gray market dealers doing bad things may be life-threatening. He has said that.
He said that to me times in private. In private, he said
that. So maybe
he said it on the stream as well.
Maybe Paul is. Listen, that's another thing we don't really talk about because it's all speculation. It's conspiracy. Maybe Paul's in a really bad spot. Maybe there's some real fuckers over there in London that he can't talk. I mean, look, O'Sheen, if there was a guy you knew of that was going to come to your house tonight and put a bullet in your head, and you knew he could do it because you spoke out about something, maybe you don't.
Yeah.
I think he should make a video about those people that are trying to hurt him.
And I think that's my point.
Well, I'm a crazy cunt and I'd wait downstairs, with a gun.
Just saying, you gotta understand.
Nico,
I know what you mean.
There were people coming after O'Sheen, and O'Sheen still did those live streams where he exposed.
Oh, yeah. I had plenty of threats, and they knew my address and everything.
Paul has had his teeth knocked out by people he knows, right?
He knows.
Yeah.
So maybe
not immigrants.
Maybe those people he knows have said, Paul, don't fucking do that because you know what'll happen.
Okay. Well, let's take that then. What is Spencer? What are all the other grey market dealers? What's Roman? Did Roman say to Paul, stay in line or I'll fucking come to your house with my Russian mates?
You think
Roman said a guy did what TPG did for $10 million and threw himself off a roof.
Threw himself, yeah.
So let's again, I'm going to take what Paul, because he actually was on the stream and he alluded to that as well. He said
Paul wants to join us on the stream. I'm going to drop the link.
Let me just finish.
Paul?
Let me just finish this point, and then I'll
real
jump
Paul.
off. So you can't if you are scared because of what might happen to you, and you've sort of admitted to that as well. That is fine, but then you also have to accept that people will not necessarily trust what you're saying is fully measured, because you're missing one vital piece of the puzzle, which is the gray market. You can't have your cake and eat it.
Well, listen, I was threatened too. I was told that there are Russian. If I mess with Roman, I was told there are Russian thugs that will come and take care of me.
I got that threat too. I
Okay.
just got that the other day.
Oh, there you go. You see it. So we got the same threat, and
Yeah.
I'm not afraid of threats personally.
Yeah, but you've never had your teeth knocked in with a pistol. For
Not
a
yet.
lot, so.
Not yet. I'm looking forward.
Hey,
to
I've had guns stick on my face, and I've had my head kicked in by many of.
Yeah, but
Many
Oshie,
of
I'm
those.
just gonna say you're just fucking crazy. Let's just say Oshin's fucking crazy. Tim, for all the other normal people, Paul has had that happen to him.
Yeah, that is a shame.
pretty
That
crazy.
is-
So,
I
Of
want
course it's a
I want him to retell us the experience. How it went
no,
down.
that's not. Come on, that's not fair.
No, it would be an interesting story. What do you mean?
no. But I'm just saying there might be. I'm not going to protect Paul because I'm disappointed. But there
Yeah.
might be a little bit of a gray area here.
But
Fair.
let's be clear for a
He
moment.
lives in Brighton, after
The
all.
crux of the argument is if you're going to protect people from only 70% of the crime, and you're going to protect the other 30%, or shit, and arguably that's
The other 30% does the crime.
does the crime. You know, some fuckhead with a machete on the street is only a tiny, tiny percent of the people doing the crime. Meanwhile, timepiece gentlemen and other folks ripping people off is a much larger animal to deal
Yeah.
with, and you're going to protect them. Then you can't claim to be protecting anyone in the first place.
Exactly.
This is the crux of the argument. Correct?
You know what? Maybe
our
you know, getting punched in the face and getting a watch stolen on the street might be a little bit easier to get over than sending your entire watch collection that you hope to retire on to a timepiece gentleman who then runs away with it.
Well, we know for a fact that happened. And
Yeah.
some of those guys were rich, wealthy. They can deal with it, and that's an argument, a separate conversation.
That's a timepiece gentleman argument.
Should the rich, the timepiece gentleman argument, should the rich be is it okay to steal from the rich? Some people in there, that's all they had. They had 2 Daytonas, and that was their life investment, and they sent it to that fucking motherfucker, and it's gone. And now they're telling their girlfriend or their wife with 2 kids why all the money disappeared. We don't know all the backstories behind all of these people.
No, we don't know. I'm still very curious as to why did TPG all of a sudden take $3 million from consignees in a 2-month period of time? Because that's what he did.
They were threatening his life, probably. Let me just catch up on super chats real quick.
I think he borrowed money from somebody who's very dangerous, and this is speculation. I think he borrowed money from somebody who's very dangerous to get himself out of a bad situation, and taking money from the consigners to pay that person back may have saved his life. I think the scam, this consignment scam that's going on around the world, is a group of criminals who maybe tell Paul Thorpe, shut the fuck up.
I mean, that's a possibility.
Why is this? People can't believe that this could be true.
Why?
Have you ever heard of the Mafia, La Cosa Nostra? Have you ever heard of what they did? They built New York. They built the whole fucking city. The whole
I've
thing.
seen the trailer to what's that Brighton film?
I don't understand.
Did you see the trailer?
No, but I don't understand why this is such a conspiracy and why this is so hard to believe. It's already happened. Oh, you talk to him.
Oh. Hey, Paul.
Hey, Paul.
Can you hear me all right?
Wish we were talking under better circumstances.
Yes. Buckley was just defending you for like half hour.
I'm not defending. I'm disappointed with Paul. I'm not defending Paul, but I am giving him rope because I don't know his situation. I don't even know if he can talk about his situation.
But Buckley is a thinker. And I always appreciate a thinker, someone that thinks outside the box, someone that actually can assess the situation and look at it from a different perspective. And I think that I was just off the bed, but it's Buckley that's prompted me to come on. And I'd like to thank him for thinking outside the box. Something that you guys don't understand, and that's not your fault, but something that you don't understand is that when you talk about the grey market, I don't really think you understand the market. Let me give you an example. I was at the Munich Watch Fair last weekend, and there was probably 500 dealers in the room. Do you know how many knew me, let alone knew Tim, for example? Do you know how many knew me? About five.
Yeah.
5 or
It's
6.
all new blood. It's completely different now.
This is a different world that we live in right now. And one of the reasons that I get frustrated is because there are many things that I would like to say. There are many things and times when I would like to protect people. There are many times when I feel I could have done better. But as Buckley rightly says, I have a life to lead. I have a family to protect. I have daughters. I have grandchildren. And you guys do not understand some of the people that are involved in any industry where there is big, big money. Now, the people that I associate with and the people that I've always associated with and the people that are like my trusted dealers and, you know, are people that I know that have integrity, that won't get involved in any shenanigans. They don't get involved in the darker side of the business. But there are people out there. And I will say this to you, that since I've been doing YouTube, I have had more than one very serious phone call and warning not to tread in certain areas. And I'm not stupid. As much as I love the people out there in the watch community and as much as I want to protect them, there are limits to my bravery or insanity, depending on which way you want to put it. And Buckley was really, I know he's bang on the money. It's not that I will protect the grey market that I know and love always, because the grey market that I know and love and spent many years in is full of honest, decent people trying to earn an honest, decent living that do their best for their families and their customers. That's the area.
Oh, the grey market that you know and love is dead. The new grey market is time for these gentlemen.
Tim, it's not dead, Tim. You're right and you're wrong. There is a new breed, unquestionably, but it's not the new breed that I'm talking about. Some of these older dealers that have been in the industry for many, many years and are using money from other industries, other areas, whatever, and Usheen would be the closest to these people geographically, right? And I don't want this to give people the wrong impression that or to enhance the impression that the grey market, the pre-owned market is dodgy. It's not. It's like the world of, let's say, professional boxing. The vast majority of it is clean. The vast majority of the fighters don't take drugs. The vast majority of the fighters don't cheat. They don't put horseshoes in their boxing gloves. But there is an element of criminality in any sport, in any business, in any industry that is very, very dangerous, because not because it's watches, but because there's big finance involved. Now, I know the limits. You're right, Buckley. I'm the experienced one. I'm the one that's been there, seen it, done it, worn a t-shirt. I'm the one that have watched dealers been killed for doing the wrong things at the wrong time to the wrong people. I know the limits. I had a friend who was shot dead in the face. I know the limits. I know the lines, and I will push the boundaries to protect people wherever and whenever possible. But the one thing that I won't do is put the life of my family or myself at risk. And I won't do that for anyone, because I love my family dearly. And by the way, I don't fancy getting into trouble myself. I'm not a young man anymore. I've got better things to do than to try and wind people up who I shouldn't be winding up. So when maybe you guys sometimes expect too much of me, but I'll forgive people for that, because what I've just revealed right now is I've never spoken about before. I don't particularly want to speak about. It's a little bit taboo. It's not very sensible.
Well, it makes sense to me. You know,
but doesn't it contradict the aesthetic? You're out there to protect people from scams, from people who are doing wrong. You're out there to protect regular watch owners. Meanwhile, the real predator, you can't say anything about. So therefore, isn't everything you say kind of moot?
No,
because really, at the end of the day,
yeah.
the guy with the machete on the street is 1 in a billion or 1 in a million or whatever he is.
Yeah.
But the real predators, and we've seen many of those actors recently, are guys that you just can't speak about because, okay, you may be saying that you're scared of that there's a threat. Shouldn't the public know that the real threat is bigger than the guy with the machete on the street? The real threat is an Anthony Farrer or Roman Sharf or Wizard or whoever's protecting
they're
these
one-offs,
people.
and I wouldn't call them dangerous. I wouldn't describe.
You wouldn't call Anthony Farrer dangerous with 5 million?
Not physically. I mean, he's not. I don't think he's a.
What I mean is for their watches. That's what I meant the whole time. Is like you're out there to protect people for their watches. Aren't you posing that issue that this is what you're up against? This is how to protect yourself. Meanwhile, the biggest shark in the pool are friends of yours, or maybe people who have threatened, or maybe not friends, people who have told you shut your fucking mouth. Now, aren't you in a dilemma there? Perhaps this is what's happening, and perhaps
the dilemma is, and it's what's that noise?
What is that noise? It's OC. Your microphone is.
Thank you for muting yourself. Perhaps the dilemma you're in is right there, that you can report about certain things, but the biggest offender, the biggest threat,
you got conflict of interest,
can't talk about, and therefore you're not in the position to be telling anyone what they should do and not what they should not do.
Well, that's like saying that, just because you can't warm it. Shane, I get what you're saying, but
listen, Paul. Let me cut to the chase. If Anthony didn't get taken down recently by the bureau, right? We all believe. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, brother. This is what we all believe. He would have been one of your testimonials. If he was still on the up and up, he would have been one of the guys on your list, along with Roman Sharf, along with all the other guys.
Roman's not even on my list.
He is still a testimonial. You said it.
Sorry. You're talking about testimonials on the
digital watch.
Okay, sorry. I thought you meant
which is your baby. So he's definitely part of the list.
It's not my baby. I'm part of the baby.
Well, then you should call those guys in the morning and say remove that guy, because that guy has been vouching for people like the Wizard and for TPG.
I think the other conversation is probably more interesting right now. Now, what you say about the bigger picture with the real sharks, as you call them, right? Let me explain something to you about the real sharks. They actually don't have any effect on the watch community, none whatsoever. And this is really important that you guys understand this, because I'm telling you something now that I don't think you'll know much about. In the US, in Italy, in the UK, wherever you want to talk about industrialized Western countries, right? The people that put money sometimes into the watch business and the people that they get to run they're not a threat to you or to the average watch buyer. They're not selling stolen watches. They're not doing anything wrong, particularly. They sell good watches at fair prices. It's where the money comes from to fund those purchases that is potentially the problem. So, for example, let's just play devil's advocate. Let's just not talk about anyone. Let's talk about this little group that's on the panel now. I'm a big time gangster, a drug dealer. I'm this, I'm that, and I'm a vicious, nasty individual. And I'm trying to clean as much money as I possibly can. I know. How about I go into the watch business? So I give Sheen and Buckley $1 million each, $5 million each, and say Go buy some watches. Become a watch dealer. You go out, you're decent guys, you go out, you buy loads of watches, you do the right thing, you sell those watches in a legitimate business. There's no problems with the watches, there's no problems with your customer service. But you try and screw that business over, it won't be a Sheen or Buckley that you're answering to. It will be me.
That's my thing, Paul.
Now, does this make sense to you guys?
Yes.
Yeah, you've alluded to that before as well, Paul. So I do appreciate you coming on and reiterating that point.
Well, I think there's times that watching you guys tonight and listening to what you're saying before I go to bed, and as I said, I can honestly say that it was Buckley's comment that actually made me come on, right? You know, I can't be the world's policeman. I can't solve every problem. I can't.
Listen, Paul, I'll offer you a compromise. If you ever have a tip on anything that you yourself don't want to touch, just pass it over here. I'm on the other side of the ocean. I can say whatever I want.
It's not about that. It's not about the public. It's the public aren't being hurt by these people. This is the important part. The public are not being hurt by these individuals. They don't represent any threat to the watch buying public. The watches they're selling are clean. They're fine. There's no problem.
But they're laundering money, Paul. They're laundering the fruits of criminal enterprises.
Well,
the gray market.
You know what I'm saying to you is that, and it's yeah, but I see it's not just the grey market of watches. It could be cars. It could be anything. It could be anything that is legitimate. The number one aim of organised crime is to cleanse their money. That's the part that they have problems with.
I think we can all read between the lines of what Paul is saying. I don't think we need to beat up on it.
Do you want to spell it out first, Buckley?
Well, it's the thing that. So, Paul, you don't have to say anything. You could just look cool, and we'll figure it out. What never made sense to me is why did TPG rip off? He's the only one, to my knowledge, that had ripped off the end user, besides the wizard.
Yeah.
Why did he do it all in a 60-day period of time? I happen to think someone may have bailed him out, and that person is one of the people you're talking about. That's my theory.
That, honestly, I will say, because I've got nothing to hide there, I have no idea about that. So I have my own theory about Anthony, and I will say it again and again and again. And I don't care who hates on me for my association with him. I'll say it till I'm blue in the face. I never, ever once, apart from Frank, who I'm afraid I didn't take seriously. And the reason I did speak to Anthony. I was the only one that bothered. I spoke to him and I said, Anthony, what the fuck is going on with this guy, Frank? And he said, oh, Paul, he's a nutcase. He's been to jail. He's stalking me like what's Nicholas. He's a fruitcake. He's like mad. He's crazy. Look at this. And he sent me a screenshot of Frank's prison thing where he'd been done for armed robbery and all this. And I went, all right, fair enough. Because no one, I'll say it a million times, was coming to me saying, Paul, Anthony has ripped me off. He's not paying. He's not doing this. If that had have happened, I would have dropped him like a sack of potatoes. But it never happened. It never happened to Roman. It never happened to me. It never happened to anyone.
But you also never inquired, Paul. See,
Tim, I've just said I did inquire.
All right.
Yeah, when Frank came to you, you could have said like, "Hey, Frank has these kind of allegations."
Yeah,
if anybody else had similar experience with
Tim, I did. I went back to Frank, and do you know what? It was Frank that actually went cold on me, and I gave up after that. I wasn't going to.
He's a weird guy.
I'm not saying that he seems fine to me, but like, look, at the end of the day, I did my best. I did my level best for him.
Right? Paul, can I ask you a direct question?
Of course you can, yeah.
Do you think we're being unfair by asking you to break dealer code for the benefit of the end user?
Good question.
No, I don't think you're being unfair. I tell you, I think you are doing, people do is I think maybe sometimes they expect too much from me. And I think you guys need to understand that I am now 63 years old, my next birthday. I'm not a young man anymore. You know, the will and the battle that I used to have in me when I was younger isn't there as much as it was. I'm happy with my lot.
So
retired.
I protect all these gangsters, all these fucking.
I'm not. No.
I ruin your reputation.
No. Again, I think, Shane, you know, that is so unfair because I'm not protecting these gangsters from anyone. Right?
You went hell for leather at Tim earlier this evening, for calling out these indiscrepancies.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we never heard you go after TPG, the Wizard, Roman.
Wizard, I never knew. Wizard, I never
fucking
knew.
Thousands of dollars behind.
Let me say
you don't
this.
know the guy who attacked someone on the street with a machete, yet you still post the video about the person.
No, but I do.
You don't need to know them to.
But I do
call
know the
out
victims. Shane. I do know the victims, and
we know the victims of the Wizard.
So look,
I'm one of them.
I can turn this around. Shane, I can turn this around.
We could still get the Wizard, Paul. Think about it. We could still FBI now that they're.
Hold on, Tim. Let him one thing at a time. Okay, let him answer. Paul, I hope you understand. We are holding you to the fire because we like you.
No, Buckley, look, I get that and I appreciate it. And honestly, my friend, I'm not blowing smoke, but I've always appreciated listening to you. I always think you've been a man of reason. And I have no problems with what you're saying whatsoever. I'm trying to explain my position so that you better understand it. Or so that you can understand it better. Sorry, I didn't mean to make that sound like you better understand it.
I get it.
So that you can better understand my position. Look, Asheen, I go after people who I feel are directly harming or putting innocent people's lives and livelihoods and money at risk. I'm not an organised crime fighter.
Why doesn't that include grey market dealers? I'm speaking on behalf
because the grey market dealers.
This is what they're trying to find out. Why?
Okay.
Why is it? Let me state it just again.
Yeah.
Why? Yeah. When a guy on the street with a machete, he gets called out. When the police don't to follow it up, they get called out. When an AD abuses their power and their position, and the police and so on, and yet when the guys who really create damage, huge damage,
so name one,
never get called out. Name one. I have many, but we'll start with TPG.
Well, let's put TPG because I've already explained TPG that I had no evidence and saw no hard evidence of him ripping anyone off.
I'll name one.
Go on.
Explain to me how I'm supposed to react when I see that Roman made a fake Rolex AD video.
But that's not.
Yeah, and tonight you defended Roman, and you said you will defend him at all costs.
We need to have the level that we need to have some lines drawn. Are we talking about a minor ethical issue, or are we talking about serious crime?
Minor.
How far do we go? I mean, do we take it as far as when someone shits their pants? Do I call them out on that? I mean, where's the line? This is the
I'm not asking you to call them out. I'm asking how does the end user look at Roman and say, okay, you made a fake video because Paul, it's fake.
I can only speak for myself. I wouldn't be particularly impressed, but it wouldn't stop me from buying a watch from them because they sell good watches.
Okay, so you're putting, I don't want to categorize you, but you're saying, and this is true, Roman's never sold a fake watch to my knowledge. So they made a media mistake, is what you'd say.
Yeah.
They fired the guy responsible for authenticating the watches to make sure they aren't fake, but
yeah. Because Paul, you got to admit, it doesn't look good.
Look, I'll always defend Roman because he's a very dear friend of mine, and I know him.
But that's the problem, Paul. That's the problem. Is you always say these absolute.
You have to give him good counsel, not defend him. In this situation,
these are minors, Tim. Nobody. Look, my line is when someone gets hurt. Let me ask you a question.
People are going to get hurt in this. There's people who would have otherwise went to an authorized dealer and may have gotten a watch at retail instead of going to Roman and paying above retail. You don't feel like that's people getting hurt? I feel like that's like
Well,
somewhat.
there's a lot of ifs and buts there, Tim. You know, there's a lot of ifs and buts there. And you know, I don't want to get. I've come on here tonight to explain myself. I've not come on here to get dragged into conversations about videos with Roman. Right? I'm paying you guys the respect of giving you an explanation from the heart. Right? I don't want to be dragged into other conversations.
We're giving you a hypothetical.
You don't get to dictate how we ask you questions.
No, I do dictate as to what I'm going to answer, Asheen.
Okay, so go ahead and stay stum if you want, but we get to ask whatever questions we like. Thank you very much.
Okay. You ask what you like then.
Yeah.
But you're not going to bully me into an answer. That's what I'm saying.
No, we won't bully you anything. We'll just ask you the question, and you either answer or you don't.
No, but I think the issue, Paul, is that when you say I'll always defend Roman, you know, it puts you in the position of no matter what the guy does, if he covers up for Stefano.
Well, let me clarify. Can I
clarify? If he does fake AD videos, if he launches a consignment program that's rebranded as LBX and he positions it as safe consignment when it's really just good old fashioned risky consignment, you don't ever go to him privately, or you don't ever publicly say, listen, these things are wrong. These things are not the right tactics.
Because I don't go along with you.
Do you know how much credit you would get, Paul? Because people still believe in you. Those poor souls in your chat earlier tonight, they still believe the credit you would get if you called out some of your own for the obvious crimes and the obvious fucking cloaking.
Obvious crimes. So what?
I mean, obvious crime. I mean, fucking. There's so many things. There's a list of things. Shenanigans. If you could call them out on that too, but you won't do it. You won't do it.
Crimes or shenanigans? Which one?
Okay, I'm going to play you something. This is you talking, and this guy is in jail.
I'm going to tell you why the entire watch community, yes, that's all of us, owes him a debt of gratitude and indeed an apology in many cases to the much maligned, often unfairly treated Anthony Farrer, who is surely now done enough to earn every fair-minded watch enthusiast
this is when,
and has surely proven to the watch world once and for all that his intentions in this business are entirely honourable.
Boom. Okay, that guy is now in Central Holding in Los Angeles.
He was arraigned. Why didn't you tell everybody that he has been arraigned?
Who am I going to be speaking to? Is Tim going to shout at me, or is it Shane? Which one?
We might all, and that's our right. But
can I go different?
I'm glad you played that, O'Shane, and I'll tell you why I'm glad you played it, because that proves my complete and utter innocence and ignorance as to what was going on behind the scenes.
So why should we listen to anything else?
What person?
Why should we listen to anything else? When you say you'll back Roman, why should we believe that at all in any way?
Don't listen to what I'm saying. I'm not asking you to. I make my videos, people listen or they don't. So my point I was going to say is, anyone in the world, does anyone really seriously think that I'm stupid enough to make a poxy video like that turn around and bit me on the arse big time if I had any inkling of what was going on? I backed that guy to the hilt in that video.
Can I answer?
Sure.
You're a businessman.
Yeah.
TPG came into your world and set it on fire in a matter of 60, 90 days. I think yourself and Roman were so enamored with the flash in the pan that maybe you look past a couple of things you normally catch. Because the guy was a disruptor, and he was everybody's famous YouTuber for about 6 months. And I think the opportunity...
That was his strength.
I think the opportunity for you guys to maybe, I don't want to say copy, but to maybe learn, because Paul, you're a gray market dealer. This YouTube stuff and the new digital marketing, that was TPG. He was a master manipulator.
Listen, when anyone steps out of line with you, Paul, you make a video about it. I stepped out of line saying sharks don't bite sharks. You made a video entitled "Shut Up or Put Up."
Hold on.
You made that directed at me. Okay, sorry, Buckley, for a second. Okay, you make videos directed personally at people whenever you like, and you did one this evening with Tim in particular. We have yet to see a video where you go on the fucking record going, this guy and you make it clear that this is not the right thing. And you had ample opportunities over the past 2 years, actually, since the blackout, to do that. I spoke with you personally back when we were mates, and you were not happy with that blackout at all. You told me, I'm not fucking happy with this at all. But you went ahead and did the interview because you knew it would be good for your fucking channel. You told me that face to face. Well, on the phone. That's why you did it. And that's why you soft cocked him at the time, because you knew you'd have 2,000 people watching, and you didn't deliver in any way, shape, or form. Because you saw him as a son, you saw him as a younger character, and you felt sympathy for the son character. However, this evening with Tim, he's a son character. He's not senior to you. You're senior to him, and you put him down for that exact same reason. So that's a double standard. That's an extreme double standard. Meanwhile, all Tim was trying to do is bring the truth to the people, and you weren't capable of bringing the truth to the people when it came to a guy who's ripping people off of money. Tim isn't ripping people off of thousands or millions of dollars.
He's going on a rant now. Look, go on. You're going to do an Archie on me.
I'm not doing a rant. I'm not doing an Archie. I'm finishing my point.
Okay, so I get your point.
How dare you interrupt me while I'm trying to finish my fucking point? We're on here. You're on Tim's stream as a
Shane, he let you finish. Let's give Paul.
Okay, now I'm finished, but don't fucking tell me I'm on a fucking rant. I'm making a point.
Okay. Like I was saying,
you want to anger me, dude? Let's go.
Shane, oh god, what more threats now? Look from you.
There's no threats. You're the guy who made threats to me.
Let's just focus here, Paul. Let's focus.
Everybody simmer down.
Focus on the substance.
From a YouTube growth business standpoint, Anthony Ferrer, what he was doing was so revolutionary and so crazy that I think you made a slight mistake. I think Roman did also. You overlooked it. His growth was so fast that you wanted maybe a little bit of a piece of that, and you neglected certain things that now have resulted in people being out of money.
No, and Nico admitted it last night that Roman saw the bright lights of Hollywood, in the new reality show.
Can I answer you, Buckley, on that one?
Yeah.
What you're saying makes complete sense. And the only thing that I saw potentially, there were two things of Anthony that I saw. Oh, geez, how do I do this carefully? Because everyone will hammer me if I don't get it right. First of all, I saw a young man that was trying to make good in the world and that had made some real shitty mistakes in the past, but had found his calling in an industry that I love. And I like younger people coming into the business and making a go of things. I like to see people succeed.
What about Tim? He's younger than
you. Well, I'll explain that
to you. And he's working very hard to make his business succeed.
He's not.
His small business
Tim has made it. Well, we'll go back on that again if you want. But I was trying to get through the story about TPG. But I did the same thing with Tim, right? I did exactly the same. And Tim knows this is true. I treated Tim like a lord, right? And was very decent to him, right? But going back to TPG, Buckley's question, I kind of lost my thought train now. I saw a young man that was trying to make good and come into a business that I obviously dearly love. And I thought, you know what? I can help this guy, give him a bit of fatherly advice, give him a bit of guidance. And one of the things that I remember to this day that I said to him, I even remember where I was in my bathroom upstairs. And I said to him, Anthony, I'll always stick by you. Just don't fuck anyone around. And he said,
or you won't stick by him.
I promise you, I will. Sorry, Shane.
No, what I mean is, like you said, I'll always stick by you. Just don't
fuck anyone around,
etc. In other words, I won't stick by you.
Exactly. So getting to my point now is that when Buckley says, "Did we overlook things?" No, I didn't, mate. And I tell you why I didn't. Because one thing that I am guilty of, and I'll admit it, I never ever followed Anthony's channel. I never watched these videos. I wasn't interested in the Ferraris or the apartments or Derby and the other guy. Or
what about Roman now?
Well, I can't speak for Roman. Hold on.
Well, you support Roman, and Roman supported him at every corner.
Yeah, we both did. We both did. That's because of Sheen. I don't know what part of this is difficult for you guys to understand,
Explain it.
That was because I've said it already. We never had any reports from anyone of bad debts or non-payment. What we did have, and this is the important part.
And even now that you've seen 5 million, sorry, excuse me.
No, not now.
Excuse me, but it has to be said, even now, after $5 million ripped off of people, from people, and Roman being his incredible voucher, his fucking comrade. Okay,
you can only vouch
the entire thing. You still support Roman, and you said it not
yeah.
only
and,
here but earlier this evening.
Yes, and the reason why is because you can't blame someone retrospectively for vouching for what they saw at that time. It's like Shane. You used to be in a rock band. If you met, I don't know, if you met Jimmy Savile 25 years ago, is it right for me to come along now and say, you should have fucking known? Why didn't you say this? There were rumors. Why did you say that? It's too late. You can't retrospective. You can only vouch for someone as you find them at a particular time. Let me guarantee you something.
Roman Sharp supported.
Let me finish, Eugene. Let me finish, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me finish. Let me assure you from the bottom of my heart right now, if Anthony had done something bad to a client, not necessarily within the trade, because in the trade, it's between the boys, right? If he'd have done something bad to a member of the watch buying public, I would have called him out. And I spoke to Nico about this. And I said, if he ever does anything like that, you know I've got to go against him. And he said, no, fair enough. And the same with Roman. I will always stick by Roman. And there is a breaking point for everyone. Right? I love my kids, but if they do something wrong, like my son has done, I will call them out. But not until they've done that thing that's wrong.
You know that Roman supported the Wizard and TPG and got them even on a Mondani list. You know that he so
tell me what's wrong with
George
at that
time on the
Shane,
list.
You're a sensible guy. I don't know what part of this you don't understand, mate. Right? Look, at that time, they hadn't done anything wrong.
No, but Paul, even after everything came out, Roman still, as part of the cleanup campaign, came on the internet, came on YouTube and said, even knowing everything that I know now, if someone came to me and asked me about Stefano, I would tell him, I've done plenty of business with him. I've never had a problem.
Well, hang on. Paul, you just said something. You said you spoke to Nico and said, if he ever does something wrong, I'll be after him. That to me sounds like you had suspicion. Like
that was after the Frank thing.
The Frank thing.
Yeah, because when I heard from Frank about their being ripped off for the watches, I contacted Nico and I said, have you had any reports of any problems with Anthony? And he said, no, why? I said, because I've had one. And he went, what is it? And I told him, I said, I think it's bullshit, but if I have any problems with him, I'm going to grass him up. It's as simple as that.
Okay.
Buckley, I've always done the best I can for my viewers. I've always done the best of my ability.
And despite that, tonight you supported Roman, regardless, even though Roman is still vouching, as far as we know, officially still vouching for the Wizard and for TPG. He has never.
You can't say that you've done best for your viewers.
Right,
you've done best for your Gray Market dealer friends.
Tim or Hussein, am I answering?
Go ahead, Tim.
No, I was just saying that you can't say you've done best for your viewers because your priority is your trusted dealer circle.
No, they're not. No, they're not. You're wrong. You're wrong. I'm not having that. You're wrong.
I mean, that's how
I've told you earlier on, Tim, but you just don't listen. I could have 10 times the amount of sponsorship money that I have. I take not 10 times, 5 times the amount of sponsorship money that I get. But I play it safe.
That doesn't mean anything.
No, but I play it safe, Rashid. I play it safe. My list of trusted dealers is about that long. And the reason it's only that long is not because they're the only dealers that you can trust out there, but they're the only ones that I know you can trust.
Well, it turns out they can't be trusted in some cases. because we have the proof right in front of us.
Consignment is extremely.
Who can't you?
You know what, Paul?
When
you
can't you trust how much
it would appear, or it did appear to us all that you removed Roman's testimonial from the Digital Watch
nothing
Vault
to do with
site.
me. Nothing,
Okay,
nothing. To
okay,
do with
fine.
me.
Okay. But we all thought he was gone because he didn't appear. He was gone from the website. And I said last week, I was like, you know what? That shows a lot, but also it's a good move because who the fuck wants to be anything to do with that dude at this point? This evening on your show, and now again, you repeated your solidarity with Roman Scharf, who at this point I consider, and many of us in the community consider, to be the actual wolf behind all the sheep. This guy has been running all sorts of fucking crazy shit and has been vouching, quote unquote, for many scam artists, not least of which the Wizard and TPG, with a barefaced smile. And even you who are out there trying to defend the public, which, let's face it, that's what the Digital Watch Vault's
but he's explained why. He's explained why. He has explained why between the lines. Machine.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Here's the thing, Machine, as well, is that I don't know why.
I missed it.
If you listen to what the topic that he was talking about earlier,
he's afraid.
He explained to a T why he can't discuss Roman and why he can't come out against him.
Yes,
no, that's not accurate.
Can we make that clear
then?
Not
accurate.
Okay,
this was his explanation, basically, if I could summarize.
So what I was going to say was about the vault and the testimonials. If you go to the vault now and again, you will see that videos change. Roman is a member of the vault, just like many other dealers are members of the vault. And we want every dealer to be members of the vault so that if there is anything unscrupulous going on, we will catch it in the vault. Just because a dealer is a member of the vault doesn't mean to say that we approve of them. It means to say that we've allowed them to use the vault for purposes of anti-watch crime, anti-watch theft, etc., etc. And we give those dealers the opportunity. In fact, it's a prerequisite that when they sell a watch to a member of the public, that they are digitally guaranteeing the authenticity of that watch. So I consider that even if we accepted what we would class as bad dealers into the vault, it's actually a good thing because hopefully we're going to bring them into line and stop them from selling shit they shouldn't be selling.
So it's an authentic. So hang on, it's an authentication process.
It's an authentication process from the dealer. So in other words, it's giving the buyer more confidence and more importantly, it's giving them more comeback, more what's the right word?
More chances to find the watch.
It's a guarantee. The dealer is digitally signing a document saying, I guarantee this watch is genuine. So if the guy gets 6 months down the line, takes it to Rolex and he says, well, that's a fake whatever, he can take it back to that dealer and say, look, you can't dispute it, my friend. You put it in writing. Here it is.
Okay, so this is the first time I'm hearing this side of why the digital watch vault exists, because I've gone pretty hard on your company. I personally, because I've heard I don't want to say pitch, but initially it was this is going to solve or help solve watch crime. Okay. I can't see that it will, because I don't think a criminal is going to be bringing a watch where they know they can't sell it already.
You're perfectly correct. Can I just come in there and just say, okay,
I think we should hash this out.
the more dealers that are members of Digital Watch Vault cuts out, you're absolutely bang on, Buckley. If every single dealer in the world was using Digital Watch Vault, which let's face it is unrealistic, but if everyone was using it and every private individual was using it, we have just cut down 99.9% of avenues to sell a stolen watch. What happens when you can't sell stolen goods? People don't steal them anymore, or they become less valuable.
Here's my objection to that.
Yeah.
From the research I've done, there is no stolen watches. There's just parts. Because
explain. What do you mean?
They're parting the watches out.
Apart.
Chop shopping the watch.
Okay.
Yeah.
The reality is, it's actually pretty hard to keep a stolen watch out there selling because eventually you're going to catch it.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
Because the lost and found registry, whatever you want to call it, that already exists. You've promoted it before on your channel. It already exists.
But it's only really UK. It's only really UK centric.
The problem here is my issue with digital watch vault. And I didn't know what you were talking about before with the authentication process, but my initial issue is a guy with a gun that he scratched the serial number off of, which is a worse crime in the UK than actually stealing the watch.
A gun, did you say?
A gun, right? He's going to come with a gun. That's a worse crime than the actual theft because he has an unregistered firearm with a serial number scratched off. Yeah, that's a worse prison sentence.
Yeah.
He's going to steal a watch. He already knows where to bring it, and that guy's going to break it down. Because, Paul, if this has a $20,000 market price, US, the pawnbroker's not paying 20. He's not even paying 10.
No.
He's going to pay 5.
If you're pawning it, yeah, probably, yeah.
The guy who's paying 5, the parts are worth 12, and there's no way to trace it. And I think you kind of know that that's where the stolen watches mostly are winding up. But now that I hear that this is an authentication process to prevent fakes, that's a different pitch for the value of digital watch vault. Because as far as preventing stolen watches, I can't see it. Nobody can see it, to be honest with you. And that's not to put down you. I'm not trying to put you down.
No.
I'm half blind. I can't see it.
I accept that. I accept that train of thought, Buckley. I think it's, again, a little bit naive, if you don't mind me saying. I don't think you guys know, for example, how the watch register works and the good work that they do. Look, they are a competitor of ours. But we speak to them because we're actually in the business of, we're not in the business of making money. We're in the business of stopping watch crime. So we will happily speak to our competitors. I spoke with them only last week or 2 weeks ago. We are trying to work together. And I think we can achieve a lot more than perhaps you believe. But I also accept the issue you're saying about the breaking up of watches. That is a relatively new phenomenon. Frankenstein watches isn't a new phenomenon. But the breaking up of watches for parts like bracelet, movement, blah, blah, blah. But the horrible truth to that is that the end consumer is never going to know. They're never going to know. They're never going to be harmed by it because they're not going to lose out.
I think that's why it's such a prevalent business is you can't track it.
The case is the problem.
The problem is this is worth £40,000. Okay. To a guy who steals it, right?
Oh, steals it.
To a guy who comes at, like the videos you showed before, you beat up the guy in the pink shirt, you steal his date. That guy already knows where to bring it in London, and for him to get $5,000 cash, right? What would he have, Paul? What would he have to do in that night to get $5,000 cash? He's not going to get it from a gas station.
Exactly.
So this is the issue with watch crime. Is I have an issue. I'm taking issue with the digital watch vault pitch.
Yeah.
It's going to stop watch crime. If you're saying the crime it's going to stop is dealers selling non-authenticated watches, we can swallow that and we'll promote that.
Don't you think that we can do, Buckley? Don't you think we can do a bit of everything? We can do a bit of everything. Let me give you an example, right? Is that the watch that was stolen off my wrist, my Audemars Piguet Juan Pablo Montoya limited edition. The watch that was stolen off my wrist, next year, it's 10 years since that watch was stolen. This goddamn thing has never shown up anywhere.
By the way, was it immigrants who stole your watch?
It was.
Immigrants. Because apparently you know who stole it. You've said it many times.
Yeah. No, I know who's behind.
They're illegal immigrants from
I didn't ask
Eastern Europe.
Illegal immigrants, but they weren't English. I didn't ask them.
But you know these people? You know how to identify them, apparently. You said
I know the person that set me up. He's English.
He's English.
Yeah.
He's not an immigrant. He's not an immigrant.
No.
He's not black. He's not Syrian.
The guys that robbed me.
That's good.
Were not white English. The guy that set me up is white English.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, let me just get through the super chats here real quick, guys. Mr. Badges, $10 super chat. He says, two dangers here: danger to retail buyers and consigners from gray market dealers, danger to dealers from gangsters. Who do you choose to protect? Careful who you choose, Paul. The smell rubs off. Okay, that's interesting. Captain Kirk, $5. He says, you saw the wealth timepiece gentleman was bathing in and noticed nothing, Paul. Really? Yeah,
I
like,
didn't.
come on,
I didn't
Paul.
see that. I didn't
It's
see the wealth
absurd.
he was bathing. Tim, I say again, I didn't see the wealth he was
You didn't watch the
bathing.
videos.
Nope.
You made a terrible mistake if you watched the videos.
Nope.
Because I
Never
went
watched
back.
them. Never watched them.
I knew the guy was a scumbag.
I
and-
saw, funnily enough, I saw a clip earlier on. I don't even know how I come across it. I think it came up in me. Shit, where did I see it? Anyway, it came up earlier on, and it was TPG doing thousands of dollars on red or black in Las Vegas.
Yes.
Well, I saw that too.
I thought,
Yeah,
what a fucking arsehole. What an arsehole, right?
Right. That was
I hadn't
consigned
seen that video. But even if I had, that's not evidence that he was stealing people's watches.
You know what? That just him doing that is evidence that he doesn't have the character required to
Evidence
be
of character, maybe. Yeah, of character.
Yeah.
But it's not evidence that he was stealing those watches. Because look, listen, a lot of people have gambling problems, and a lot of people who earn big money blow big money in the casino.
Like, I don't want my dealer or my pharmacy guy or my driver to be a crazy fucking spur of the moment gambler.
I don't think it really matters what your pharmacist does
he's
in
a
his private
madman.
life, Jim, as long as he gives you the right tablets.
Listen, Paul, I think you need to know, we would never be coming after you if your channel wasn't around watch crime. You know that, right?
It's inconsistency. OG baby girl, $50 super chat. Paul, you're gangster as fuck, and you knew TPG is awesome.
Yeah, we don't go after Watch Eric. We don't go after Adrian Barker. We don't go after anybody. And I don't want to say go after, but you have to know that because your channel is around watch crime, this is why you're
that might be your situation, Buckley. I don't think that's the situation with everyone on this panel.
I think it is.
I accept. No, it's not, mate. Trust me, it's not. But I accept that from you, because that's the way you might feel. Look, what I will say is, if anyone is out there that feels they can do a better job, that is prepared to put themselves on the line more than I have, and I have been friend. I have had my life friend.
It's very simple. Jesus Christ, I'm gonna fucking stab
everything. Everything's simple with this thing. Go on, mate.
It's very simple. Oh my God, we're dancing around this obvious reality.
Just say it, Paul.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry to cut you out. But I'm just like, I'm tired. It's late. Can we stop dancing around it? The problem is, you're quick to talk about the ADs. You're quick to talk about machetes on the streets of London, but you won't touch the fucking grey market dealers and any flavor of them.
Market dealers should I be touching now?
Any of
Tell
them.
me,
I've never
Jim,
heard
tell
you.
me, tell me,
I've never
tell me.
heard you. I'll tell you. Tell me. I'll fucking tell you. Any grey market dealer whatsoever. I've never heard you say a goddamn fucking solitary thing about a grey market dealer, even if it be small or medium or extremely large, which we've seen in these cases. This is what we've seen, and this is the problem we have. Jesus fucking Christ. Am I on crazy pills or something? Like, why are we listening to this horse shit? This is bullshit. You literally, you keep pointing at all of these little intricacies of these things, but you fail to recognize the fact that mega players in the grey market watch world have been scamming people of money and doing terrible things, and you will not talk about them. This is the problem the public has. This is the problem we all have. The lads here, Buckley, you like Buckley. You know why Buckley you like? Because Buckley plays a middle ground. That's why, you know, I love you, Buckley, but you play a middle ground and you're a little bit on the edge. I'm on the other side of the fence. I'm like, you know what? Fuck you guys. You were fucking over people, and this guy was letting you away with it. Meanwhile,
Like, I love Buckley,
the guys with the machetes and the guys with the fucking fake bills and the envelope are getting away with it. Let me actually,
I have a question for Buckley. I have a question for Buckley. Buckley, just between me and Buckley. Just me and Buckley. Buckley, come here. No, but like Buckley, Paul Thorpe said, like, but I like Buckley because he's the thinking person on the stream.
He's
thinking. Come on,
Maybe
did you know that was bullshit? Come on.
No, he's not. He's
Yeah,
not
he likes
sitting
Buckley.
there
He says Buckley is
ranting.
thinking because Buckley is thinking things that that facilitate his narrative. We're all thinking, Paul Thorpe. We're all thinking. I'm fucking thinking. Okay, and I'm
right in your backyard.
Paul,
right in your
backyard.
Hold on a second. We're right in your backyard, Paul. Right in your backyard, Paul. You have the Manchester Watch Hub, and you have Watch Trader and Co. Both of them have been under significant clout.
Both of them right now, and I've done it. Okay, Manchester Watch Hub. Never met them. Don't know anything about them. Have no clue of what's going on apart from what I've read on the odd forum or not forum comment, etc. And I said this on my channel the other week. The guy that is in question, I think his name's Adam, right? Yeah,
Adam. Mm-hmm.
Adam, right? He contacted me about 3 weeks ago, and he said to me, "I'd like to have my say. Would you be prepared to let me come onto your channel for me to answer what's going on?" And I said, "Look, I'll give you the chance to come on, but I'll tell you now, from what I've read, it don't look very good, does it? Right? I don't know where he is. I didn't ask him. He said to me, let me think about it and I'll let you know tomorrow." And he never contacted me again.
So you should make a video. You should make a video, put it on your channel.
Second part. Let me ask the question before you start telling me what I should do, Tim, because I do have a life and I'm not beholden to what I should and shouldn't do.
Right thing to do here.
The second one you're talking about, Watch Trader and Co, is an ongoing investigation that I cannot talk about, right? And I've said to you boys and to anyone that will listen, I believe they will be completely exonerated, that what is going on up there is completely and utterly unfair. And ultimately, it will all come out in the wash. So there's not much more I can say about either. So I am prepared to talk about things like that when I can. When I can't, I won't. And it's as simple as that.
You don't proactively talk about any of these things.
Yeah, you just kind of, if things
that's because
land
I don't want to. I don't want to, Hussein. Sorry, OC. I don't want to. If
okay, give me Adam's contact information.
No, you won't.
This guy's a wanted guy. He's a fugitive from justice.
He should come forward before it's too late, because if he runs from authorities, it's going to be even worse.
Anything else I should do, Tim? Should I nip out there tonight and solve the world's, food problem as well? Anything else that I should do?
I think. Look, I think you're doing misservice for Adam, because it's best for him to come forward and face the justice system before it's too late. He's going to get additional.
Maybe I should fly out to wherever he is and arrest him myself.
Well, I think, look, if he's running away, you should make a little video. Just say, hey, message for Adam Lynch. We spoke a couple of days ago. Come, let's talk. Come to the live stream if he wants to do a live stream with you. Just talk to him, talk him into going to the authorities and giving himself up and going through the legal system. Let's see how many people he can pay off.
What's your question, Tim? Because you got all the bright ideas. Who's behind this guy? Do you know?
Who's behind this? Yeah. Oh, well, he should come. He should tell us who's behind.
No, I'm asking you the question. Who's behind him?
Well, I don't know. You think somebody's behind him?
Okay, hold on. You keep saying that about people behind people. Is there a concerted effort behind closed doors with scammers propping up these guys? Is there like an ongoing thing we don't know about?
Yeah.
Because these consignment scams keep coming up.
Let me answer one question at a time. Sorry, mate. So, Tim, you don't know who's behind him, right?
No, I didn't. I had no idea somebody could be behind him.
So neither do I.
Okay.
So
Fair
do
enough.
you want to take that risk? Do you want to take the risk?
Yeah. I told you, give him my number.
You'll take the risk, will you?
Yeah. I said I'll do it. Give him my number.
Oh, it's on company's house.
What?
The owner of M Limited is on the company's house.
No. Sorry, is that Kojak?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you took that the wrong way, mate. The point I was trying to say is that I don't know who's behind him and his business. And
Well,
I'm not about,
if Adam
Tim,
wanted
let me
to
finish.
come forward and ask for advice, maybe he wants to come on the live stream and get some advice from
He
some
didn't
people.
ask for any advice. He asked if he could come on and have his say and put his side of the story.
Yeah,
now,
okay.
What I'm saying to you is that you're saying you should do this, you should do that, you should make a video. Right. What I'm saying to you is I don't know who's behind this guy. And I'm not particularly interested. What I'm not prepared to do is put myself at risk in finding out.
Why not?
Paul,
what do you mean? Why not, Tim?
What's the risk? What's the risk? What is he going to do? What is he going to do?
You break his legs in some alleyway in London.
They're not going to do anything to you.
Tim, honestly, I don't know what planet you live in, right? Do you know anything about the UK?
What, in UK? You're not allowed to talk to people online?
Tim, do you know anything about the UK? Do you know where this company was based? Do you know anything about
Manchester Watch Hub?
Do you know anything about the culture in some of these big cities? I've already alluded to the fact earlier on that you don't fuck around with some of these people. Now, I'm not saying, in all fairness to this guy, that is the case. What I'm saying is, I don't know. And I'm not about to try and find out.
I think you're a little bit paranoid. There's no chance.
Well, maybe
Tim, YouTube.
I'm entitled, Tim, after what I've had happen to me and what I've seen in this business, I'm entitled to be paranoid.
Okay, so that says a lot, Paul.
Well, tell him to come to me.
Tim, be quiet for a second.
Yeah.
Do you hear what he just said?
What's up?
So I'm going to reverse.
He's intimating that the involvement of organized crime in all gray market industries, not just watches, but jewelry, electronics, or whatever, is rampant, and he doesn't want to get involved and put himself at risk because there's a vast criminal element that's infiltrated these industries because of the high value, small physical footprint and portability and value of these assets.
Can I tell you a little story very quickly? It just popped into my mind. In central London.
Can Buckley finish his thought?
Yeah, sorry, Buckley. Go on, mate.
I'm going to ask you just flat out, with what you're saying, whether they're backed, whether they're not backed, why would I ever want to give these people my money?
Because, like I said to you earlier on, it's the actual dealers themselves are not necessarily bad guys. They're just using bad guys' money. And they're not going to affect you as a... I mean, I'll ask you a question, Buckley. You can tell me the honest truth.
Yeah.
When you go and buy a new watch, does it really matter to you if the guy that's selling it to you is a drug dealer or a vicar? If the watch is right, the price is right, the watch is good, it's a good deal.
Vicar means pastor.
Does it really matter? Does it really matter?
This is hard for me to answer because I'm one of those people that gets them at retail. I don't buy from the gray market. I only buy from the gray market if your price is cheaper than the AD. Okay? So it's already a flawed question to ask me.
Okay. So let me ask you it in another way then.
Sure.
When you go to your authorized dealer, the fact that he beats his wife at night, does it really matter to you that you're buying a watch from him, right? His personal life or what he does behind the scenes is not really any of your business. It's not any of your concern.
It's
not the best analogy, but it's an analogy, right?
It's an analogy. I don't want to put I'm trying to figure this out because the gray market code is that black and white, Paul.
Mm-hmm.
The lines are that stiff and the limits are that far. That's the code. If that's the code, we'll accept it. Like, look, this
The
guy
code is.
this guy could be Jeffrey Dahmer, but if the watch is real, no problem.
No. I'm not saying that that's our code. I must make this clear. Our code is the bubble on the circle that I talk about doesn't want to deal with these people. We don't want to get involved in them. We don't, because it's trouble, it's problems, right? We don't want to get involved with people that are involved in other industries that we just don't want to be involved in. We don't want to be there. We don't want to go there. What I'm saying to you is that as a retailer, if someone is supplying a retailer, it's not hurting the public. And it's really, I will certainly, if I know a dealer that is selling watches to the public and I think, I know where some of that money's coming from, it doesn't really bother me, to be honest. No one's getting hurt. No one.
You just, I mean, not unfortunately, but I just want to let you know where you stand with that statement. Is you sort of just said, I know TPG's a little bit fucked up, but so far he hasn't robbed anybody. So it is what it is. That's kind of what you just said.
Say that again. I'm not quite sure what you mean.
You just said in so many words, Anthony Farrer might be a gambling asshole. He might be a fake, a fraud, but the watches aren't fraudulent and nobody's lost money yet. So why should I say anything? Right?
Oh, come on.
It's been saying that the entire time.
Kind of putting words in his
And
mouth.
that's
I mean,
wrong. I know.
That's insinuating that I knew that he was going to do something wrong because I didn't.
No. It's insinuating that as long as it doesn't break the dealer code of when the watch is real, the price is right, and the money is legitimate, everything else we look past.
Yes,
I think pretty much. I mean, it's like I think that the two lines that I draw in a dealer's world. There are dealers that I never used to deal with. And the reason I didn't used to deal with them is that they were messers. They were late payers. They didn't pay. They always had an excuse. They never answered their phones. And I've said this on my channel a lot. One of the reasons that I used to get so many good watches is not because I was such a great guy or because people liked me. It's because I paid on the spot. And that gave people the incentive to bring watches to me because they thought, or they knew that, I'll take him a pull. He always pays on the dot. He'll walk me over the bank and do me a bank transfer. He won't say, I'll pay you next week and not do that. So the two lines for me was not to deal with people that were going to be problematic. And the other line was not to deal with people if they were blatantly ripping people off or doing something wrong. And those really are the only two lines that I can recall in my watch dealing career. So I go back to what I said earlier on about there being kind of two areas of the pre-owned market. There's the pre-owned market that I worked in and loved, and the dealers that I worked with and respected. And then there really is another area of the industry that is somewhere over there that truly is a grey area, but they're still not selling bad watches. They're just not people that you want to particularly be involved with or do business with. It's
Paul, do you see how when you were a dealer, you always paid with cash? You never took watches on consignment unless it was, it had to
a friend,
be
a family friend.
Yeah. But you see it. But now you have not relied on a consignment. And that's what made you a great businessman this whole time. But you are excusing this new generation of gray market dealers, and you're allowing them to rely on consignment, which necessarily leads to terrible things down the road.
You're putting some awful words in your viewers' minds again, right? I've never done that. I've warned people about consignment. I've given lots of advice on consignment. You guys are absolutely right that consignment these days is more dangerous than it's ever been. But at the same time, if you can sign, and this is my message, if you can sign with a proper, proven, trusted dealer that is genuinely a good person,
like Roman Sharf and TPG, the Wizard.
I've never recommended any.
You just recommended twice tonight. You recommended Roman, and
I would leave my watch with Roman Sharf tomorrow to consign.
And Roman vouched for the Wizard and for.
Did you hear what I just said? I personally would leave my watch.
Replying to it.
I would leave my watch with Roman tomorrow. No hesitation. No hesitation whatsoever.
You
So let me get back to what I was saying, is that the danger is, the danger of what you guys do by tarring all the grey market dealers as an Anthony Farrer, the disservice that you're doing to your viewers by doing that is that you could potentially be putting them off of consigning with a good dealer when they're going to get A, a better price, and B, certainly far less possibility of being robbed or ripped off if they try and sell it private. If you talk about the grey market and consignment being a danger, boy, oh boy, get involved in the world of trying to sell your expensive watches to the guy out on James List or on eBay or on Craigslist or whatever.
But that's why Rolex certified pre-owned came into the picture, and the entire gray market mobilized against it to say, no, this is never going to work. We're not scared of it. The prices are too high. They'll never be able to compete. Meanwhile, you've got 1916 company. You've got all of the big players.
And who are they? So in your opinion, OC, I mean, I don't know, so I'm asking you the question. So in your opinion, do you feel the pre-owned program is going well?
It is. It's going very well. And I talk to the people all the time, the executives who are in charge of buying and selling.
I'll accept that. It's going well. What I would say is more for the people that use it, because they're throwing money down the drain. And I feel sorry for them.
They're not.
Pardon me? Of course they are.
They're not.
Do you want me to prove to you 100% they are?
I'll tell you 2 reasons why they're not.
Go on then.
First one, the watch is guaranteed, authenticated by Rolex. Now, let's say you're overpaying for that.
Big deal.
The second reason, Paul?
Yeah.
They get the purchase history to get the next one at retail.
Okay. So let me. Okay. So that is.
Well, some people bought a watch off Roman in the past year or two that was bought by TPG. TPG sent watches over to Roman. Roman's on the hook right now, by the way. He's on thin ice.
I don't know anything about
well, you don't know anything about it. We can all fucking put the pieces together. Excuse me. Sorry, this is bullshit. This guy was ripping people off of their watches, consignment. He was gambling all the money in fucking Vegas. He certainly sold many watches to many people, including Roman. We can all figure it out. It doesn't take a genius to figure it out.
Maybe
and Roman sold on those watches. Those watches now could be considered stolen because no one was paid for them. Okay?
And what was my advice to anyone what was my advice, Sheen? Because you seem to have a good memory, but selective. What was my advice in my video to anyone that had bought watches from Anthony and had discovered that they hadn't been paid for? Do you remember what my advice was?
Remind me.
The advice was to wipe their mouth and give them back to their owners. And that goes for anyone.
Did you call Roman Sharf your best buddy and tell him that might be happening because many of his fucking watches may be actually
that would be my advice to Roman.
Meanwhile, you stand by Roman regardless. You stand by Roman.
I see what your point is, Sheen. I just said that I can't be any clearer than say that any dealer that had a watch.
Listen, Paul. You should run the fucking mile from Roman Sharf. Let me tell you, as an old friend, we used to know each other well, and we were good friends. Run a mile. Because this guy was taking watches from the dude we can see on the fucking screen right now, gambling all his money on black and going hog wild, putting down cash on black. It was his favorite number on the roulette table. By the way, roulette is the
people doing business with this guy. We're asking to get their money stolen.
And this is the guy and he vouched for the Wizard. Also,
about 5 times, mate.
And you continue to back this motherfucker. You continue to do it. You should run a mile if you're going to maintain any shred, ghosts of credibility. You should run away from these characters because they're
if my judgment turns out to be
good.
wrong,
And Paul, you've been in the industry for 40 years, 35 years, whatever. Plus, you should know better than to even mention this guy's name. When I saw that Roman Sharf was not on your digital watch vault anymore, I thought, well, there it is. But I also thought, smart move, because you should move away from this guy. This guy has been super in bed with the dude we're looking on at the screen on right now. And you backed him up. Twice.
So when you say,
I will always back Roman is your words.
Enlighten me. When you
Georgia
say
Mandana said
super in
exactly
bed,
the same thing. The only reason she didn't even know who the wizard was. He was the wizard. It was called what was it called? It had a name. It was like fucking. It was some name that I had to ship to when I shipped that first watch. Because remember, I'll remind you, I was part of one of their scams. I was almost fucking completely scammed by the wizard, and
just in time.
Just in time, thank you. JIT. I had to address the package to JIT. Just in time was vouched for on Giorgio Mandani's website, one of the most reputed, respected fucking websites in the world for respected dealers. And I asked her why, and she said to me directly in an email, and I have the email to confirm it if anybody doesn't believe me. She says, because Roman said, because I trust Roman. Okay. Now it's gone because Roman is vouching for these fucking assholes and these criminals, including TPG. Now, by you going on your show earlier this evening, vouching for him, and again on this show saying, oh, I will back Roman, I will stand by Roman, your credibility is shit. It's gone. It's zero. By backing that motherfucker, you are basically adding yourself to the equation. That's the way I see it. And you can repudiate it, and I will repudiate it till the fucking world freezes over. You watch me do it. You watch me do it. I will do everything in my power on my channel to bash this shit down to the ground. Make no mistake. Because it is disgraceful. You should run from this guy. When I saw him disappear from your digital watch vault, I thought, good move, Paul. But you continue to support him because, hey, he didn't hurt you. And hey, he didn't hurt your mates in the watch industry. Well, you know what? He hurt a lot of people. By default, he was the Don on top of the entire mafia. He protected other people.
The wizard is still out scamming people.
And as a character,
I'm off because I'm not going to sit here with Turkish shouting.
Hold on, Shane. Let Paul answer the question.
Okay,
no, I don't mind him carrying on, but I'm not going to sit here and listen to two of you, one in one ear, one in the other, shouting at me.
Okay.
Next time I'm on a rant, Tim, don't interrupt.
Okay, I'll shut it down a little bit quicker. Okay, sorry, Paul. OG baby girl, $50 super chat says Paul knows the truth, but will never admit it because he wants to live.
Can I go back to the?
Well, if that's the case, if Paul says, "Listen, my life is in danger," okay, well,
hold on, Shane. Let Paul answer.
If I just go back for a minute to Buckley's question, first of all, Buckley, you could go and buy. You still there, mate?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so firstly, you can go and buy that watch. You say it's authenticated by Rolex. Well, whoopie do, because any decent watch dealer knows what a real watches look like. But if that's not good enough for you, fine. Go and buy the watch at 30% less than the pre-owned program, whatever it's called. Take it to Rolex and get it serviced for £500 or £600 or $800. You got the same watch. You got an up-to-date guarantee or warranty. You got everything except for a silly white little pouch that comes with the CPO and a green dongle. And there you go. So for me, people that go and spend money at the CPO, apart from the promise that they're going to get their next watch at list, which I don't actually believe. I think you're bullshit.
No. You're missing one thing.
Go on, what am I missing?
The Bucherer CPO. I don't know about the other ones because they're the first ones to do it. Right now, very often, they're actually paying more than the gray market. And if they're not, when you do a trade, they're giving you a 20% bonus. So with the 20% bonus, they're paying way more than the gray market guys.
Sorry, Buckley, say that again. Let me get my head around that, mate. Sorry.
So I'll tell you, I'll give you an exact example. Right now, there's a guy in our chat named John. He has a Pepsi. Okay. Mm-hmm. If he were to bring his Pepsi to Bucherer, they may offer him $16.5. Mm-hmm. But if he trades it towards a watch of equal or greater value, they'll give him 20% bonus, putting him at 19 plus.
Mhm.
Right. Right now, Roman will not buy a modern day Pepsi. He will only consign it.
So can we drop the Roman talk?
No. I'm just saying it's not just Roman. A lot of these guys won't buy it.
So what all that tells me is that they're able to pay more
because they can sell it for more.
Because they can sell it for more.
Yes.
So it swings and roundabouts, Buckley. Really, the fact that that's like me overcharging you $500 and giving you $400 off, you're still no better off.
Well, you're better off. You're better off if right. And I'm not saying that they can do it every time, Paul. But I did it personally. I did it. I had a Pepsi that was like a 1999 Pepsi.
Yeah.
47th Street offered me 8,500. Bucherer offered me 9,500. And then they gave me a 20% bonus towards the purchase of a new bluesy from Rolex. Because if they're making money on the buy, the commission on the buy and the commission on the sale, you're doing something for Bucherer.
Okay. Well, if that works for you, good. I mean, I'm all for. Sorry, go on.
A lot of the success is really in trades. It's not in outright buys.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm all for the public getting the best deals. And, years ago when I used to say to people, don't buy from an AD because I can give it to you cheaper, people would say, oh, you're only saying that because, you're a grey market dealer. Now I say to people, look, the best place to get your watch, if you can get it, is from your AD. The tables have turned 180 degrees or wherever it is, right? So it doesn't matter to me where people buy their watches. If people want to listen to my advice and save money, good on them. If they don't, happy days. It doesn't matter to me. It's not my money that they're wasting. I personally have never seen a reason to buy a watch from the CPO, but I will admit that my experience with it is pretty limited. I've only gone into places and looked in the cabinets and gone, Jesus Christ, how much? So.
But you're thinking of it. You're thinking of it from you know a watch inside and out. You know how to buy a watch. You know how to sell a watch. A lot of these people, pardon my French, simply don't give a fuck.
We have sellers or the buyers. You mean
both? We have people in New York City. We have the most billionaires in the U.S. They will walk in and they'll pay $25,000 US for a Hulk all day just because it's in a Rolex.
Yeah.
So they don't care. It's for the collector that's educated where your argument applies.
And also the uneducated as well, Buckley. I get a lot of people that are buying their first watch, and it's like the diamond. I go back to an analogy that I use a lot. When I've been out shopping with a wife and I see a lovely young couple looking in the jeweler's window and they're holding hands and they're looking at the engagement rings, and I feel like going up to them and saying, you know what, you can buy that sort of stuff for half that price,
right?
But I don't do it because, I don't want to take business away from the shop. But at the same time, it's none of my business. But I do have that feeling. So, I like to try and help people that are new to the game not to get their pants pulled down by, I'm not saying they're getting their pants pulled down when they go to CPO, but they're definitely not buying in the best fashion, in the best way that's going to suit their pocket if they're struggling.
Paul, can I come at you this way? Rolex is the biggest watch brand in the world. They have 31% market share. Okay. These guys have watched the gray market for the last 5 years make more profit selling the watches at gray market prices than sometimes they can do at retail.
Yeah.
And people that probably are getting paid 7-figure incomes with Ivy League degrees have come in to Rolex and said, we'll show you how to take back this business. And if you don't mind me saying, you said you're 62, you're retired. That's awesome. But some of your cohorts that are 30, 25, 35, I think they're fucked. I think Rolex is going to come in and they're going to roll over the gray market, and they don't lose, Paul. Rolex doesn't.
I would agree with that. I think I would never back against Rolex. The only thing that I would say, Buckley, is that I was at the Munich Watch Fair last week, and trust me when I tell you, mate, let me tell you something. That place was heaving to the rafters, right? And when people say, oh, the watch market's dead, the pre-owned watch market's dead, it's this, it's that, mate, you know, if you'd have been in that room last week where I was, and I put a little clip up on me channel, it was mind bending. And I think we often overestimate, the power of our channels and the power of our YouTube community. It's minuscule. It's minuscule. You know, we represent 0.1% of the watch world. And what we see, we all get clouded. Our judgment all gets clouded on what we see and what we watch on YouTube. When the truth of the matter is, the world is a much bigger place. I don't think for sure. Look, the watch market isn't as good as it was for anyone. But I'll say it again, we're just getting back to normal. Happy days, as far as I'm concerned. The grey dealers will have to start being a bit more polite and, you know, having to work a little bit harder than they once was. I'm not going to cry for them. Let them get on with it.
Paul, at the end of the day, wouldn't it have been better for you to come on Tim's show and have a conversation about this instead of inviting him on for an ambush and saying "shut up, Tim," and interrupting him? At the end of the day, could you, if you could turn back time, could you do it a little bit differently?
Silly.
Do you know what I feel? I've got past the point of caring. To be honest, I really don't care anymore. Right? At the end of the day, I'm sick and tired of people blackening my name, saying things about me that aren't true, accusing me of doing things that I've never done, accusing me of sticking up for people that are criminals, when all I do in my life is try and be a good grandfather, a good husband, a nice person, a decent YouTuber. I don't want to get involved in fights. I don't want to get in drama. I don't want to get involved in people ringing up wanting to shoot me.
And the advice that we've given you time after time after time when you came on the show is ignore the trolls, ignore the people on Reddit, ignore people in the chat who are low IQ, hate-filled, negative trolls, and just focus on doing what you do. That's what we do. If Tim and Oshin and I had to worry about any time a troll did a character smear or a personal attack or made up a lie about us, we would spend 24 hours a day responding. You know, and that's been the main criticism that we've had, is that every time, whether it's this watch channel or that watch channel or that Reddit troll or this person in the chat, you tend to take it too much to heart and to take it personally. Tim runs an entertainment show. Okay.
I accept that. But let me tell you something now. Entertainment doesn't stretch to saying things about other people that aren't true. That might be entertainment for his audience, but it's not entertainment for the person on the other end.
I never say anything that's not.
You could say that the people that are bullying a kid at school are being entertained, but it's not entertainment for the kid on the end of the bullying.
You can't equate physical abuse with having bands at each other.
Yeah,
having what? Sorry,
it's not. You can't equate physical abuse, physical attacks, like bullying.
We're having a public debate. It's not.
Well, I'm not saying it's the perfect analogy. I'm saying it's a similar analogy. Look, listen. You say that mental torture drives more people to suicide every year than physical torture.
What mental torture? What are you talking about?
No, I'm just answering Kojak. He's saying you can't compare physical bullying with mental bullying. That's bullshit. Most of the kids at school that kill themselves.
YouTube is not bullying, because bullying is when you're in a space that you can't escape. YouTube, and nobody here is not YouTube. We're on YouTube of our own free will. You can't be
look, the bottom line is this: you talk a lot of shit about me, right? And I was just having my say.
We criticize each other's work.
The bottom line is this: Tim gets to express his opinion no matter what. Unless it's complete lies and you want to enter into a defamation case, Tim gets to say his opinion. That's the fucking bottom line.
People ask me,
you don't get to call him out, call him a child, and you don't get to call him out on his veracity. You do not get to ambush him on his opinion. He has the freedom to speak his opinion. That's the fucking bottom line.
As long as you don't lie about me.
Yeah,
Well,
if
exactly.
if it's barefaced lies and it's complete libel, then you enter into a defamation lawsuit. Good luck with that.
Who wants to do that? Who wants to bother? I just call it
No,
out.
but you question his motives, Paul. I mean, I heard you earlier tonight where you said Tim doesn't have the best interest of collectors at heart. He doesn't have the interest. He doesn't. You said he doesn't care about enthusiasts, and you did say that. I heard you on another stream say that. And you had Reddit trolls feeding you lie after lie after lie to try and provoke a reaction from you, and you don't know any better. You don't know that they're feeding you. I heard a Reddit troll tell you that that I was on Reddit and attacked you and put in lies about you on Reddit. That's a complete fake news. Never happened. But they told you.
Let me go back to
the Tim thing. A fake narrative against you.
Let me go back to the Tim thing for a minute and what he said. I don't believe whether it's deliberate or not is another question. But with the experience that I have and the things that I know and believe, when I listen to Tim talk sometimes, that is not the man that has the best interest of the watch community at heart. Now, whether that's meant or whether it's just ignorance is a different thing, right? I'm not saying it's deliberate. But
what did I say that where I didn't?
When you talk about, when you go, whatever you do, guys, don't consign your watch.
Yeah, that is in the best interest of interest of collectors.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes, absolutely. 100%.
By it. Do not consign whatever you guys do.
That's what. And Tim is in lockstep with Federico, David Khalil, and so many others.
I don't give a shit what David Khalil says. I don't care what Federico says. I'm telling you guys now. I did a video on it. Please listen to me. Go watch the video. I did a video on it. If you want the number one thing, you're talking to a guy that stood behind a desk for 40 years selling watches. The number one thing that people want when they come into your store is the best possible price for their watch. Now, you can, if I'm going to try and help people safely sell their watch for the best possible price, the way to do that was, is, and remains via consignment to the very best of dealers. The most dangerous way of selling your watch, and this is what you should do more of, Tim, be careful how you sell your watch privately. Teach people about the scams, about the switch scams, about the fake money scams, about the fake bank transfer scams, because in all the years I've been in this business, I can count virtually on one hand the amount of times. Let's forget Anthony Farah for a minute if we can. Apart from Anthony Farah, I can virtually count on one hand the amount of people that I know who have lost watches in a bad consignment deal. I could think of hundreds of people that have had their watches stolen or been defrauded when they're selling privately.
So we shouldn't believe Roman Scharf then, because when Anthony, the whole thing came out about Anthony, Roman Scharf made a video very publicly saying this kind of thing happens all the time. A guy jumped off the roof.
I think that
we shouldn't believe your deity.
Well, let me
when he speaks.
Let me explain. I think that was a bad choice of words.
Bad choice of words, as in the words he was thinking.
I think it was. I'm just telling you what I think, right? So let me tell you what I think.
Yeah,
I think it was something like, when that shit happens all the time. I think it was a bit flippant. I think it was probably.
It wasn't flippant. He was very direct about what everything.
You'd have to ask Roman about that.
Happens all the time. The only reason that Anthony has drawn attention is because he's a public figure, but this kind of thing happens all the time in the watch world.
So then you would have to ask Roman about that. Certainly, I can't speak for North America.
Well, you speak for Roman plenty because you vouch for him plenty.
No. As a person, as I know him, I'll vouch for him as a person from what I know. If I prove to be wrong, Sheen, I'd be the first one to go, I got it wrong.
It'll be too late by then.
Oh, what about
too late for what, Sheen? Too late
for everybody. Too late for everybody. You saw TPG and his bollocks 2 years ago. You saw it with your instincts. You've been in this business 40 years. You knew it. You even said it to me, but you stayed.
I knew it.
You knew it. You knew it all.
What did I know?
What
did I know?
You knew that the guy was no good. Oh God! Don't get me started. You knew the whole thing, and you never said a thing because there were
you're saying, okay? So Sheen, let's get this accusation right. You're saying that I knew Anthony was ripping people off.
No, you knew he was up to no good. You knew he was not a correct
So
character.
what state of mind must I have been in then to make that video that you so very proudly played earlier on?
Yeah, because you were like, oh, you know what? He's actually the shit. So everybody apologized.
I'm start raving mad, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, not start raving mad. You just.
Well, I'm stupid then.
I would never say that to you, but it's. But the problem with being stupid or not stupid isn't the issue. It's a sinister idea, and it comes back to the same thing, that you're easy to call out other crime, but you're not willing to call out crime inside your circle.
I've already explained
Sharks don't bite sharks. We've been saying it now. It's a mantra. Everybody say it after. Stay with me. Sharks don't bite sharks.
Big sharks. Let me steal that.
Everybody
a little bit.
Says, because it is true, and that's what we're witnessing.
Let me explain.
If you want to go ahead and admit it and say, listen, I'm on that other side. I'm in danger. I don't want to get my fucking head blown off, or I'm afraid for my family. Okay, we get it. But please be honest about that. That the actual real criminals who are out there to rip people off, you're not going to call out. You're out there to call out the guys with the machetes on the streets.
You're right. You're right about
all the ADs.
Yeah.
You're out to call out the police in London, but you're not going to call out these guys because you're afraid for your own safety. Okay,
okay.
Now we know.
Okay, so you've got it. So let me make it clear, because you're not far wrong. Yes, I'm prepared to. The guys with the machetes don't scare me. I've had them in front of me before. They're all fucking cowards anyway.
Exactly.
Right. The guys with the machetes don't scare me. The ADs don't scare me. The old Bill don't scare me. The police, although they probably should, because they're probably the more dangerous of the lot. Right?
Yeah.
The police are a problem, but I'll call them out. I'll call anyone out unless my safety is on the line. And if anyone doesn't like that, tough luck.
Okay.
Obviously,
let me ask you the next question. Are people like me and Tim, who are very vocal about this gray market stuff, are we in danger too?
I don't think so, no. And the reason you're not is because you don't. Well, you have done. You've focused on one in particular. I think that, let's talk hypothetically for a minute. Good conversation, this. If TPG, for an example, was of a different character, there are certain individuals that very well could have been in big trouble.
Right.
But I think they probably sussed out that he might be a bit of a shark in that, but he's not a violent shark.
Yes.
Yeah, I was afraid for a second.
Hang on, Tim. Paul's spitting some real truth right now.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying. When I was a little bit afraid because he's on my side of the ocean, and it would be very easy for him to find me out. With
Tim, the people that you should be afraid of, you'll probably never even know.
I believe that 100%. Everything I know about this kind of dealings, the person you don't hear of or hear from is your real enemy.
Okay, and this is why
me and Tim and OC and various other people, probably not Buckley, because he's clearly
Buckley's not afraid of anything.
He's warmed himself up to you. Do you think we're under threat?
I think the only time you'd be under threat is in the same situation as myself.
We've spoken about this before.
It's a great question.
Remember, Paul, I spoke about
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
Too stupid to be afraid.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I remember that. We had this conversation.
Yeah, and you told me about the guy who was put away for many years in jail and so on.
The answer to the question is, which is a very good one, and I'm going to enjoy answering it to the best of my ability, is that you're no more in danger than myself, in the respect that I try to be careful with what I say, because I know that the person that I upset, I won't even know I've upset him.
Right.
Until it's too late.
Got it.
So that's one of the reasons why I'm careful. And my advice to you guys is that if you start picking on individual people, or more importantly, the way that it could happen, which will be even more dangerous, is that if you start taking money out of someone's pocket,
right,
they're going to think he can go.
Yeah, the minute you fuck with their money is the problem.
Exactly.
Yeah.
These guys don't give a shit about reputation. They haven't got one, right? All these guys care about is money.
Got it.
Now, if you was to, let's talk about a mythical dealer. Let's say Buckley was a dealer and you start messing with Buckley and OC is his backer, right? Yeah. OC is going to be the one that comes to see you, not Buckley.
Got it. I know. I understand. I live in Italy, man. Cosa Nostra.
And you won't even know who he is. You won't even know why you've been approached or
and has that been one of your main reasons why you will not call out certain figures in the gray market industry? Okay. That's all we needed to hear.
There you go.
Absolutely.
I think we've heard it a couple of times. Paul, let me ask you a question. After the first blackout, the first TPG blackout, and that did have quite a chilling effect on not just the YouTube gray dealers, but gray dealers across the United States. And I'm not sure if it had a global effect, but people pulled back their consignment watches across the board, across the United States. Why didn't somebody, one of these guys with a black trench coat or whatever, go visit TPG and say, hey, what you did, no bueno. That wasn't a very cool thing. We think you need to take some time away. Hypothetically, why do you think there was no coordinated effort to, hey, listen, you need to take some time away from the business. What you did cost us millions and millions of dollars. And really
great question.
Great question. A good question. I think probably a few things, mate. Maybe one, luck. Maybe two, he didn't affect anyone that was in that category. Because I want to make it clear that the people that I'm speaking about now, necessarily, they're not on every street corner, right? They're a separate part of the industry that us good guys try and steer clear from. They're like the bad guy in the pub. You go in a bar and there's a guy in the corner that you know is a fucking handful and he's a problem.
You stay away.
You just stay away from him.
Right.
You don't get involved in it. You don't go over and say, hey, mate, do you want a drink? Or you don't start up a conversation. If anything, you avoid him. And that's the way that we treat these guys. But we don't always know who they are. We don't
Were some of those kind of characters at the London Watch Show 2 years ago? I know the answer, but I'm going to ask it publicly. Okay.
Yeah. And by the way, and Oshin, it's quite possible those people have infiltrated the legitimate auction world, legitimate auction houses. I mean, I don't want to say which one, but there is one that's backed by
100%
certain ethnic group.
100%.
The people are based in a certain country.
Listen, what I think a lot of people watching this tonight, I don't know how many people you got watching, I can't see.
500.
Okay, that's nice. Look, this shouldn't come as a surprise to a lot of people, but some it might. I say it again, whatever industry you are in the world, if there is big money involved, there are bad people.
Yep.
Whatever industry, horse racing, snooker, pool, boxing, show business, wherever there's big money, there's bad people.
How do you play that personally? Like in your position as an ex-watch dealer, as a guy in the know, you've probably shaken hands with a lot of guys who you'd like to clean your hands straight after. Being public and talking about, the watch industry, how do you grapple with that problem there? Trying to report to people, about legitimate crime, like a scam.
I do my best.
You do your best, but you're playing that edge. You're walking on that razor edge between shit that you can report on that doesn't there's no accountability. Somebody robbed somebody on the street or there's a scam, versus some dude who you might think might come and get you. Is that a problem for you? Is that like, do you sleep okay at night with that stuff?
I think, Asheen, great question. I think what I've dealt with in my life and what I've had to deal with, I'm not easily fazed. Funnily enough, the more attacks that you have, the easier they become. I know it sounds really weird, but the first time was the most shocking. The second time was a little bit less shocking. The third time, whilst it was the worst, was not as shocking. It didn't come as a surprise. And there's been an incident since then that I've never spoken about and won't speak about. I do sleep well because I think I'm sensible enough to try and keep the line clear, the path clear. And
well, if I can explain it to you very simply in a like I'm explaining it in a child's book or something, we all when I first listened to your channel now 3 years ago, 4 years ago, it was all about that truth and that honesty and that earnesty. And I feel that the watch community they've lost trust and they feel a little bit slighted because, you know, you found a way to make money out of your YouTube channel and you found a way to bring on sponsors and so on. And they've lost that kind of thing that we originally had. Like, this is the insider guy who's going to tell us really how it happens. Just between friends or old friends, that is essentially what's taking place.
No, I mean, look, thanks, Shane. I appreciate that. Look, I mean, I find that unfortunate. I find it sad, you know, because I love my viewers, or most of them, not all of them. I've met some brilliant people and some lovely friends. I mean, look, the money, if I told you guys how much money I make out of YouTube, you'd be surprised. It's not bad, but you know how much I get to keep of it every month? Listen, lads, I've got 4 granddaughters and 2 daughters. I don't get to keep very much of it at all, right?
I appreciate that, by the way. I appreciate that you have a lot to preside over.
Yeah.
Because I know you from the old days and I know what you have to deal with.
Yeah.
I appreciate the head of the family. You've got to keep your eyes on the earnings and so on.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm not, despite the fact that people will look at me, I mean, that's one of the reasons why people don't super chat me, not because they don't appreciate what I do, but they don't think I need the money. And I suppose you could say to some degree I don't. But then on the other end, I've been retired since I think 2016. Money is, you know, I think the girls all forgot that I retired. No one ever told them, you know. So, you know, that their spending habits have never changed.
Of course.
Neither of mine, really.
She's like
exactly, you know, girls are girls. But listen, if you can't treat your girls, what's life worth living for, you know?
Exactly.
But look,
do you feel now that conflict has happened because the inevitable entropy of the situation is going to happen? That what's happened is that you were looking out for the general watch public, and that was your main attraction to the channel. That was the reason I came to your channel. Many people came to your channel, but now money has taken over, and now you're on that crux. You're on that crossroads where you can think about the earnings for the channel versus the safety of the public.
No, I would say that money has never been a motivation for me, and I can honestly say that because, you know, I said to Tim earlier on that if you was to look at my account, so I spend more money every year than I make.
Me too, man.
You know, I mean, look, you know, give me any means to live by, and I'll try and live beyond it, right? So, you know, my income, you know, trips to Dubai, and by the way, I'm not being facetious, but I don't travel bucket class, you know, business class everywhere I go. Trips to Dubai, France, Germany, etc., Portugal, America twice this year. I'm off to Spain next week. Then I'm off to Hong Kong.
It's expensive.
It's expensive. So if is YouTube a living for me? It just really negates a lot of the spending. It doesn't really make me any money as such, as in like my bank balance isn't going up, but at the same time, it's not particularly going down a great deal. It's just, it is what it is. But money is not my God. You know, if money was my God, Hussein, I would pack up Watch YouTube in tomorrow and do a completely different subject.
But isn't digital watch balls your answer to that problem?
What's a financial problem?
The digital watch vault. Isn't that your answer, your final goal for that stuff?
Yeah, I think digital watch vault is the culminate. There's one other thing I'd like to do before I pack up.
Paul, I have never accused you of making money from YouTube. What I did say is I called you out when you were compromised when you were defending Gray Market a little bit more than you would have if you weren't taking the money from the Gray Market.
Tim, well, what you said that upset me was that I was making money from Watch Crime. And as what I was trying to say to you is this, is that as someone that's sitting here right now with 3 teeth missing out the side of his mouth, it's not funny to be accused of trying to make money off the back of the misfortunes that I suffered. It's I find it highly offensive. I understand that people might not get it.
It's just the truth. It's the horrible truth, but truth nonetheless.
But I would never, Tim, want to make money off the
I'm
back
not
of other
saying like you're
people's
doing
misery.
it out of sinister motives. I'm not saying. I'm just saying it's just the fact of life. Hey, there's some people who are making coffins. They're making living out of death, you could say. But somebody has to do it. So there's no shame in that.
Unfortunately, for better or for worse, Paul, that this is how we're seeing it. That your entire narrative, the entire time, was building up to that. It was creating a need for a product and providing the solution. It's Machiavellian. Look it up, man. It's an old marketing technique. You create the need for the product and then you provide the product.
Shane, I'm glad you brought that up. Because I know that's been one of your accusations. But
yes,
I mean, with all due respect, mate, it's a bit far-fetched. I mean, my first robbery was in 2011. My second was
we're
in
not
2000.
talking about your robberies. We're talking about your robberies.
You're saying that I preempted the launch of Digital Watch Vault by talking about watch crime.
Well, I can't mention how many videos you did talking about watch crime, and then at the end you were like, so we don't need a watch registry. Your gripe was with the Rolex watch registry that has disappeared since 2010 or 2011 or whatever. That was your big gripe, and it builds up to this now. I've seen it in many of your videos.
No, it's
one of you're sitting on your stairs in your house. You copied Gringa at one point because she was sitting on her stairs, and like a week later, you did one sitting on your stairs, and I saw it, and you were like, and you think we don't need a watch registry? It's very, very transparent to some of us. I'm sorry, Paul.
Yeah, no, Shane, you can make that accusation, or I wouldn't even call it an accusation, really. I mean, you can think that way. Yeah, but like, to be honest with you, I think you're giving me far too much credit, mate. I'm not that clever. I mean, I go back to 2011 when I wrote the first article about the lost and stolen register and how pissed off I was that Rolex had taken it away. Then it was going to lead to watch crime. Then I was robbed the first time. Then I was robbed the second time. Then I was robbed the third time. Then I had another issue. And then
never by immigrants, by the way. I need to add that. Never by immigrants that you were robbed, or at least people that you know that you were robbed by. Let me ask you one last thing. I've got to go to bed soon. I want to ask you one last thing.
Yeah, go
on. Clearly, Tim has shaken you up a little bit because you did a live thing tonight with him. You brought him on your channel. All that did, by the way, I'm sorry to say, is promote Tim's channel.
I don't mind. It's fine.
You know, okay. And Tim is fucking amazing, bulletproof. We love him. Is there any truth to what Tim has to say? Is that, you know, when I get accused of all sorts of shit, I have a big channel, I get accused of crazy shit, crazy stuff I can't even mention, but I'm not going to bring attention to it. Right? I'm not going to give oxygen to it. Are you giving oxygen to Tim because you believe there's a moniker of truth in the center of what Tim is trying to put forward?
Not at all. The reason I called Tim to come on my channel tonight is because I was really pissed off about the way he approached that video last night. I thought it was wrong. I thought it was disingenuous. I thought it was insulting. I thought it was disrespectful to the victims.
But when the thing continued and D came on, I watched the rest of it with D, Time Love, and he was like, dude, you know, tone it down. He was trying to give you good advice. He was like, don't make it public. Like, this is all YouTube bullshit. Like, he gave you some good advice there.
Yeah. But I'm thinking, what I'm thinking is, Shane, is that I've stood back for months and watched people slag me off and talk a load of shit about me, and I've had enough. And I will continue to reveal, or to try and reveal, at least the real person that you see in front of your screen right now. If people want to accept it, fine. If they don't, it doesn't matter to me. But
and does that matter to your superiors in the digital watch vault? Like, are they affected by this, or is it just your personal little gripe going on amongst totally 500 people? Or
totally separate. I'm a small part of Digital Watch Vault. I remain a small part of Digital Watch Vault. But I would like to answer the other thing that you said about the building the vault up, or preparing to build the vault up. The vault is 3 years in the making, just under 3 years. I've been talking about watch crime since 2011. So with all due respect, whilst I understand your theory, you're miles off. Miles off. If I was Usheen, I'd just tell you there's no shame in it.
It's just far more likely that the project that he developed, the Digital Watch Vault, happens to align very much with the issue that he's.
It aligns with a passion. It aligns. There's nothing stronger than a project of passion, and this has always been a passion of mine.
Let me read this super chat, and then I'll ask you a theory that some of the viewers have. OG baby girl, thank you so much for $10 super chat. This is exactly like drug dealing at high-end cartel level. It's dangerous and shady as hell, but look the other way because money is good and a biatch to clean. Substitute watches, same thing. It's a good point. It's a really good point there. OG baby girl is
it's
right.
A decent point, but I wouldn't say it's particularly accurate. I reiterate again, there are two areas to the business. One is in the area then which I always frequented, and the other area that sits out there somewhere in cyberspace that we don't really get involved in, but we know is there.
Okay. Well, okay. Let me ask you a theory, Paul. And this is a theory that some people in the watch community have, and I gotta be honest. It's a theory that I think makes a lot of sense. So all right. So the theory goes something like this. And Buckley was trying to tell you about this when he joined. When Buckley first joined, he said like, "Are you getting scammed here, Paul? Because this website, you said it took 3 years to make it, and we just don't see it. We don't see the 3 years of work there.
No, not 3 years to make a website.
It didn't take 3 years to build that website.
No. The website took about a couple of months.
Okay. All right. Are you
well,
sure?
we believe that because of the wording.
It wasn't Paul's idea, from what I understand.
So we just want to make
I
sure.
believe that Paul is the vehicle. He's the public vehicle. These guys had the idea, and Paul is a public character, so he's able to.
You didn't invest like millions and millions of dollars.
Let me just explain it. Right? The guy that originally, how it all started was Steve, who I know that Tim has met, came to me just under 3 years ago with an idea to set up a kind of a rival to Chrono 24. And I said, I'll be honest with you, Steve, I had a couple of chats with him, really nice, lovely guy, churchgoer, lovely family. I said, mate, listen, you're a lovely guy, but I'm not really interested in trying to set up a rival to Chrono 24. I don't think it'll work. I think Chrono 24 are too well established. It's not for me. I said, but I tell you what would interest me. What would interest me is if we could set up a lost and stolen register that we could give to the public, try and replace what Rolex have taken away, and it developed from there. And that's how it developed. So it's 3 years in the making. There's a slight exaggeration because look, when I first spoke to Steve, there was probably a couple of months when we didn't speak, and then you're looking at really, I suppose you're looking at 2 years work. But the work really is not the website.
Was it a case of like you were doing your regular stuff just for fun, whatever, you're retired and you were doing the YouTube and it was a little fun, something to do. Yeah. And then you realized there was a lucrative way. There was a new prospect for business that just kind of grew, evolving, that just on your lap, just fell on your lap, and you went, oh fuck, maybe I can do this.
The vault you're talking about.
the vault and the
Well,
channel.
I'm not sure that.
And then
Shane, I'm not sure the vault. I'm not sure the vault's ever going to make huge amounts of money. That's never been its ambition. Our goal is for it to pay for itself.
Well, what you said to me when we were still in cahoots was that it would. You were very convinced about it. Sorry,
one day, hopefully, it would be worth money.
But like Spencer said to Tim, you could have been a millionaire.
I could have been a millionaire. Can you believe it, guys? If I
Well,
just
I'll tell you what, let me ask you, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna go to bed.
It's a true quote. Paul.
It is a true quote, and I believe it. Paul, aren't you fucking pissed? You fucking lost me as a mate. I could have fucking helped you with this big time, man.
Shane, I'll turn that around and say, aren't you pissed off that you lost me as a mate? We could have worked well together.
Never in a second. I never, that was, you know, I feel like because I'm like a truth teller, I burn my subs for my beliefs.
I want you guys to reunite. You guys are like Batman and Robin.
I'm like, there's nothing monetization or anything behind me. I'm like the fucking real deal. People believe me because they know they can believe me when I even say anything about any brand. This is gold for you. I think Spencer saw that in me at the beginning point. He's like, well, this
saw a lot in you.
Yeah, Spencer was like, oh, this guy is the fucking real deal. He makes real arty videos. He talks about the passion and beauty of watches.
You could have made a movie together. Now we stole the plot.
Shane, so one old
man that you burned that shit. I just
one old friend.
I wonder if you think that
one old friend to another. I'm just talking from the heart now. Let's try and forget that there's a few hundred people watching.
Sure.
I saw a lot in you. I think Spencer saw a lot in you. I think everyone that meets you sees a lot in you. But my opinion of you as a human being is that you have a flawed character. And I think until you learn to recognize your own problems, problems is not the right word. Let me rephrase that. Until you learn to recognize, sometimes I wish I was better educated. Until you learn to recognize that you do have a flawed character, and that's fine because a lot of geniuses have a flawed character. That your biggest attribute that you could, and I don't mean this patronizing because
it's okay.
I'm older than you, but please excuse my use of the English language. So let me say it the best way I can. If you could recognize your flaws, face them and beat them, you know what a man you'd be.
Do you think I'm failing?
Yes.
You think me as a person and the channel, etc.
No, not the channel. I think the channel's a success. I think you have a good loyal following.
But doesn't that bother you that the channel continues and the people?
No, it doesn't bother me. Shane, I don't hate you, mate.
So you think I'm failing as a person? And
I think I'm this as a friend. I just said to you, we're speaking as old friends. Let's try and forget that anyone else is present.
But what you're saying is,
I'm sad for you because, like, and maybe I shouldn't be. But I said on my stream the other week that I was upset that I feel you lost one of the best friends that you could ever have. Because I'm a loyal bastard.
I said the same thing about you're a loyal bastard, dude. Let's not get into it. You're not a loyal person. Loyalty you'll find in the Irishman, man. Loyalty beyond,
and stubbornness and arrogance.
Yes, but loyalty above all. I stood by you, man. People shot fires, like they shot missiles at you, and I defended you. I'm a very, very
and I've defended you, as you know. And Shane, go to bed before we end up getting a room. Go on.
Okay. But anyway, listen. Interesting, very interesting stuff.
But listen, Shane, before you go,
yeah,
let me tell you something. I'm a big softy at heart. I never wish ill on anyone.
Yeah.
If you can find it in yourself to please, just look at some of the ways that you respond to people and sometimes the way you react. And if you could change that, you are one hell of a human being.
I will always go with truth. And if a person tries to tell me 2 and 2 is 5, I will continue.
I get that, and I
to tell
respect
you
that.
2 and 2 is 4. I'm
But
sorry.
do you have? This is a deep conversation, right? But do you have the ability to admit when you're wrong? Can I ask you that?
Yes,
Or do you
absolutely.
find it hard? Do you find it hard?
I think everyone does, but
See, I've never done that. I've never, honestly, Shane, you know what? I've never found it. I've always found that me and when you're wrong to be a strength because you learn.
Sure. I mean, if you can give me a moment where I'm wrong in this, I will admit it, But the problem is when a person is right and they're told, can you admit when you're wrong? There's a problem there, right?
When you're always right, you never have the opportunity.
Okay, so let me put it.
I'm not always right. I'm
I
wrong every day of my life.
Let me put it to you another way.
100 times a day.
Let me put it to you another way, Shane, because maybe it's the wrong question. Let me ask you this: you find it hard to forgive and forget?
I find it hard to forgive. Forget, I do every day. I forget all the time. But forgiving is difficult for me. Yeah. I hold grudges.
Wouldn't it be better? Wouldn't it be better to try and not to hold grudges, especially against someone like myself who has actually never tried to harm you?
I would make a lot more money and be a lot more successful person if I forgave. I'm a very stoic and I'm stubborn. Yes, I'm extremely stubborn. Don't do me wrong. If you do me right, I'm the best friend in the world. I am the best friend you've ever found. But if you do me wrong, I'm the worst.
Does that include?
So please don't fuck that up.
Does that include?
And you fucked that up. So
does that include?
If shit didn't go the way it was, the way it went, I would be behind you probably trying to clean up your act there with Digital Watch Fault, and you would have no better ambassador than me. But unfortunately, you walked a greedy role. You walked a very greedy and mercenary path.
Unfortunately, we won't solve anything by going over old ground. That's
I'm just saying. Yeah. So here we are. Here we are. Aren't you? You're trying to turn it back on me like my character. Aren't you? And you're 10 years my senior at least. Aren't you? Don't you look back at this and say, listen, I fucking shouldn't have fucked that prick over, because that prick would have been really, really good for my business.
I don't consider I ever fucked you over, Shane.
All right.
I was given. I don't want to get into that conversation.
Yeah, okay. I'm just curious. That's all.
What I was going to say to you is the other thing is that
I don't back down. This is my problem. I don't back down. Some people, they're brilliant. They back down in the right places, and that's a great virtue. Choose your fights. That might be you. That might be you. You might be that kind of person where you're like, this is worth fighting. This isn't. Unfortunately, I'm a pugnacious character. I'm like, I'll fight every fucking fight. I see some fucking asshole waiter in a restaurant who's treating people badly. I'll call him out. I'll say, hey, I'll see some guy on the street. I'll be like, hey, that's me. This is the way I am.
The thing is, though,
I don't think I'm going to change at this point.
The ultimately, the bottom line is that you and Tim, in my opinion, had big futures in the watch business. And it's a shame that you didn't grasp it and go along with it. And the number one thing,
we'll see how time stretches out. We'll see.
Yeah, it might be.
We'll see. It's okay, But at least I can go to sleep now because I know that I fought for my side. I know that what I think is right. And what is right, and I didn't sell out, and so on. That's
all fine. That's all fine, and I accept that.
All right.
I just wish, and I'll leave you with this thought: I wish that you'd have took my advice. And you know what that was right at the very beginning, right? And I'm not going to bring it up because I don't want to drag it out and speak,
Sure.
you know. But you know what my advice to you was right at the very beginning. And I think even if you can find it in your art machine to admit that if you'd have followed that advice, even though you didn't like it, things would have turned out better ultimately. Because ultimately you did follow the advice, but you just kicked up one hell of a shit before you did it.
And I have a diametrically opposed argument. If you had followed my advice, things would be very different.
Okay.
You may be 10 or 12 years my senior, but we're not that different. And you could have seen a different way. You encountered a very different character. And I think you saw that and you could have seen some virtue in that.
One thing I did want to
maybe
say
there's
is,
something
by
to
the way,
learn on both sides, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. By the way, Shane, one thing I will say is that one thing that you said about my thing with Nico in the past, it is very unfair and very untrue. Do you know how many subs that I've gained from Nico?
I don't know.
Can I tell you? 0. Right?
I know.
So
Don't you feel like
say anything about Digital Watch Vault? That's the
hold on a
biggest
minute.
disappointment.
Hold on a minute.
Crazy.
We're
onto it as personal. You guys are listening to a personal phone call right now.
Poor Buckley's gone into a coma. Look.
Buckley is like sitting back and like just judging. That's okay.
He's
very wise for a
I'm
guy
having a
over
senior
30.
moment. I forgot what I was going to fucking say now.
No, but
I know. Shane, you know, you said before unfairly that I sided with Nico over stuff because I wanted the subs, mate. I've never gained one sub from Nico. I've never
Isn't that a
asked him.
fucking shame, because you were counting on that. You did the smart thing. You were a mercenary fellow. You picked the bigger fish, but unfortunately, you didn't pick the fish with the
I picked the bigger fish when I sided with you over producer Michael. I didn't pick the bigger fish then, did I? It wasn't about the subs, mate.
And kudos to you for that. Good boy. There's character. There's character.
Never about the subs.
No, that was good. That was really good. Meanwhile, you fucking shifted.
And now me and Michael are friends. I've got to know him. I've got to know more about him.
I never heard from that prick, by the way.
We speak.
Well, next time you speak,
nearly every day,
remind him that the guy he shafted is continuing to be big on YouTube and is gaining a bigger and bigger voice. So
let me tell you something, Shane. I don't want to disappoint you, but I don't think even 250,000 subscribers would particularly impress Michael. Yeah, I think he's currently sitting on nearly 2 million people. So
that's fine. David and Goliath. It's a great story.
Fair play to him. He knows how to do it.
Yeah, fair enough.
James, the advisor, thank you so much for being a member for 25 months. Paul, how did Danny know OC and Tim had accounts with Digital Watch Vault?
I don't know how many times we've got to answer this same question. It's because
it's a great question, isn't it?
About it. Tim spoke about it on his bloody stream.
I never spoke about it. I never.
No,
he said all of Tim's detractor, all of Digital Watch Vault's detractors all have accounts. Now I know that was probably hyperbole.
Yeah.
He meant probably that he saw Tim on the live stream with an account, and then he exaggerated it.
Look, can I just tell you, for honestly, right? None of us have access to all areas of the vault, right? I certainly have never even looked at the back end. I have no interest. If I want to look at someone's serial numbers, I've got 25,000 of them in one of my safes I can go and look at, right? I don't need to. So, but the suggestion that Danny would somehow have access,
it was fun. It was, but Paul, you don't understand that that's an example of like a shtick, right? Like we'll say like Danny, how did Danny know that? And the audience picks up on it. It becomes a kind of funny bit. And then I think you guys take it so personally. It's like, oh my God.
Well, we take it seriously because there are people out there daft enough to believe that Danny has got access to it.
Does he?
I don't believe that Danny has access to it, for the record.
He hasn't denied it.
Then it looks like he's streaming from a Nokia phone. Come on.
I mean, this is the kind of banter that we do on the show, Paul. It's
Yeah.
like, and if you watch the show more often, you'd realize that we're just a couple of fun-loving guys.
Like I said, you know what, OC, look, you know, one man's banter is another man's abuse, right? And like I can take a bit of stick and I don't mind the personal stuff. The personal stuff doesn't really bother me. When it bothers me is when I see like good, I mean, like you guys don't know, Steve, but what a lovely, lovely man. You'll never meet a nicer individual in your life, right? You know, just a beautiful human being. And when I see people attacking him or you know, trying to damage the work that he's put into it, it upsets me.
Yeah.
With the greatest respect, Paul, he came on the stream and he couldn't answer a lot of the questions that we posed to him, and that he damaged. No, I'm being serious. Don't laugh.
No, I'm laughing
He's laughing at the
Oh, for God's sake, defense, all right. So I mean, I just think that Steve just came on and he failed to answer a lot of questions, and we've not heard anything since then, and it did him a disservice, I think.
Yeah,
you know, so
I agree. Steve was very naive. Steve was very naive. He thought he was coming onto a nice, friendly stream where, you know, he was going to just be able to be honest and be himself. And
we didn't even ask him hard questions. He just kind of jumped off the bridge.
It was his first time. It was his first time ever on the live stream. He was enthusiastic. You know, he got it wrong. He knows. He understands. I told him the next day, and it is what it is. I mean, like it's not a big deal.
Well, you should come back on, and you know we can sort things out. Well,
you know, Paul, I think you did better tonight on this stream than you did on your own stream. If I were
100%,
you,
Asheen,
I would
100%.
delete your own stream and just leave this one up or whatever.
Yeah, listen, you know, look,
you're more earnest, you're more solid, you're straight up. Earlier, you were just attacking Tim. And Tim has a right to speak his opinion. He maintains a right to speak his opinion as long as he didn't say there was a guy in a place doing a thing, something solid. Otherwise, it's his opinion.
How do you feel about innuendo, though, Shane? Because innuendo is a thing. It's in the middle, isn't it? It's in the middle, innuendo. It's like,
sure.
I remember listening to a guy that used to do media years ago, and he said, do you know one way to make people believe that someone's done something? You tell them they didn't. And I said, well, how does that work? And he said, well, if I put a front page up on the Sun, Oisin O'Malley is not the Yorkshire Ripper, people will automatically think that Oisin O'Malley
is the Yorkshire Ripper.
He is.
Right? So the question I pose,
you got to deal with it. I mean, this is normal stuff. Like this is the regular. I mean, people say crazy shit about me, and you just have to.
What do they say? What do they say about Paul? I can't think of anything negative they say about Paul.
Certainly not as much as me.
By the way, you should rebrand as 4P and trademark that because
it's very fun.
Keep your eyes out because there is a
4P merchandise.
4P merch. I can see it at baseball cap.
Register the trademark, Tim.
This
quick.
Orange baseball cap. No, seriously, there is something in the pipeline I'm quite excited about, but that'll be
4P merch. I want to see it happen.
Definitely not merch. Definitely not merch. No.
It's a good. It's good. It's short and succinct. It's a good brand.
Who wants to wear? I'm always told.
Don't you want the pair of 4Ps for Christmas?
I'm always told I dress inappropriately for a 63-year-old, but I say sod it.
I've never heard Tim say that today, but he usually says that.
I want a pair of 4Ps for Christmas.
Quite a good brand name, though, isn't it? 4Ps.
Yeah.
4Ps.
Really?
It's not bad, is it?
It rolls off the tongue.
Yeah.
How much was your mood influenced by today's match with the Cottagers? Speaking of innuendo.
Well, I mean, the sending off obviously played a big part in it, but I haven't seen it. I can't bring. I only ever watch Fulham if they've won. I can't watch them when they lose.
Fair enough.
All right, before Asheen goes, Paul and Asheen blow kisses at each other like the cat wants.
I don't know. Is there a way forward? What are you going to do about me? You know, I'm not flying the ointment.
We ask ourselves that question every single day.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like
you hear the knock on the door.
Yeah, like how do you figure out a prick like me? Like, what do you do?
What do we do about you?
Usually, we let you talk.
Yeah, I mean, again, old mate to old mate, I just let you blow yourself out. I mean, you have a moan and a groan, and you say stuff about me that's not true, and I say, oh well, it is what it is. I don't lose any sleep over any of it. Do I miss you as a friend? I miss the person that I thought was a friend.
Me too, man. Dude,
he's a great guy.
Yeah,
I'm just wondering, like from your perspective, what would you do with this dude who is no one's pocket, who has no one to answer to, who has no sponsors?
Come on, O'Shane can make a great promo video for
doing videos nonetheless, and is growing and growing every day. Like, if I were in your shoes, I'd be like, fuck, that's a problem,
Can we
I'm sorry to lay it out there, but like, it's gotta be.
Why would you be a problem to me, Shane?
I don't know. Like, well, I mean, for the same reason as you came on to talk about Timmy, you wouldn't speak about Timmy in such a degrading fashion if you weren't threatened by the things that he's saying. Otherwise, you would ignore him.
No,
Britney Spears said, when they go low, we go high. That was her first. She chimed in earlier in the evening, and all I could think of was Michelle Obama saying the same thing. When they go low, we go high. And all I could think of was, yeah, you go high like your drone attacks. The drones are really high because all of the drone attacks and so on. It's very political, but it was rhetorical. If I were my enemy, I'd be like, what the fuck am I going to do with this prick? That's all I'm saying. Like, once you make the enemy of a larger channel, you make enemies of Tim, and not to disparage Tim. He's very important, but it's not a huge channel.
Not a big deal.
You've made enemies of a larger channel who is hell-bent on making things right or whatever. Like, what do you do in your position? I'm speaking to the Emmy right now. Like, it's like a conversation between Kissinger and fucking.
I honestly, Eugene, I just let you get on with it, and I let people make up their own minds. You have your supporters, I have mine. I sleep very well at night. I'm sure you do too. I'm not really interested in that. What I'm more interested in as a human being is the honest advice that I gave to you earlier on. I think you're an incredibly talented person that has a character flaw, and if you could sort that out, you'd be a genius.
Isn't that so funny? It's like I would have to rescind my ability to be whatever I am.
No, that sounds
person that you think is a genius or whatever you think. That's very nice. Thank you for that strange compliment, but I'll take it. That same person is the person judging your character and the things that are happening. That creates a strange conflict. I'm just curious. Like, that's odd. I don't know. In your position, what would I do with a dude like O'Shane O'Malley, who's clearly got nothing to gain, nothing to lose, practically nothing to lose? Yeah. You're going to have to fucking kill me.
You're a dangerous opponent. You're a dangerous opponent. I mean, if I look at Tim, and again, I'm going to try and forget that people are watching. By the way, Tim, how many people are watching now?
430.
Okay.
It's pretty high for Tim.
We kept some of them.
It's pretty
okay,
good.
So I see.
But if I make a video about the digital watch ball,
I don't usually get these kind of numbers. Upvote.
I'll make it like it's one thing on a Friday night where I'm spouting off smoking a cigar for 2 hours. That's one thing, but there's another thing when I actually voice my opinion. Or Lenny comes out. Oof. Lenny comes out. You're fucked, man.
Then I think
Lenny comes swinging. If Lenny comes swinging with his baseball bat, it's done. So, I mean, I don't know why you're not on the phone to me going, listen, this is how we're going to do it. Or this, I'm sorry about fucking Nico. I was wrong about fucking Nico. He was in cahoots with fucking Wizard and it's all a sham.
But Asheen, why do you always have to insist on the apology? Why can't both of you?
It's not
wait. I wanted to hear what Paul was going to say about me. I'm not a threat, right?
No, what I was going to say was, and I kind of say this in a jokingly flippant fashion, right?
Yeah.
I see Tim as a fly that keeps landing on your face, and you think, "Will you fuck off?"
But he's not going to fuck off. He's
but
not
then,
gonna go away.
yeah, but it's just. I said it was flippant. It's just like I'm giving you an analogy.
It's important.
Like
I'm talking about
Tim's not going away. He's not going away, dude.
Tim keeps buzzing around your head, and you're like, "Oh, will you piss off?"
I'm reminding you about the important stuff.
A Sheen is more like a hornet with a big sting in his tail.
You left the oven on.
Of course I am. Of course I am. It's just because the subscriber count and so on.
No,
credibility and so on. And but you know, Tim's not going away until you begin to behave correctly and in a proper manner. Then you'll see Tim just fly away naturally. You'll see find somewhere else. He'll fly away somewhere else.
Your biggest asset, Hussein, is your education and your magnificent use of the English language and your ability to make people believe you.
You think I coerce people through my language? That's interesting.
Oh, 100%.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah. You listen. If I ever get in trouble, you're my defense lawyer. 100%.
Yes. If we could just harness your evil skills for the Gray Market Cartel's game.
I'll take that as a weird compliment.
It is a weird compliment.
The MTL says, "Go to church. You should put holy water on you."
And I think that, Paul, I think you saw that in the early days too, and you were like, you know, I want this guy on my side, and let's be friends.
Shane, you're far clever than you're much.
No, it's not to do with clever, but you know, I think. But then you know, you fucked it up, man. It's fucking rough shit.
But that's your opinion that I fucked it up. I mean, at the end of the day, we ain't never going to agree on what we've disagreed about. The big question.
Never got shit out of Nico, man. Hey, if Nico tomorrow made a fucking video going, "This is the greatest watch channel on earth," and it was Paul Thorpe channel, then you'd be like, "Oh, finally!" And you
wouldn't mean anything to me.
And you got a shitload of subs or whatever, or support.
Wouldn't mean anything to me. I want.
She didn't hear that we made up with Nico yesterday.
I never paid off. I'm sorry that didn't pay off. You betted on that team. You could have bet on me, who was your friend, or you.
It wasn't about betting this thing. It wasn't about betting.
You bet it on the other side, man.
It wasn't about
that. We all saw that publicly.
I'll tell you what. Let's try and keep this really, really civil, right? And I'm going to lower the tone of my voice and slow it down as well.
Okay.
Shane, all I wanted you to do. Can I have your permission to say what I'm going to say? Because you know what I'm going to say.
Is to pay the money that you owe.
Is that okay?
Right.
All I wanted you to do was pay him and get it done with.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted you to do.
Yeah.
That was my advice on day one. At the time, I think you'll be happy to admit that I knew you better than I knew Nico. As an individual, at the time, I was more friendly with you than I was with Nico. It had nothing to do with the subs. I just wanted you to pay him, get it done, do the right thing, and move along.
Okay, now you've used the metaphor. I've heard you use this metaphor several times, even on the BBC, that a girl wearing a short skirt shouldn't be a target, right?
Yeah.
It's like turning to the girl and saying, "All I want you to do is wear a long skirt instead of a short skirt."
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing. And Nico was paid off 18 months ago, man. Or well over a year.
Yeah.
So and as it turns out, as we see in the watch world, it was fucking pennies in comparison to all the shit that goes on. Why on earth make a big deal?
Yeah.
And why not side with your friend? Why not?
I'll tell you what it was. I'll tell you what it was, right? I'll tell you what it was, Shane. And again, you know, we're trying to, you know, be civil.
I know.
Right?
I'm just saying.
The thing is that I gave Nico the same advice as I gave you. For fuck's sake, don't make this go public. Keep it quiet.
Who made it public?
Pardon me?
Who made it public? I didn't make it public.
Jesus, I'm even having problems remembering now.
Nico
He
released a video.
recorded a phone call.
Well, he had
put it
48 hours to go public, or he was going to go public.
Okay, so again, I'm talking about myself, right? Not you know, but I said to both of you guys, for fuck's sake, don't let this go public. You guys already accused me of trying to keep things in the background. So you're right. You know, I tried to get you guys to sort it out between
ask you
yourselves.
something. Does that guy give a fuck about what you went through with me?
I'll be honest with you. I think that.
Does he ever call you and say thanks for? Like, is there anything that
I don't want any
your reputation on the line and it all went south?
I don't want any thanks. But
what
he
does,
he
because
does.
had you sided with me, dude, had you sided with me and defended me, I would be so on your side, and I would have called you immediately and said, dude, you are my friend, solidarity, brother. Thank you. And yes, and on we go. The dude gets paid off. He was being paid off. He finally got paid off. Fine. You know, it would have come out clean. Has that dude ever thanked you for doing that, for siding with him, for fucking your own friend? Has he ever picked up the phone and said, you know what? Good on you, boy.
Nico calls me now and again and to see if I'm okay. I think he's a very hard character to understand.
Right.
A very hard character to understand for whatever reason. I think that he has a very big, and you're not going to like this, Shane. I think he has a very big heart. I know one thing that he does do that I respect immensely is that he's a big animal lover. He takes care of a lot of dogs that are homeless, and that means a lot to me. And he gives them homes and gives them money. And I really like that.
I would like to see proof of that.
Oh, come on.
Is there paperwork?
That's nice, though. In essence,
I mean, it's nice if it's true. Only Watch turned out to be fake. Did you hear about that, Paul? The Only Watch, this big charity auction, turns out that it was all going to Luke Pudovina.
Emailed me about it. I haven't seen it.
Yeah,
but, I mean, look, there are things about Nico that I really respect and I like. There are things about Nico that aren't quite for me. I mean, he's a bit loud for me at my age. You know, maybe if I was 25, 30, I'd enjoy the big character a little bit more. Not so much at my age. But I think I truly think that he has a good heart, and that he means well, and that he runs. I don't ever see him screwing anyone over.
Okay. Well, listen, if someone came after you the same way he came after me, I'd be their enemy. And that's the difference between me and you, Paul.
Yeah.
Okay. MD Chaz is joking. He did a super chat right now. Return the Gruen. Do you understand? This is he fucking talked to that guy going, oh, he's my mate and everything. He staged that whole bullshit like he knew this guy about the Gruen and the whole thing. It was abhorrent. I don't want to get into it. Honestly, I'm sick of even thinking of it, and it put years on me. I'm 50 and I feel like 58. It put fucking years on me. If someone attacked my friend, my comrade, in the same way, I would have gone after them, or I would have.
I would expect my friend, Asheen, I would expect my friend to give me good advice in the first place and to try and get me to see the woods for the trees. And that's what I tried to do for you. And bearing in mind that, to be fair to me, at a time there was a chance of me falling out with both of you. I was the poor sod in the middle that was called in by you two to try.
Now that you haven't, you fall. Yeah, I mean, you've come out. I suppose on the side of Nico. I guess. Has it been worth it? It hasn't really.
Do you know what, Asheen?
Because I'm a real character. I'm a real person, and I'm genuine. And you were dealing with another guy who is a maniac. Can we say the truth?
Your opinion,
dealing with that maniac because he had 1 million subs and I only had 30,000 or whatever.
Subs are irrelevant.
1.6.
You said it to me on the phone. You said it to me. Paul, you said it to me. You were like, "This guy's
What did I
huge.
say?
He can crush my channel, so I've got to
No,
bow
no.
out."
I
You
said,
it to me, I remember.
Shane, I said,
Okay,
this
man.
guy's huge. He can crush your channel.
Yeah, and he attempted to, and he still may if he tries or wants to.
I think Nico would like peace. That's what I think.
I shook hands with Nico in Dublin.
Did he stop the lawsuit?
He didn't stop the lawsuit. I did not get any notification of anything. As far as I can see, everything is still the same. We shook hands. It would be nice if he could bow out of that. One half of me says I'd like to go to court because I know I have a strong case anyway. But it's, you know, I think it would be pain and money for both sides. So what's the fucking point? I think he just came in aggressive and heavy-handed because, you know, he's brouhaha, you know, chest pounding shit. That's okay. I don't really hold that against him in, you know, but as someone said earlier, I think it was Buckley, like, do you feel more animosity toward the people around him who facilitated his behavior? And I said, yes. And that is you and Spencer and various other people. You guys should have shut that motherfucker down in that moment. Said, this is my friend. Leave him the fuck alone. He's getting you paid off. He's already paid you plenty. He was already roped into a bizarre situation with that wizard motherfucker. And he finds himself out of a fish out of water. He doesn't know what to do. He's trying to figure this situation out. He's doing his best. Hang on a fucking month or two and he'll get you paid off. And that's exactly what happened. The guy's been paid off now more than a year and a half. And in the end, what happened is it showed me that you're a mercenary character. You look at dollars and cents instead of friendship and loyalty and camaraderie. And had you been more friendly and more about camaraderie, it would have paid off way better because I would have been way more on your side and way more, you know, truthful about everything. And you would have had a character who is not paid by anyone, not under anyone's fucking thumb, speaking well about you, which is what I was before. Instead, you made an enemy of a guy who doesn't forgive, who doesn't forget.
There's no need to make an enemy of you, Shane. I mean,
there was no need. There was no need to make.
What you should have done, at that stage, was just said to me, Paul, do you know what? I think you're an absolute arsehole. I think you got it wrong.
I don't think you're an arsehole. I don't think you're an. I think you're a mercenary character. That's not an asshole. That's a person who's just thinking of dollars and cents for the bottom line. That's it.
This is the thing. That is so not me. If you only knew, I'm
well,
so
then you
not
need
a
to learn.
character.
Then you need to learn. Even at your elderly age, you need to learn one final lesson.
Steady on with the
when
elderly.
you come across a virtuous character, a real character, you know who isn't under anyone's thumb or any money, and you see that they're outside the watch dealer world or that vicious world, just recognize that they're not the same creature and they're not the same person, and treat them as such. And you didn't do that because you're and I don't even blame you for your nature. Your nature is that, and that's what I spoke about many times. Your nature is that. That's what you need to do. That's the side you need to come out on. My only question is,
what you need to
feel
do
like
is
it was
put it
worth.
behind you. You need to put it behind you.
Sure. That's already happened. I continue. I would have quitted the channel. I would have deleted the channel. I got so much hate, threats, doxing, all of that shit. All this shit I put behind me, but that doesn't remove from the fact.
People keep saying link for Nico. I don't know if he's genuinely there, but
no, I don't think he's there.
The thing is, Shane, right? I've said it before, and I'll say it again. You know, there are things that happened to you that were disgraceful. There are things that were said about, or there were things that were said that were wrong on both sides. My hope is that you could have both been just big enough to put it behind you, or to sort it out, like I said, and just sort it out like a couple of geezers.
I saw him.
Hands.
I saw him in Dublin. We shook hands 3 times because at the end of the day, I was like, I don't have the energy. He didn't have the energy. We could have fucking duked it out right there in the streets of Dublin and both got arrested. You know, but I was like, I don't need this. My mother doesn't need this.
You should have both took your coats off, sorted it out, and shook hands like men afterwards.
If I was there, I would have thrown the first punch.
No. Listen, you know, and in fairness to Nico, he put his hand out first. In fairness to Nico, so I was like, okay, I'll shake his hand. Okay, business is business, sure. And he's, as he said to you, Paul, on one of his streams. On one of your streams, actually, he's like, I have my ways of getting my money, and they work. That's what he said, and he's right. They work, and this is what I was privy to.
This is the trouble.
Will I forget that? No, and I will continue with my channel, and I will continue to grow. But I won't forget what happens.
I'm glad to see it is. But what I would say is, you know what you sound like? You actually sound like me. Talking about watch crime, you cannot get it out of your head. Now, at the end of the day, until I learn to give and forget, it will never leave my head. Listen, now, my advice to you would be is do what I can't do and put it out of your head. Let it go.
Sure. So with which
with
part?
all due respect, well, all of it, all of it, with all due respects, and you might disagree, but I think that, I mean, I've been through some shit in my life, you've seen, from the loss of both of my parents early to 3 robberies that were horrible. If I can live with that and still be a happy person, I'm sure that you can put, with all due respect, I think that pales into insignificance with what I've been through.
Sure.
I'm sure it was painful, but what I've had in my life has been worse. If I could be a man and deal with that and wipe my mouth and move on and still be prepared, like I am right now, to speak to you, even though I don't agree with some of the things you're saying, but you keep bringing up the same problems, the same issues. So they're clearly there burning away inside your head and your heart. You've got to let go. Because you are a wasted, you are a wasted human being, in the respect that you should be out there, like I said to you 3-4 years ago when I was at London Watch Show, you should be out there making a film, the best, biggest, badass film for the watch community, with the support of every single watch YouTuber.
Let me respond to that. I will make the film. I will be out there, and I will do it despite all of the things you said. I will continue. As I said, I could have quit the channel. A lot of people out there in the community were saying, Oisin's definitely going to quit. Now, this is the end of the Timeless Watch channel. Yeah. What happened? I went from there to the next stride. They didn't know me. Yeah. And that is that I can still say, okay, that was bad, but I'm going to continue despite that. So me dropping is not contingent on me moving forward. I'll move forward and I'll still remember who my enemies were. That's me.
Well, that's fine. I mean, if that's the way you want to live, I mean, you did say to me in a phone call, one of our last phone calls, that if I didn't side with you, that I'd regret it for the rest of my life.
Yeah. And you probably will. And that's why I'm asking you.
I think
was it fucking worth it? Like, you fucked over this dude, and all I'm gonna do is get bigger and larger, and I'm gonna continue being prolific. And in the meantime, that plant, that flower is growing.
But
I mean,
you're still
for you.
I don't look at life in that way. I don't look at life in that way.
So you want to let go of shit? That's fine. I don't carry this shit around. I go to the supermarket. I clean my house. I do my videos.
Dox people.
Okay.
Dox people. Let's we not forget Oisin. Here we are. He's at the top of the grill, judging down on everyone.
Blondie,
down on everyone.
Come on. I'm glad to hear she's still alive. I was
still alive. Yes.
Blondie, let's take it easy. Take it easy.
This is getting
Paul
full now.
Thorpe, Paul Thorpe, why would you do this to yourself? Why would you? I respect you.
Okay. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, I'm Pearl Blondie. What the?
Blondie. Look, we're having a genuine discussion. There's been some disagreement, and I think there's some been important questions have been answered and addressed today.
Listen, Paul. I'm gonna split off. It's late, dude. Best of luck with everything. It's a shame how things went. I was just curious how you feel about that. That's all. You know, that's everything. You know, it's just. If I were you, I wouldn't make me as an enemy. That's all.
Yeah, but that's
called a threat.
You making
that's a threat.
You making Tim? No, it's not a threat. A threat is if you do this, I will do that.
It's a veiled threat. It's a veiled threat.
Just hold on, Blondie.
Just
hold on.
No, but a threat is if you do this, I will do that. That's a threat.
Yeah.
There is no threat here. I just carry out my orders in my head. That's all I have to do. I just move forward. There is no.
You have been bloviating for.
Okay, Blondie, just hold on. Let him finish.
So that's it. Like, I don't know how you make this a mortal enemy for the rest of your life, and just kind of go, okay. It's kind of funny to me. How do you come to terms with that idea? I'm not going away. Tim is clearly, your enemy number one tonight on your show, and he has a certain amount of subs. You have a bigger enemy, and there has been no effort to reconciliate or
because if we make
think about Spencer, for example. This is a guy I truly respected and loved, actually. You know, and recently he's on, his channel is like, oh yeah, let's donate the money to the show for Alcoholics Anonymous, making fun of my alcoholism. I mean, how dare they?
Your disability.
So I have this problem with alcoholism. Okay, so go ahead and make fun of that. That's great. So you made an enemy of an alcoholic who has a big channel and is very artistic about making his content.
So what do you call about calling women
luck
crazy?
with that. Good luck with that. That's
crazy.
Good luck with that. Because can you mute?
I'm trying.
You're a hip.
Blondie, calm down. Okay, I'm gonna put her in the back room for a second.
I'm just saying, Paul, because I like you and I respect you still. I'm just saying, like, what the fuck are you gonna do now with me? Because it's not going to get better. It's only going to get worse.
Shane,
You're going to have to shoot me. You're going to have to kill me or something.
Shane, look, listen, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to say it to your face. You don't scare me. I'm not frightened.
I don't want to scare you. I'm just going to say, like, I'm going to be a thorn in your side.
So be it.
That's it. Okay, great.
If that's the way, if you want to spend the rest of your life coming after me, good luck.
No, not after you. But when people say, do you trust Paul Thorpe? I'll say no. I'll say no, and that's fine. And I have the reasons, and they are, and that's it. And this is the way the cookie crumbles.
It's unfortunate.
It's unfortunate, exactly.
I can live with that because I know in my heart that I'm a good person, and I can live with that. And like I said to you, the day for me, the day that you can look in the mirror and recognize your own faults, you become a hugely much better man. But
I look at them every day of my life, and I am a very good person. I believe to be a good person and a good heart. And if you made me mad and if you made me my enemy, you must ask yourself, why? Why did you make a good person? Why did you make a whole and good and artistic person?
I can answer that in one word.
Why did you do that? That's the question that you need to ask.
Stubbornness.
My stubbornness, not your stubbornness. Okay,
I had nothing to be stubborn over.
Okay,
it was a simple black and white deal for me.
Fine,
very
simple and black and white for me too. If you take a person who's outside the watch world, not a watch dealer, not one of these fucking used car salesman guys, an artistic guy who writes songs and lyrics and poetry, and is inventive and makes artistic content. You made an enemy of that guy. How did you do that? And why is that guy?
By sticking to my beliefs, by sticking to my, by
Okay.
sticking to by sticking to the rule that I was brought up to believe in, that if you owe someone a debt, you pay them.
And it was paid. So where are you now?
I know, but it was okay. So I was probably, I think, one of the first persons.
It was in the course of being paid, and it was paid.
But did you or did you not, Oisin? Or we don't want to get into a row, but did you or did you not look me in the eye and tell me that you didn't say to me at one time, "Fuck him, I'm not paying him"?
I said that probably at one point in the
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Yes.
Yes, you
Okay,
did.
I can admit that. And then I said, okay, fuck it. I'm going to pay him, but in pennies. There was a viewer, a very strong viewer of the channel who's very ardent, who said, you send me the money and I'll deliver it in pennies.
I was trying to protect. I was trying to protect
the abuse and the ridiculousness of the situation was obscene.
It was ridiculous.
And I was originally supposed to be part of a scam. Luckily, I wheeled my way out of it. So I was potentially one of the victims that could have been added to the list that we talk about with Wizard.
Wizard was trying to scam you from the beginning.
Yeah, I will say one thing about that, and I think even Oisin will say this. I knew nothing about the Wizard. I had no involvement with him.
He was the architect of that scheme.
I had my own things going on in my life. I had Nico on the phone one minute, I had Oisin on the phone the other.
But Oisin was your friend, and Nico.
At one stage, I had Nico on the phone, and Oisin's trying to get through, and then it's the other way around. All I wanted you guys to do was sort it out between yourselves.
Nico was not your friend. Oisin was. Learn some loyalty.
Yeah, exactly. Well, listen, I know
figure it out. You've got a few more years. Figure it out. Loyalty amongst friends. Somebody turns to Dirk Kennedy, my best friend, on fucking eye bashers with that shit. You better believe I've got his back.
But that's not the way that you help people.
And that's
I thought we were making some progress. Half hour ago,
we have made progress.
I'm sorry, Tim.
I just want to say one last thing, Oisin, right? You've got a lovely daughter, the same as I have, right? Or daughters in my case. When they were growing up, and when your lovely young lady was growing up, I'm sure that when she did something wrong, you had to tell her. Even though you still love her, you tell her.
Sure.
Okay.
Don't ask about his son.
I've spoken about the times that I've had to tell my kids they've done wrong. I've even fallen out of one of them to the point where we haven't spoken for years.
Yeah.
That's not through choice. It's because that is my best advice. If they don't want to listen to it, that's down to them. But it doesn't mean to say that I don't still love them.
Dude, all of this makes sense. If I took the guy's money and ran away, I didn't. He was paid back and he got the watch.
But you should never have told me that you wasn't going to pay him.
I should have never said, fuck him. Yes, that's true. But the next phone call, I'm like, oh, okay, I'll fucking pay him, but I'll pay him.
Doesn't he have any sense of humor? When Oisin said he's not gonna pay, obviously he was gonna pay. He was just not gonna.
I don't want to take anyone's fucking money. The dude has been paid fucking over 18 months. Every single time I get a comment, you dudes have to pay for that. Every time I get a comment about Spencer's fucking AP Royal Oak, Spencer has to pay for that. I'm sorry, but the retribution is retribution. I will fight back. God damn it. I will fight back. I will not sit back like a stupid drone bee just going, no, I will. There's retribution. Absolutely. I will fight back in every case.
What's enough retribution for you, Oisin? For your
enough? Enough doesn't exist. There is no enough. I will take what I can. This is how I work. There is no enough.
Yeah.
There's no end to this at all. There's no enough. You fucking drove me into the ground. You didn't see the state I was in here.
I think
I covered it over on my channel. You
I never
didn't
drove
see
you
the
into
state.
the ground.
You didn't see me at the bottom of a fucking bottle of vodka in that state. And there is no enough.
Shane,
This is it. So this is your enemy that you have created for what? For a guy who didn't fucking give you anything, and who is a charlatan and a fucking warmonger and a lunatic and a crazy person, and you backed him. Why? Because he's a fucking watch dealer. God rest your fucking soul. You'll carry it to the end of to your grave, and that's it. This is what you're dealing with. There is no enough. I sat back and I took the blows and I counted them all out on paper, and every single comment, every fucking horseshit comment.
How many blows?
And every single thing that comes through, including London, what is it? Fucking that watch guy, London, going, let's donate the money to Alcoholics Anonymous. That goes down on paper, goddamn it.
Fucked up.
And I'll spend years. There is no retribution. You guys have to go above and beyond for retribution for what you did to me. I look back at my first videos on the channel and I look 20 years younger. That's your fault. So that's
what,
it.
for asking you to pay a debt?
What? The debt was being paid. And the fact that you said, what, for asking you a debt, I'm going to add that to the list, because the debt was being paid and was paid. It was almost completely paid by then. So I'm going to add that now. What you just said, I'm going to add that to my list, which is, by the way, extremely long.
Okay.
You have a problem. And that's what I was trying to ask you earlier, 30 minutes earlier. What are you going to do with me?
Nothing.
I'm the fucking wild card. You better fucking come and shoot me in the head.
All right. Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
This is it, guys, because you don't get to fuck with people like this. You don't get to treat human beings in this way. You do not. I don't give a fuck if you're watch dealers or whatever the fuck you are. You do not get to back people in this way. You do not get to treat people like they're less than human. And that's the way I was treated. And I was left for dead by Spencer, by you, by Nico, by the whole lot. You think I'm going to forget that tomorrow? I ain't going to forget that. So you better figure something out. I don't know what the fuck you better figure out. But it ain't going away. It's going to keep coming creeping back. This is it. There is no such thing as enough.
It's like the movie Alien, right?
You want my daughter on the fucking stream? You want my daughter to get on the stream and fucking tell you all what she saw her father go through? She will put you all in your place, and she'll make you all feel very small, because she saw her father go through. I held my chin high, and I kept a stern attitude, but she saw what her father went through. And she swear to God, she would have you all on a skillet if she could.
I think they're seeing you're putting yourself through it right now.
Yeah, well, it's there, man, because the pain is there. That shit is there. And what I went through is I get on with my day and I do my videos and I make artistic videos and I try to get on with my life. But don't fucking bring this shit up. Don't talk to me about fucking let it go. I ain't letting anything go. You don't know what you scumbag asshole fucking car fucking salesman put me through. You put me through a lot, and it ain't going away.
It sounds like
5 fucking years from now, you're still going to hear about it. Every time I hear, when are you going to pay Spencer for the AP? When are you going to pay back Nico? I'm adding it all up.
But you're allowing those people to live in your head.
No, you are allowing those people to continue believing that. Spencer never went online going, you know what, me and Ushin are cool, it's all good. He never said that. He never went online. Never did a thing. It's been adding up ever since. Okay, ever since, and that's been a long time. You better fucking do the math. Pull out his pen and paper because it's been a while. And I've been hearing that shit for a long time, guys. I've been living with it.
Swagger down the street with your red lips and funky beat. You better hold your head up to the sky. I'm gonna roll with you till the day I die.
Hole with me in any way. It's fuck off, Oisin. Deal with your problem. Fine. Get on with it. Okay.
Oisin, how many
I'll
people
continue on my
life?
channel, and if somebody asks me about BQ watches, I'll say no, don't go near them. But somebody asks me about
how about we work it out? How about we get Spencer on and we work it out?
Well, they need to pick up the phone and work it out. Like Spencer didn't pick up the phone to work it out for many, many months, and he fucking left me for dead. Then I figured out his fucking bezel was fucking fake on his watch, and then I had to pay for the whole entire thing. Give me a fucking break. I'm tired of being abused. I'm tired of being thrown around.
It wasn't a fake bezel.
Yeah,
it was a recut
bezel. Yeah, they chopped it in half and made a whole new bezel, 2 bezels for the price of one. Good for them. Good for them. Fucking brilliant.
It was not a right bezel. It was not. It's not. I mean,
in all due respects, you know as much about bezels as I do about art surgery. So,
well, Alex Foti,
I think
Alex Foti is wrong. Because I have the entire conversation with Alex Foti about that entire situation when I first discovered it. And he described to me in detail exactly what went on. So pick it up with Alex fucking Foti then. I'm tired of being pushed around by these fucking geezers.
Nobody's trying to. Right? No one's trying to push you around.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry if I let go there. I'm sorry. I'm just saying. There is no enough. The moment somebody asks me about this stuff, I'm going to say, no, not so much. So the moment somebody asks me, is that guy trustworthy? No, that's my right. And unfortunately for you, I have a big fucking black microphone in front of me and a channel. And that's going to stick in your fucking craw forever. Okay, until I don't know how you're going to fix that. And you have made zero effort to fix that other than disparage me, make fun of my alcoholism and various other things. Call me a racist, call me all sorts of other things. This is all being added up, motherfuckers. I'm not letting any of it go. I'll just
Lollipop Boy says, sorry, Oisin will never find closure. Not Forpy's problem. What do you think? I mean, maybe there is a possibility of finding common ground here.
Oisin,
right?
Can I ask you a question?
Got a long list, but I think
go ahead, man.
How many people in your life right now do you feel this way about?
Not many, just like you bunch of assholes.
How many's you bunch?
I don't know. Like, are you trying to imply that I constantly find issues with people? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, I think you do. I think you have problems with a number of people. And I'll go back to what I said earlier on. You know, as an old friend, does it not sometimes occur to you that you can't be right all the time?
Okay, so out of, I don't know, how many people do I know, friends and so on, 200-300, whatever it is, there's like 8 that are an issue. You know about those and you think it's everybody. That's it.
No, I don't even know who 8 is, to be honest with you. But thanks for giving me the figure. So 8. So let me tell you how many people were living in my life, in my head. None.
Okay, good. What about the people who broke your teeth in and took your watch?
They're different.
Why are they different?
Because they physically damaged me. And
men came into your store. They hurt you. They threatened you and I believe your daughter, if I'm not mistaken. You took out a gun. Good for you. And they broke your teeth and they took your watch. You cool with them?
No,
I don't think so. Okay, so
but that's what I was saying to you. It's a different level,
people,
isn't it?
Paul? How many people, Paul, do you have an issue with in your life? Let me ask you that question. No,
A real
you have a problem with the people who slighted you and did you wrong. This is it. You're trying to imply that I have a problem with everyone who comes across me, that I have some sort of personality defect. No, I don't have that. I have a problem with people
I'm trying to insinuate that you allow lesser problems that you should let go to live in your head rent free, when you'd be far better off and happier if you could let them go and move on.
Yes.
Someone said in the chat earlier on that forgiveness is more powerful than revenge, or words to that effect.
Yes, I believe in that too. I believe in that too, but unfortunately, I'm not
I
wired.
I know that you're not wired that way, and I know you're tired. I know you had a drink and all the rest of it.
If I was all about mega revenge, my entire channel, the entire time, would have been all about besmirching you. And
no, I think you're too clever for that.
And so I've just been the entire time I would have been doing that, but
you're
I
too
haven't.
clever for
I
that.
move on.
You're too clever. You know that would work.
If somebody asks me, do you like the digital watch vault from Paul Thorpe? I'll be like, not so much. Do you like? I'll be like, not so much. Why? Because of the history. That's it. Simple. It's very, very simple. And I get on with my life. I laugh. I enjoy. I get on with everything. But if somebody goes, what about those guys? I'll be like, no, not so much. And that's it. And this is the problem that you have. And when I have my conversations on Friday night and I talk about this stuff, I'll talk about it. And maybe I'll make a video about it every once in a while. My one thing that you earlier was like, don't you regret fucking over someone of my character? Don't you look back and say, you know what? I didn't fucking pick the right side with the guy who is he's a regular dude. He's like an artist. He's a soft person. He's not one of these fucking half-ass watch dealers. And I fucked him over. That's my question to you. And I think you need to sleep on that and think about that. But anyway, I'm getting drunk. It's late. It's fucking.
Hey! I gotta
go.
Guys,
thank you, for giving me. For giving me the fucking time and the air and the space.
I'm glad to provide a platform where people can come together and sort out the differences, and hopefully we can make some progress.
Paul, take my advice. Delete the thing between you and Tim tomorrow because it wasn't good.
Let me download a copy first. Hold on a second.
Just delete it. It didn't come off well. It wasn't good. I know you mean well, but like
he knows. He knows.
I don't really care, honestly.
All right. Have a good night, guys. Thank you all for listening to me. It's late.
For the past 3 hours.
Sorry. Let me know how much I owe you all for the whole. I'll just send.
Everybody in the audience, get up and stretch. Do some jumping jacks, calisthenics.
Oh,
have a good night, fellas. Good night and good night, all. Peace and love. Peace and love.
Peace and love.
Oh yeah.
Hey.
Alrighty. Well, hi, Paul. Hope you're well.
Nathaniel.
Who's that?
This is Nathaniel.
Nathaniel.
Hi, Nathaniel. How you doing, mate? You all right?
I'm doing great. I was in Wisconsin the past 3 days, which was cold.
Really?
It's up north. It's no Florida.
We got plenty of cold here. So, guys, I don't know what you made of that. Look, listen. At the end of the day, I came on to just cover what Buckley said, and hope it's been good viewing for you.
Look, it was good rebuttal. Listen, I think you gave a counterpoint to some of the issues we had. People are free to make up their own minds whether they want to believe you or not. I gave my view. You gave your view. This is the best I think we could do, and we would at least we're serving both of our audiences. There you go. I think generally, this is good for everyone.
I think it is. I think that ultimately, I would like to see everyone, call a truce and just even if we can't live in friendship, at least learn to live together.
Yeah.
But as you can see from O'Sheen, I don't ever see that being possible.
He's a much simpler creature than that, really. I mean, he says that he doesn't forgive, but look at the interaction in Dublin with him and Nico. They shook hands, and until tonight, I don't think that I've heard him say anything bad about Nico since the interaction. I don't know. You're in some ways, Paul, you're right that it would be good if he could let things go.
Yeah.
But I don't think that he can let things go without some very concrete gestures.
Well, that ain't going to happen from me, mate.
That's kind of what I was.
Let me ask you a question, Paul. If you were in Nico's position and somebody owed you money, what sort of tactics would you have done to sort of, as a creditor, try to track down that money to get that money back?
Depends who it was, and it depends what stage in my life.
Sure.
So there's no straightforward answer to that.
I think we've given Paul enough questions for one night.
If it was a raving lunatic that was 6'8" and carried a knife, I probably wouldn't bother asking him.
Fair enough.
Paul, in the future, just jump on the show. It's much easier to talk it out, even if Tim's doing or I'm doing or anybody's doing something with which you disagree or you take issue with. At the end of the day, we're all in the love for the same hobby. We're on opposite sides of the coin. Like you're on the dealer side, we're on the enthusiast side. But at the end of the day, we're all fans of watches, and we're all working in the best interests of our audiences and the watch community. So we can all get along, I think.
Tim, what I will say to you finally is just do me a favor. Just do me a favor. When you speak about people in the future, just consider, the damage that you can be doing to them as a human being, as a person, as their business or whatever. I've never done anything to you. The Digital Watch Vault's never done anything to you. And I just feel that some of the criticism that you throw our way is either badly thought out or worse, I feel at times is sinister. Just cut it out, mate. There's no need for it.
I assure you it's not
asking for your support, Tim. I'm just asking for a bit of be reasonable.
Yeah, I just think I just don't believe in it. It looks ridiculous.
Fine, Tim. If you don't believe in it, that's fine. But you don't have to spend your life trying to slag it off.
No. I mean, people do come to me and they ask me about it, and unfortunately, I mean, there's nothing good to say about it.
Well, we'll see when you lose your next watch, or when you want to check. When you buy your next watch, Tim, then do me a favour. Don't use Digital Watch Vault to see if it's stolen or not. But I bet you will.
Let's hope so. Let's hope so. I
hope you have a lovely Christmas, mate. And,
I want to be proven wrong. I want Digital Watch Vault to succeed, and and be extremely helpful and help stop watch crime. That would be fantastic.
Yeah. Good night, guys.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Cheers.
Bye bye.
Merry Christmas.
All right.
Damn, I was gonna ask him if he was gonna come to the Miami Antique Show.
All right, Tim. I think that's it. After show, huh?
Good show. It's a good show. Let's start the after show. Let's drop the link, guys. Good show, everybody. Great show. Great stream. Stream, everybody. Hopefully,
one for the record books.
One for the record books, guys. Upvote the live stream. By the way, if you enjoyed any moment of that show, hit the upvote button. That's the least you could do. Become members. Support this channel. I don't know. Anything else? Check out the community channel as well. We have another channel. It's a different one.
Have you caught up on the chat super chats at all?
The what?
Super chats have all been pulled up. Didn't have time to read every single one of them, but they were all pulled up.
I tried my
And do you have
best.
an issue?
Yeah, I tried my best to keep up with all the super chats. I missed some, like this one from Blondie. Stop trying to block freedom of speech. Blondie, this is the only place where freedom of speech is respected. Come on. Oh, there's another super chat here. Baba Yada, £5. Nah, you guys are no fans of watches. You all want drama.
Your baby Joda's up at 4 a.m. watching, so you must enjoy it and you must be entertained. So, thanks for watching.
You're still here. Yeah, so
you're still here. So you must want the drama.
You must be a fan of drama. If this is all about drama, and you say
you've been watching till 4 a.m.
You're watching and supporting it. Look, Baby Yoda, huge shout out to Baby Yoda. I mean, he really supported this show a lot today. A lot of super chats. He said super chatted several times. All ignored. I'm sorry about that. It was not on purpose. David Khalil offered 60% less than the other two. He's oh wow, this is an interesting accusation. Baby Yoda says David Khalil offers less for his watches. Harry, $2 super chat says tonight's episode was brought to you by Rolex CPO. Thank you, Harry. Oh, yeah, there we go. We got the music playing in the background. Hey, oh, damn, PG.
Hey, I just wanted to talk after the
after show. Okay, yeah. Okay, so we're just ending the show. Guys, upvote the stream. We do this stuff every day. We talk watches. We talk all kinds of watch news. If it's your first time here, you can join us in the chat. Yeah, become members. Ask for a wrench. See what happens. All right, guys. Turn it off, OC. It's a good show. It's been a good show, right, Buck?
Great show. Amazing show, guys. Terrific.
Is this it? Is this the after show?
Depends. You want it to be?
No. End it.
See you guys.